says he'll make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. Rush of blood. I'll use it for good. That rush of blood. I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of action here at the Open European Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company. So, what's our schedule going to look like for today? Well, we've got 2 series of open men's tricks, totaling 22 skiers, which by rule means that 12 will make it through to the final in the men's tricks event when that takes place tomorrow. But for the time being, we've got the elimination round with 22 skiers spread across 2 series. All right, after that, then we'll have the Open Women's Slalom Elimination Round. In that, there are 23 total skiers, and by the same rule, it means that 12 will make it through to the women's slalom final, slated also for Saturday as well. But we have 23 skiers vying for those 12 spots in the women's slalom. Then the final event in our elimination round series will consist of the jump event, where we will find 19 competitors vying for those 12 spots through to the final, also on Saturday. And that should be a humdinger of a jump event as well. So that's going to be our schedule for the day. And we'll take a look, I believe, at the running order for the first event, which should be the men's Series 2 tricks. There you see on the screen right there, with Claudio Kostenberger taking the lead-off role, followed by Freak School, Dima Thompson, Alvaro Noguera, Veli-Matti Antila from Finland, Luka Rakenwald of Austria, Florian Paf of Italy, Mikhailichenko from the Ukraine, then Marek Milanik of Slovakia, Alexander Gashel of Austria, then Luis Noguera of Spain, and our 12th skier out is going to be Dominique Kuhn. So that is the way that it pans out so far as our schedule of events, and indeed the running order for the very first event. And we will be coming back in just a few moments, so grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and get ready for a complete day's worth of competitive action right here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. We'll be back right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome back. This is the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy, and such a privilege to be here to announce and to guide you through the men's Series 2 tricking competition. There is going to be 10 skiers in this series. A total of 12 skiers out of the two series will make it through to the next round of the competition. The 12 best scores from whichever series they come from. And we're going to start off with, we anticipate Claudio Kostenberger, then followed on by Freak School, Dima Thompson, Alvaro Noguera, then Velimati and Tiller, and then we'll progress on there for the remainder of the tricking event in Series 2. So, got a lot of skiing ahead of us. We've got Giuseppe in the boat there with the camera. We've got Mario Pigozzi there at the helm of the Nautique 200. And the Nautique 200, even though it's not the top of the line so far as Nautique are concerned, that it's still a very, very capable tournament boat for all three events, and is especially favored for the tricks event. It's all tried and true, and still very much in demand across the world as an exceptional tournament towboat. All right, so we're looking inside the tower. We're seeing our officials. We see there in the background the chairman of the IWWF World Tournament Council there, Candido Mose. And there we see on dockside a Freak School coming to us out of the Netherlands. It looks like Claudio Kostenberger is nearby. Having said that, of course, I don't see him on the dock. I see a Freak School right there on dockside. Also see on the dockside there Mr. Franz Oberleitner. Certainly one of the true legends of the sport of tournament water skiing. You could trace his expertise and his flair and his competitiveness, drawing way back into the 1970s. But looks like our first skier out is going to be wearing the orange shorts, and that's pretty much a telltale sign that the skier in question comes to us out of the Netherlands. And that skier in question is Freak School. tightening down that hard shell binding. Hard to imagine now that that binding technology has been around for close to 30 years now, and certainly been a go-to setup for a vast majority of skiers at this level. Although, having said that, the rubber bindings are making a little bit of a comeback. I mean, they've always been the ever-present in the jump event via the Wiley's binding setup, but making a bit of a resurgence in the slalom and to some extent the tricks event as well. But here we go, riding the KD 12K Pato Font signature model. This is Freak School from the Netherlands. Its personal best is 29.60. Ah, look at him go. He's gotten good control of that handle, just working his way around that. Not doing anything particularly awe-inspiring or impressive so far as high point scores. But having said that, he is going to try the backflip and unfortunately going down on that. Handle coming up a little bit high off that takeoff there for Freak School, but got the majority of the tricks that he wanted to, including the Waco. Actually turns that one into a wake 5. I'm not too sure whether he slid the last third of that trick. If that is indeed the case, then the judges might mark him down as a result. But Freak School doing his level best to stay on top of the water and keep on running, as they say. Keeping a good level head, and this is the trick that he fell on. Goes into the wake, basically stands up just before the wake and not getting too much direction away from the boat, which is typically how backflips are taught, using more direction to give you lift and spin rather than just a straight up backflip, as we see. As we see Dima Thompson from Switzerland get ready for his go. Standing next to him is Claude Perez, who for many, many years has coached the Swiss water ski team and used to be a pretty darn good jumping competitor himself when you draw back upon his experience going all the way back to the 1990s. So trying to leverage that experience, and we'll see how Dima gets along. But in the meantime, we got Freak School coming back into to the course. Now working his way with toe tricks. Let's see what he's got. There's the toe back and the toe front, starting off rather subtly. Keeping a good level head on his shoulder. Whoa, whoa. Oh, tries to recover off that toe wake back. He certainly tried his best, but unfortunately unable to ride away from it, and down he goes. That is Freak School. We'll take a look at this toe pass. He's got some KT tape on his toe leg. Probably not getting much power off his pulling foot. And then he starts to rock back a little bit and wasn't altogether 100% stable coming into the wake. Letting the foot go away from his body, then drags it in the water, and not much he can do beyond that, I'm afraid. So there we go. That's Freak School from the Netherlands. Our next skier to go, coming to us out of Switzerland, will be Dima Thompson. All right, and we will rejoin the tricking competition with Dima Thompson right after this. All right, returning back to action, we've got Dima Thompson coming to us out of Switzerland, and the son of Elena Thompson, the former and five-time world water ski champion, a split between her victories in the jump event and in the overall competition from 1997 all the way through to 2001. So drawing upon that experience and that kind of guidance, we'll see what Dima can do with the 2:22 passes that he has at his disposal. Not a bad start there with the five front reverse. There is another five, and now working his way to the backflips. There we go. The first one that we've seen today. Here's the second one. There's the reverse. Losing a little bit of his balance, but there we go. He stomps that down. He's going in confidence with the flip twist back to front. Oh, he goes for the front flip, and he really sends it out there. Kind of getting crushed a little bit on the landing, but he certainly got 4 out of the 5 flips that he had planned on that one, and a decent effort there from Dima Thompson. The first trick that he had was the ski line back, and then he spun to the front. There were 2 tricks completed there before he went into the 540-degree spin from back to front, and there he turned away from the boat to execute the reverse. Then the wake back, and then slid to the front before he went in for the backflip. Beautifully executed, well spotted with the landing. He opened up pretty early so that he could go straight into the reverse, which he did. Then he goes with the flip twist back, and looking at this instant replay here on the webcast, and a beautifully executed flip twist back to front. Now the front flip loads up on the line. Just getting a little bit twisted in the air, and being tall as he is, when you do a twist out of shape like that, things go wrong very, very quickly. And unfortunately for Dima Thompson, unable to get all the way through the end of that first of 2:22 passes. We'll see what he can do with a second one. Although, having said that, I wonder if he is going to do toe tricks, because there seems to be a growing trend among some of our skiers to ditch the toe pass completely and go with whatever remains in their repertoire so far as hand tricks are concerned. But the 6 flip limit still applies for the collective total of those 2:22 passes. You can't do 6 flips in one and 6 in the other and hope to have them all scored. It's only a 6 in total. All right, then. We're looking at the starting dock there just a moment ago, and we saw Alvaro Noguera from Spain. And we'll look out and see what he's got. Dima Thompson. We'll see if he has anything at his disposal with the second and final pass. We're going to see if it's going to be toe tricks. There seems to be a very firm grip on that pylon with the rope to indicate that it is going to be toe tricks for the second and final 22nd pass. Just trying to get his balance situated. This now, Dima Thompson. It's going to be something along the lines of a toe 5 back. Yes, indeed it is. A little bit of a partition spin there, but working his way through the remainder of the tricks. Toe back and toe back to backs. Now winding it on. Toe 5 front. Nicely done. Toe 0 out. Toe 0 straight back in. Taking his time. Toe wake O. Toe wake back and to the front. Toe wake line back. Oh, he just about recovers on that one. Throws the double fist pump there towards the end. Good skiing there. Good recovery effort there from Dima Thompson. He'll be somewhat pleased with that. Probably thinking back to that front flip, had he have landed it, how many more points he would have had by the end of his 2:22 pass effort, but a good effort there. We'll take a look at the instant replay in just a moment for Dima Thompson, but good skiing there from him as we get ready to bring Alvaro Noguera. The opening trick on this second pass is a toe 5 back. certainly a higher tempo move compared to the toe 7, where it's notoriously difficult to spin front to front whilst keeping constant rotation from the front, and it's a trick that tends to bog a lot of skiers down and robs them of their speed and tempo. But looking at this, you'd be hard pressed to find any lack of up tempo from Dima Thompson, especially with the toe Waco. Was actually rather surprised that he didn't do a reverse toe Waco, much like his mother produced yesterday in the elimination round of the tricks event. Still one of the very few skiers to even contemplate attempting that. So we'll be back with our next skier, Alvaro Noguera from Spain, right after this. Actually, we're going straight to our leaderboard. Freak score with 14.10. Freak score with 14.10. And now we're going to bring in Alvaro Noguera for his first at 2:22 passes. You just saw a glimpse of him behind me here in the announcing point, and now we're going straight to the boat cam and seeing him warm up for his first at 2:22 runs. His personal best is 69.90. That was recorded some 7 years ago. Let's see if he can roll back the years and conjure up something of that substance. Here he goes. There's the backflip. Nicely done. Using the downslope to soften the landing, and on both instances there, flip twister back to front. Here he goes, flip twister front to back. Nicely done there too. 2 more flips at his disposal. Goes for the flip twister back reverse, and stands up that run. So good, solid effort there. A little bit cagey from one trick to the next, but he got it going on. Ski line back to get things up and running. Just worked his way from trick to trick, trying not to ski the pass in its totality, but just looking at it on a trick-to-trick basis. Just going from one trick, steadying himself, then going to the next trick. And a lot of skiers at the higher level of this sport of skiing are almost totally reliant upon rhythm and tempo to go from one trick to the next. Probably just using more instinct than anything else to complete their moves. At this point in the competition, at this early stage of the game, it's very deliberate with each trick, less upon instinct, less upon flow, and just going one trick to the next. So, and it looks like our next skier is getting ready. It is Veli-Matti Anttila from Finland. Yes, indeed, looking over at the camera there, and trains over in Santa Rosa, well, not in Santa Rosa Beach, actually in Central Florida. I confused him with someone else, but it is the Sunshine State nonetheless, no matter which way you cut it. So there we got Mario Pagozzi there governing whatever's going on at the back of that boat. 3 minutes of transition time allowed for each skier to change from one piece of equipment to the next. However extensive that is, whether it's a change of ski, a change of rope, a change of handle, and indeed a change of boat speed, which tends to be more the case than the other aspects I mentioned. All right, toe tricks now. Let's see what we've got. All right, toe 5 back, toe back to backs, toe wake back to back, and toe wake front. Recovers from that. A little bit unsteady there. Now goes toe O into wrap. Goes with the toe wake O. Does he go for anything else? Oh, almost caught an edge with that toe wake back, but managing the toe wake line back and a couple of toe sides. And full-on survival mode there on that particular run for Alvaro Noguera, a 26-year-old from Spain, the current Spanish champion. And we'll see what his point score is coming up in a few moments. We already had that score from Freak School. And among the 1,400 point range, I would imagine that that our previous competitor, Dima Thompson, would have exceeded that. As we now look at our next competitor to take to the water, Velimatti Antila. So looking at this, looking good. There we go, the toe wake back to back and recovering very, very quickly indeed. And just really, really pressing his upper body into that reverse toe back, and just trying to settle himself down into that kind of position, which was critical to him doing the toe-o into the wrap, and then goes with the toe wake line back, getting pretty good rotation, and by that time he would have shut everything down, save for the two high sides at the end. So that is a good effort there from Alvaro Nogueira. And good skiing there from him. Now Antila Velimatti from Finland, about ready to go next. Yep, there's certainly a hive of activity around that tricking dock as we now bring on next competitor, Velimatti Antila. So now we start to get personal bests in and around the 8,000 point mark, starting off with Antila Velimatti. Just waiting for him to give the signal to the boat. And up on top of the water he goes with a personal best of 84.40 recorded this season, so he's had some recent form. Currently ranked 19th in Europe and 38th around the world in the tricks event, and the Scandinavian Open champion for this season. This is Velimatti Antila. Oh, front flip to start things off. Look at this. He is not leaving this to chance. There we go. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the moat back to back. Here he goes. Ski line back. Slows everything down. There we go. There's a reverse front flip. But look at him go. And trying to go, looking a little bit disjointed towards the end, but wow, some great tricking there. Now, those front flips are going to come in for a little bit of closer inspection here. He started off. There we go. That was actually a front flip was starting off from the back, which means that in comparison to the front flip that he produced later will count as a separate trick. Had that one have been a regular front flip, the second one wouldn't have counted, because the reverse always has to be performed directly after the initial trick. And just look at these moves. They're certainly very dynamic, including that front flip opens out for the landing. Then wake back-to-backs. And just trying to get everything settled down. Then a little bit of a late handle pass on the 5 front as he gets transported towards the end of the lake. And we got scores coming up. We've got Dima Thompson with 57.50. Freak School there relegated to second with 14.10. And while we wait for Velimatti Antila to take to the water for his second and final pass, we'll pause for a moment and we'll return right after this. right, and welcome back, folks, to the Open European Waterski Championships. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and there on the dock you see Luca Rockenwald getting ready for his turn, standing just a few feet behind him, one of the Austrian coaches, Carla Basic, who had the privilege of working with yesterday during one of the elimination round events. And Luca just trying to get focused and trying to get mentally prepared for what he's about to do out there on the water. Here comes Velimati and Tilla. This is toe tricks. Wow, there we go, toe 5 back and toe back-to-backs outside the wake. Now the Finnish competitors always have something a little bit different up their sleeves, and using the relatively goes in for the toe wake line back-to-back. Now, what I was trying to say was that the Finnish do things a little bit differently so far as toe tricks are concerned, at least to the extent where we saw Velimati and Tilla do his tricks on the outside of the wake, where there is smoother water, less turbulence created by the rooster tail, and just finding that it's a little bit easier for him to spin. Now, certainly something I wouldn't necessarily recommend for anyone trying to learn tricks of this nature, but you know, if it works for him, it works for him. Especially when it comes to doing toe wake tricks such as the toe wake-o, and then just worked his way through with the toe side, then the toe back, and tries to go with the toe wake front, and then towards the end of that particular run. So there we go. That was Velimati and Tilla. We're going to get point scores coming to us thick and fast. We see Dima Thompson in the lead with 57.50. We'll go on to our next competitor in just a moment or so. That is going to be Luca Rockenwald, and we'll see him trick right after this. All right then, so Luca Rockenwald on top of the water representing Austria. Has a personal best of 59.50, or at least his best performance this season was around that point range. The runner-up in last year's World Championship in the U21 category in the jump event. We look forward to seeing him jump a little bit later on today. It's no slouch on the water so far as tricking is concerned, but look at him go. One trick to the next. There's 3 flips. Here's a 4th. Let's see what he's got. There's the front flip. Does he hang on to it? Just about, with a couple of side slides at the end. Impressive stuff there from Luca Rockenwald. Superb skiing all the way through. And Luca Rockenwald, formerly a member of the Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajuns in collegiate water skiing. The collegiate season is starting to kick a little bit into high gear. They've just had their first few tournaments across the NCWSA, across the regions that are governed by that organization of collegiate water skiing in the United States. And certainly one of its star performers in previous seasons is this one. Luca Rockenwald opening up there with the flip twist back to front. Then the front flip, where he just got on the tail of the ski and almost gotten completely out of shape. And there you go. And at least one person in that boat feeling pretty optimistic about his chances. And that was Karla Basic in the boat there for Luca Rockenwald on the water. Our next skier to take to the water will be Florian Paf from Italy. See on the dock Claudio Benatti, one of his coaches. Florian Paf skis more often than not over in San Gervasio. That's over in the Lombardy region. And certainly a lot of great things are coming up potentially in the future for Jolly Ski and San Gervasio, the site in particular. We'll have more details on that when they become available and when I'm able to release said information. And certainly a person who is no stranger to that facility is Mario Pagozzi at the wheel of the towboat here at Recetto, the home of the Italian national water ski team and its national training site. Luca Rockenwald, runner-up in 2020 and 2021 in the U21 jumping competition. So you can definitely see where his major skill set lies. Not so much with tricks, but with the jump event. But I tell you what, he's still there. Grabs onto that line, barely, toe wake O. Does he go for the toe wake line back? Yes, he slips the ski over and unfortunately not pulling enough to advance himself up on the line to execute that move. But there we go, Luca Rockenwald getting the majority of the tricks that he wanted to on that toe pass. Looking a little cagey and looking not totally confident about what he's doing there, including that toe wake back-to-back, which, at least from my perspective, looked a little flat and didn't have enough height to really give him much in the way of credit on that particular move. But of course, it doesn't come down to me whether the tricks are scored or not. It comes down to our officials who are situated up in the tower. And they will make the final determination as to whether the tricks are credit-worthy or not. As we see Luca Rockenwald go in for the toe wake-o, quite confident that that trick will score. So there we go. So there, Luca Rockenwald falling in at the end of that run, but I think that came at around about the 19-second mark. As we work our way towards our next competitor. From Italia, it is Florian Paf. Florian Paf, he's still got eligibility in the U21 competition. Actually, at least one, maybe two opportunities to compete in the U21 World Championships, which will take place next year. No one knows quite where they will take place or when. And certainly by the same token, he will have opportunities to ski in the European Under-21 Championships, where he's the two-time European champion in the jump event. Now, tricking, not quite his bag, but it still forms a critical part of his overall capability. Here we go, Florian Paf. See what he's got. Ski line back. Now goes in for his surface sequence of tricks. There he goes for the 5 back, 5 front. Actually, there's the flip. Here comes its reverse. 2 flips out of the 6 that he has at his disposal. Flip twist back to front. Now he slows down for the wake-o. The wake-o reverse. Wake back and, okay, fine. That looks good, I guess. You know, all the way through on pass number 1. So good skiing there from Florian Paf. And a good, solid, stout effort there indeed. So let's see. Looking at the instant replay again, the ski line back. And then with surface back-to-backs, then worked out towards the wake. Well spotted there with the 5 front. Then edging into the wake. Good lift. Good soft landing on the downslope. And wonderful skiing there from start to this point. Then faces away from the boat and does the flip twist towards the back, and then everything slows down there. Only did 3 flips on that particular run. Then did a couple of O's, then the wake back. And that's a good stand-up run. Solid effort. Getting ready now for toe tricks, and we'll see if he can excel with that one as well. So, solid effort there all the way through on pass number 1. We'll see what pass number 2 can yield with the toe tricks. There we see Mario Pagozzi. There we see Giuseppe, our camera person, who comes to us originally out of Sicily. And there is Claudio Benatti, making sure that that rope is hooked on, not directly hooked onto the pylon. That would be exceedingly dangerous, considering the tricks that are about to come next. But working its way through the short piece of rope, which was initially called the Australian rope release, after its debut at a World Junior Water Ski Championships way back in the early part of the 2000s. And certainly a safer and more practicable alternative to the mechanical rope releases that formed part of trick skiing not too long ago, as a matter of fact. But here we go. This is a toe 5 back for Florian Pfaff, aggressively hitting these tricks there. Look at that, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Look at this. If he is challenging for the overall competition and a stout place in there, he's certainly going the right way about it with the toe wake back and toe wake front. Couple of toe sides, yes. Good, 2 20-second passes of tricks there, courtesy of Florian Pfaff of Italy. And not only will those points be of immense benefit for him going forward, at least by way of the overall competition, it's certainly going to help the Italian cause as well in terms of the team competition. A good, confident, high-tempo start with the toe 5 back and the toe wake back to back, and its reverse. Almost rolling out off the front part of his foot there upon landing with the toe wake back to back. The reverse portion, the reverse trick that is. Using the tailwind to great effect. And just throwing in tricks left, right, and center. That's Florian Pfaff. By the time he got to the toe wake back and toe wake front, the time was expiring, and by the time he got the toe side and the reverse toe side, that would have been about 20 seconds right there for him. So scores that are coming through, Velamati Antilla with 7,090. Dima Thompson in second place now with 57.50. Luca Rockenwald with 56.60. Alvaro Noguera with 49.60. And Freak School with 1,410. Those are the 5 scores that we currently have at our fingertips right now, as we work our way now to our next competitor, the youngest competitor in this competition, and looking to redeem himself after the disaster yesterday in the slalom event. This is Mikhailchenko from the Ukraine. There we go. There's the 5 front to get things going. There we go. Good, confident start. There we go. That is the 5 back, now working his way from one trick to the next. There we go. There's the Waco. Here he goes with the first flip, which is fantastic. There we go. Good elevation with the second one. Goes for the flip twist back, which he gets. Goes to the front, flip twist back, reverse. Hits the top of the wake going across. probably won't be particularly pleased with the effort on pass number 1, but certainly by way of relief, that is a good shot in the arm for Mikhailichenko from Ukraine. Looking at the instant replay, starting off with the surface back and then just working his way across the wake there. I think about 2 tricks in, he would have totally forgotten about what happened yesterday in the slalom event, and certainly a good recovery effort to his credit. He's still got 1 pass to go, mind you, but certainly working his way, and it's good to see from Mikhailichenko of Ukraine. Good, solid effort there with the flips. The flip twist back there. And good, solid effort. All right, then, as he gets ready for pass number 2, we'll do a step aside and we'll take a quick break. All right, then. Second and final 20-second pass for our competitor out there in the water from the Ukraine, Mikhailichenko. There we go, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse, going from one trick to the other very slowly indeed. His personal best is 74.80, second in the European Championships in the under-14s this season. Toe wake line back, beautifully executed towards the end. Does he have anything more? Yeah, there you go. Good recovery there. You go for Mikhailichenko from the Ukraine, skiing out of the Sentosa facility. And probably skiing outside of Ukraine right now, considering that the facility as a whole is pretty much shut down due to the ongoing conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. But certainly in amongst all of that, Mikhailichenko was able to get through the initial tricks. A very, very high tempo with that toe 7 front there. Good spin, good continuous rotation. That's the thing that the judges like to see in order for them to put credit where it's due with the toe 7 front. But I'll tell you what, not looking bad at all, and certainly showing us evidence that he's been working exceptionally hard in the off season, and the Ukraine are much like a lot of other countries in that part of the world, using the indoor swimming pool facilities and using a cable tow to allow the skiers to train all the way throughout the winter, and that has certainly been in evidence. And Mikhailichenko doing a fantastic job there with the second and final 20-second pass. All right, we're pushing out some scores right now, and the scores coming through so far. No change with our scores. We're waiting on Luka Rakenwald and Florian Barth, and indeed Mikhailichenko. But we've got Velimatti Antila still in the lead for Finland. Florian Paf's score has just been released with 57.70. Dima Thompson with 57.50, 20 points behind. Luca Ruckenwald with 56.60. Alvaro Nogueira with 49.60. And Freak Score with 1410. Next skier to take to the water will be Marek Milnek of Slovakia. He's in the water right now, and he certainly performed well in the slalom event yesterday. Actually held the lead for a good while going into the men's Series 1, and he is going to be one of our 12 skiers in the men's slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. But let's see what he can do in the tricks event. And by extension, we'll see what he can do in the jump event. He's an extremely viable overall contender if he can get everything that he wants to with the men's Series 2 trick and elimination round. Here we go. This is Marek Milnek of Slovakia. Toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front, very, very close to wake. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in, using the opposite direction for the toe tricks. There we go, toe wake line 0, toe wake line back. Does he go to the front? Does he have a couple of side slides? Yes, he does. Whew. A little unsteady there at the beginning, but managing to summon up his experience to get through that particular run. Good skiing there for Marek Milnek of the Slovakia. So just working his way through the toe tricks. Good solid effort here and keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. And just working his way up over the line with the toe wake lino. There's the toe wake line back, and then smooth water outside the wake, able to get those toe sides. And with that, we'll rejoin him in just a moment. This is the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this. All right, then, returning to live action. We've got a pole. Actually, believe that's Alexander from Austria about to take to the water. We're seeing our leaderboard right now as we work our way down towards the end of the lake and see Marek Milnek of Slovakia. There we go. That's going to be the ski line O. Working his way with the wake 5 front. There's the backflip twist. There's the backflip, regular backflip. There's the reverse. He's got 3 more of these that he can do. Flip twist back to front. Here's the mode back to back, which he gets. Low level flight there, and he has some back to backs and some throwaways towards the end. But I tell you what, if he can come through with a halfway decent distance, he could well put himself very close to the podium, if not on it, with that particular performance there being a critical part of that endeavor. So that is Marek Milnek of Slovakia doing a fine job yesterday in slalom, doing an equally fantastic job with tricks. And it all started with the ski line O, good rotation, good elevation. Two aspects of that trick that the judges are always looking for. There's the flip twist back, and then he turns to the front and goes for the flip twist. No, actually for the regular back flip, which he has a reverse for, which you saw right there. Then twisted towards the back to do the forward rotation towards the front, whilst incorporating the back flip in between. Then twisting back, Not getting much height, but I tell you what, he got the rotation and he got the flip part of that particular move. And then he did side slides and back-to-backs and just filled up the remainder of his 20-second passes with some tricks that you never know. It could be enough to send him through to the next round. We take 12 skiers through to the men's tricking final, and there are 12 skiers in Series 1. All right, then. So in second place, Mikhalauchenko from Ukraine has just put himself up into second place with 67.30. 67.30. Still in the lead is Veli-Matti Antila from Finland with his score of over 7,000 points. So good effort there from him. We wait the score from Marek Milnik of Slovakia, but from Austria, this is Alexander Geschiel. Okay, so here comes Alexander Geschiel. Looking in good there with flips from one side to the next, keeping it very, very close to the wake. There we go. There's the ski line back. Does he have anything else? Ski line to the back. Ski line back to back. To the front, has back to backs on the outside the wake, and things are looking bright. Not only from his shorts, but also so far as his first pass of tricks were concerned. Wow, good skiing there. Now we're starting to find the heavy hitters in the tricks event towards the end of Men's Series 2. Not getting an awful lot of height there with the flips, so that much can be said. Man. Flips from side to side and almost rolling completely out the back. And not using the front of that ski much at all. There we go, there's flip twist in amongst all of that and slows everything down for the ski line back. A twist to the front. He's got a few more seconds here on the instant replay. There's the ski line O, then twist to the back for the ski line back to back. Then he's got side slides and back to backs and 180s, and that should fill the remainder of the run. And with that, we'll wait for him on the second and final 20-second pass, which will come right after these. Okay, here we go. This now is Alexander Geschiel, age 19. He has a personal best of 83.40. The runner-up in slalom in the European Under-21 Championships held recently in his home country of Austria. And not looking too bad there with the initial tricks. Oh no, I don't know what happened there. What happened? I think the boot actually released on him. So Alexander Geschiel of Austria looking set to get a good point score, but for some strange reason there was some mechanical issue with his ski. Not looking too bad, and just looking at the release mechanism, he caught the toe line on the release mechanism. All right then, so we're going to take a look at this again via the instant replay, because this is real interesting to take a look at. I mean, he got into the reverse toe back position from either a toe wake back-to-back reverse or just a surface toe back-to-back. But just take a look at this. Reverse toe wake back-to-back, got some slack line, then it got caught on the release mechanism, and then it got thrown into a fall, which essentially eliminates any chance of an enhanced score. All right, then, we're going to take a break in which we will refuel the boat, and then when we return, it's going to be Series 1 Men's Tricks with continuing action here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto, and we'll be back right after these.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Get down to business, tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing action of the Open European Water Ski Championships. We're into Series 1 right now. And our first skier out in Series 1 is going to be Luis Nogueira. We've had some point scores posted, and we'll get back to those in just a moment. In the meantime, Luis Nogueira, who's a full-time tax lawyer from Spain, age 32, third in the U21 World Championships way back in 2011, and looking to roll back towards some of that experience with the Tricks event. His personal best is 92.20, actually recorded this season, so he's got recent form. Toe wake lino, good effort there, getting the back of the ski over the line. Oh, look at that! How on earth did he manage to survive that toe wake line back to back? That is beyond me. But he stands up through the run, and one of the few skiers that have elected to go with the toe pass going into the wind. For pass number 1. We'll take a look and see. Just look at this through the first few tricks of his first 2 20-second runs. Pulling a little bit short on that toe 5 front, but managing to escape. Pulling a lot longer here for the toe into a wrap, and good elevation there. Then he goes for his toe step maneuvers. Certainly a very capable tricker. And then look at this. Toe wake line back to back. Just, ooh, got a nostril full on that one. Both nostrils, as a matter of fact. So good effort there from Luis Nogueira. And as we get ready for pass number 2, we'll step aside for just a moment here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships, and we'll return right after this.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right, we see Luis Nogueira over there getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. Now, for those of you watching on our YouTube channel, be sure to subscribe. Hit that subscribe button and be part of the conversation for every single one of our live broadcasts here on TWBC. Hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel, and also hit the bell icon to be informed as to when new live broadcasts become active during the course of the season. So, a skier who was third in the U21 Europeans in 2011 in overall, much the same as his performance in the Worlds in that same year. It is Luis Nogueira. Okay, his first move is going to be a Mo back-to-back, which he does. He spins to the front, then he spins to the back again with the flip twist back to front, and it's reverse. Continuing to roll with flips and reverses. Flip twist to the back. Does he have anything else? Flip twist to the back, reverse. Does he have anything more? There's the ski line back. He goes for a ski line back-to-back, which he performs exceptionally well, and he drops the handle there on something which I believe to either be a 5 back or a 7 back-to-back, but a decent effort there from Luis Nogueira. Now, if he takes the lead at this point, when you consider that we take 12 through to the next round of the competition, if he takes the lead, then he would be assured of a spot through to the next round of the competition. But it's definitely a tall order for him to do so. And however many skiers come up short of the lead in this final series, this Series 1, means a spot potentially opens up for one of our better skiers coming out of Series 2. But decent skiing there from Luis Nogueira, rolling back the years which he was fully active in the sport, and just goes there with the 5 back and just flops into the water there. All right then, so that is Luis Nogueira. We'll find out what his score is in a few minutes. And whilst we get ready to bring on Dominic Kuhn, if we can get a list of scores, if that's at all possible. There we go. That we've got Marek Malik of Slovakia with 73.60. That is the cutoff point right now. Then Vilimati Antilla with 7,090, and those are the only scores over 7,000 at this time. Let's have a look and see what Dominic Kuhn can produce for Austria. Set himself up well. This is looking solid. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Good spin, good axis control. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back coming up. Toe wake line back to follow on, and with about 2 seconds remaining, does a back and a front and executes a absolutely picture perfect toe pass. That is Dominic Kuhn of Austria. And the Austrians are certainly coming in with a large contingent of skiers. You're going to see pretty much a jump fest out of our Austrian competitors. They tend to excel in that event more than the other two. But that's not to say that, that the likes of Dominik Kuhn and the other Austrians that compete in this event are any slouches in the tricks event, further from the truth. Good rotation, good elevation there, and just leaning back and pulling himself forward to advance himself up on the boat there with the toe wake lino. There's the toe wake line back, and then just lets that ski just roll over there with the toe wake line back to back. A couple of tricks at the end just to fill time, and some great skiing there from Dominik Kuhn. And just waiting on the transition time to be over, and then we'll bring him back into the course for pass number 2. There we go, Mario Pigozzi there at the helm. And there we see Vincenzo Marino from Italia, and waiting for him to take to the water. Had an exceptional performance in the slalom event yesterday that saw him qualify through to the 12 skier final. So good to see him make his first ever European Open men's slalom final in his first appearance. And here we go. This is Dominik Kuhn. Let's see what he's got for us. Pass number 2. Starts off with a twist towards the back. There's the mode back to back. Now does he go for the reverse? No, he doesn't. It's the flip twist back to front. There's the regular flip. There's its reverse. Has 2 more flips that he can do. Flip twist to the back. Does he go for the back front flip? No, he doesn't. He goes for the reverse flip twist back. Ski line O to the back. Ski line back to back. Does he go for something more? That's the 7 back. There we go. 5 front and goes down. But a decent, solid effort there for Dominik Kuhn. I don't know whether that point score is going to be anywhere close to 8,000 points, which I believe where his personal best lies. 8,870 points is, in fact, his personal best for the 18-year-old out of Austria. 2-time national champion in tricks in 2019 and 2022. And has medaled extensively at events, not only in Europe, but also in World Championship level as well. 2-time bronze medalist in the European under 21s this year in trick and overall. Bronze medal in the under 14 Europeans in 2018. So he's still got a lot of time, a lot of eligibility on his side in the U21s. Could well be a factor in the U21 World Championships, which will take place next season. Not too sure when or where that will take place, but I'm sure he'll be looking at the situation as it develops going forward. And we'll be back in just a moment. All right, then. We're now getting ready for Vincenzo Marino. Okay, so Vincenzo Marino, and there we see in the towboat there Roberta Gali, and getting everything situated with the rope and inside that Nautic 200. All right, continuing on. Skier on the water, not Dominik Kuhn, but Vincenzo Marino, whose personal best is about halfway down 8,000 points, 8,600 if we're being a little more accurate in that respect. So come on, let's see what we've got from our Italian, Vincenzo Marino. There we go with the flip twist back to back, and it's reverse. There we go. There's regular backflips. Nicely done. Good speed here with the flip twist back, and there is the last of the flips. Everything he does now is just a regular. Oh no, and he trips up over himself. Vincenzo Marino there trying to slow down, trying to transition from the high tempo flips into the considerably lower tempo handle tricks. And that is always the challenge for anyone at this level to perform those tricks, starting off with high tempo and then slowing everything down. It's almost analogous to what the athletes in biathlon have to do between skiing at such a high heart rate and then slowing down long enough to be able to concentrate and shoot and hit the targets. You can almost see some similarities in that respect. That was Vincenzo Marino. He's got his second and final 20-second pass to come. And as he transitions towards the end of the lake, we're going to step aside and take a quick break here at the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. Back after this.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, here we go. This is Vincenzo Marino. Toe 5 back, a little bit of a partition spin there, but goes in for the toe wake back-to-backs now, winding it on. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, grabs the line, toe wake go. Oh, he almost falls out the back, but recovers well. Toe wake line back, does he go for the toe wake line back-to-back? Oh, throws that ski over, and the reverse. Does he ride that one out? Not quite. That could open up one or two places for some of the skiers that are ranked towards the top right now at this stage after Men's Series 2. But Vincenzo Marino already in one final, hoping to get into his second final. But getting some good elevation, at least with the toe wake back-to-backs. Just working his way through from one trick to the next. And just looking towards the end, just absolutely throwing that ski over there with the toe wake line back to back, and the reverse coming up a little bit short on the pole. That is Vincenzo Marino. So, we're now going to go on to our next skier. Next skier coming to us out of Denmark. It is Tue Ernst Nielsen. So Tue Ernst Nielsen coming to us from Denmark, the Scandinavian tricking champion for the last 5 seasons, except for this one, where he ceded that title to Veli-Matti Anttila. Possesses all of the national trick records for every category that is available, eligible to ski in. For his nation of Denmark, this is Tue Ernst Nielsen. Toe wake back to back and it's reverse. Just working his way. Toe 5 front, toe out. Traveling across the wakes there. Worrying moments here. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. Does he go for the toe wake line back? Yes, good elevation there. Settles everything down. Toe wake line back to back, toe wake front. Oh, no. Oh, I'm not too sure what he did there, but we'll take a look with the instant replay towards the end. So, this is Tue Ernst Nielsen, who claims to have his own day of the week. Tue's day. Just working his way through each trick. Traveled from one side of the rooster tail to the other, which just uses up a lot of time in the transition from trick to trick, as you saw right there, and probably meant that the tricks that he performed, or at least 1 or 2 of them, where he would ordinarily score, would probably be out of time. Like the 180 to the back, a couple of throwaway tricks here and there. So there we go. That is Tue Ernst Nielsen, 22 years of age from Denmark. And his personal best is 91.70. So the opposite end of the lake and getting ready for his second pass, Tue Ernst Nielsen. National and Scandinavian trick record holder in the open division. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I don't know quite what happened there. There seemed to be a little bit of an issue with the rope. We'll try and find out what issues occurred there with Tue Ernst Nielsen. This could be a pivotal moment here for him. Actually, there appears to be a knot in the line, and that knot seems to have tightened to the point where the coach in the boat, the release person, who I believe is actually Matteo Lazzeri, is having to use his teeth to loosen. I think this is probably a situation where that 3-minute timer comes into the play. We'll find out in a moment. So it looks like everything is situated okay there for Tue Ernst Nielsen. We'll bring him back into the course. I think we will start him from the spot in which he was released into the water. Okay, so just given the instructions there from Mario Pigozzi, is going to make the turn and then bring him straight into the course. This is Tue Ernst Nielsen. right, looking inside the boat, and we're now going to take a look at Tue Ernst Nielsen behind it from our tower cam. Let's see what occurs from here on out. We're asking for a little bit of weight shift in the boat there to get the wakes exactly as he wants them. And now twist to the back. There's the mode back-to-back, which he absolutely nails. There's the mode back-to-back reverse, regular backflips. Actually, flip twist. Oh no, and he goes down there. He let the pull and he let his body drift towards the boat there upon landing the flip twist back, and just couldn't get everything situated there in time. I'm sure he was lost his focus as a result of that situation with the line just before he came into the course initially. There's the regular backflip, and there is the flip twist back, and just stiffened up on the landing, and down he goes. So that is Tue Ernst Nielsen, tricking specialist out of Denmark, with a personal best of 91.70. I don't think he was going to get anywhere close to that. So there is our latest point scores, and Luis Nogueira is in the lead with 74.50. 74.50, as Luis Nogueira is part of Series 1, and we have, 8 skiers remaining. We're still yet to get scores for Dominic Kuhn, he's not on that list, or Vincenzo Marino, he's not on that list. So it'll be safe to say, relatively safe to say, that Luis Nogueira has just booked himself a spot through to the final. So, and we got another score, Dominic Kuhn. This scoreboard is absolutely updating like crazy. 83.90 for Dominic Kuhn. He has put himself through to the final as well, in addition to Luis Nogueira.
Okay.
So the first two skiers out in Series 1 have put themselves in a position where they could well be making an appearance through into the men's trick final. Out of the 22 skiers that we have on offer here. All right, now, next competitor on the water as it stands right now. This is Paul Duplan Freiburg. There we go. There's the mode back-to-back. There's its reverse. Now he's going to go for the half jack. Look at this. There's flips from one side to the other. Good flow, good consistent effort here. Ski line back and to the front. Does he go for the front flip? Yes, he does. Nicely done. Ends the runoff with a flurry. Good, solid effort there from the start to the finish. All right, and just looking at this from Paul Duplan Freiburg, his personal best is 10,370, which means that that the task of making it through to the men's tricking final should be relatively straightforward for him, provided that he stands up for the majority of the two passes that he has in store. And he stood up on pass number 1, which is a big shot in the arm for him. Currently third in the world in the U17, and the number 1 under 17 skier in the U17s whenever he was eligible to ski. He is age 19 right now. So now looking to see if he can't match that type of feat in the U21 World Championships, which will take place next season. The junior world jump champion from last season. And of course, his eligibility in the Junior World Championship was extended by a full season because of the COVID pandemic. The previous Junior World Championships were actually scheduled to take place back in 2020, where he was 17, but that was extended into his 18th birthday due to the circumstances surrounding the pandemic last season, and certainly took advantage of that situation by becoming the Junior World Jump Champion in Santa Rosa Beach last season. Here we go. Pole Duplan Freiburg. There we go. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Grabs the line, toe wake go. Does he have anything else? Toe wake line. Oh no! Trips up on the line with the toe wake lino and taps his head and basically says, that's my bad. So we'll take a look towards the end and see what precipitated that fall. But a decent effort there from Pole Duplan Freiburg. Probably not enough to take the lead, but certainly enough to quite possibly put him through to the men's trick final. European champion in the U17, so when he was eligible to ski in tricks, jumps, and overall. And the U17 US Masters jump champion when he was eligible to ski in those as well. So that is Pole Duplan Freiburg falling in on that toe wake lino as we get ready for our next competitor. He too also from France, age 26. It is Tanguy Dayan. Former European champion, runner-up in the 2019. All right, so a skier capable of tricking over 10,000 points. He's about to take to the water. A skier who has competed for the Florida Southern College Moccasins in National Collegiate Water Ski Competition. And did so rather successfully. This is Tanguy Dayan. All right, waiting for the boat to get up to speed, which it has. Zero off system, very efficient in that regard. As we work our way in with Tanguy Dayan in the Open Men's Tricks in the Series 1. There we go, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Winding it on with the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, grabs the line, toe wake O. What does he have left? Toe wake lino, the trick that Pole Duplan Freiburg fell on. As he goes for the toe wake line back to backs. Oh, look at this. Stepping up over the line. Good skiing there for Tanguy Dayan. And certainly a very, very capable overall competitor. And these points vital to the French team effort going forwards. So we're about halfway down the list. We are exactly halfway down the list of trickers in the Series 1. We're going to see about getting some more scores put forward. So we've got 6 skiers remaining. So once we get some scores, at least in this stage of the game, then we'd have a better idea of what it will take for our remaining skiers to make it through to the men's tricking final, which will take place tomorrow. Just great trick skiing there from start to finish. Very consistent there. There's Mario Pagozzi at the helm of that towboat. Let's have a look at the point scores currently as it stands. Dominic Kuhn with 83.90, Luis Nogueira with 74.50, Marek Murnek of Slovakia with 73.60. Velimati Antilla with 7,090. Those are the only 4 skiers right now to have tricked over 7,000 points. An impressive effort there from Mikolauchenko from Ukraine with his score upwards towards 7,000, scoring 6,730. Currently in 6th place is Florian Paff with 57.70. So those are your tricking scores, a sample of. And of course, there's still that 30-minute review period to take place after the trick sheets become available for inspection by the coaches and the skiers themselves. We haven't seen much in the way of changes made to the women's tricking scores from yesterday, but there's still that possibility in the men's competition. There we go. There's the flip twist. Oh, look at this half jack. Beautifully executed maneuver there. There's the flip twist back. There's the flip twist back reverse. What does he have left? Straight up front flip. Oh, and he threw everything into that one and got really discombobulated off the top of the wake and into the landing on that MK1 from good skis. But getting good elevation there with the Mo back and also with its a reverse. Good spin in the air. Half jack there with the front flip, with the half twist from back to front. Flip twist back reverse. Has a good handle on these as he works his way into the front flip. However, didn't quite have the type of spin and the type of solidity necessary to make that trick work for him. So that is Tanguy Dayon. All right then, so we are 5 skiers away from ending the men's elimination round in the tricks event. Our next skier to go with a personal best of over 10,000 points. Coming to us out of Italia, it is Edoardo Morenzi. All right, here we go, Edoardo Morenzi. Coming in on his first of 2 20-second runs. It's going to be toe tricks first. We'll see what kind of tempo he can establish here. And it's going to be a high tempo because he's decided to go with the toe 5 back for his opening move. Elected not to go with the toe 7. Here he goes. High tempo there. Toe 5 back. Toe 8 back to back. Toe 8 back to back reverse. Surface toe back to backs. Winding into the toe 5 front. Toe 8 go. Deciding not to go with the toe surface turns of 360 degrees front to front. There we go. Toe 8 line back. Toe 8 line back to back to the front. Oh, and he loses his balance towards the end with about 2 or 3 seconds remaining on his first pass of toes. Still not completely out of the reckoning yet. He's got the handle pass to come. But Edoardo Morenzi getting off to a good start with the toe tricks. But looking strong there at the beginning. Continuing to get good elevation there with the toe wake lino. There we go with the toe wake line back, the toe wake line back to back. And using some good control there with the toe foot. A little bit of a slide there coming into land as he gets prepared to try something along the lines of a toe wake line, toe wake line 5 back. We're bringing Eduardo Morenzi to the end, and we will rejoin him right after this. All right, then. So working our way towards the end of Men's Series 2 tricks. We've got about six skiers from the end. We've got Eduardo Morenzi, our 6th skier from the end of the Men's Series 1 tricks. We should have a fairly good idea of what it will take to make it through to the men's trick final. The 12 that will make it. Here comes Eduardo Morenzi. Second and final 20-second pass. Let's see what he's got on offer. Here he goes. He will twist to the back. Here's the mode back-to-back, which he nails. Here's the mode back-to-back reverse. Beautifully executed so far. Half jack to the front. There we go. The flip twist to the back. Here he goes with... No, he goes for the front flip. He's not messing around here. He's got some great tricks in his repertoire, and he's using all of them to try and make it through to the men's trick final, including the 5 back and the 5 front. And yes, good recovery skiing there from Eduardo Morenzi. Fell fairly close to the end with the toe tricks, and I would suspect that may be enough to see him through to the men's trick final. Probably not with the score that he would ultimately desire to have, but whatever it takes. Mode back-to-back in each direction. Half jack to the front. Front flip with the half twist from back to front to initiate the move. There's a front flip. And I was anticipating that he was going to hold his flips there, but no, he had one more in his bag. 2 front flips. A little off axis there with the ski line O. And to the back, to the ski line 5 front. And scintillating tricks towards the end there with 540-degree spins to cap off a superb effort there on pass number 2. So that's Eduardo Morenzi, former European tricking champion. In 2nd place at the Junior Masters in that same event. Is certainly a viable contender for overall honors if he can keep up this pace. All right then, so skier about to take to the water right now is an experienced athlete coming to us from Belgium. This now is Olivier Forton. Not too sure what the exact age is of Olivier Forton, but it's safe to say he's definitely in his 40s. Ski line 5 front is going to be the first trick, which indeed it is. There's the ski line O, ski line O reverse, ski line back, goes for the front flip, nails that one, Regular backflip, and it's reverse. 3 more flips he can do. Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back, reverse. Does he go for the mo? No, he doesn't. Oh, he recovers from that trick, does a double wake back, and goes down in the water after his first of 2 20-second passes. A good sprightly start here for Olivier Fortin. Just keeping things on an even keel on that 43-inch trick ski. I like that front flip. He gets elevation with and lands with room to spare. Including that flip twist back, which was superbly on point. Just getting a little bit dragged. Tries the 180 to the back, and I suspected that that he was out of time anyway, so the fall wasn't all that detrimental. So there, he's on top of the water, now getting ready for the second and final 20-second pass. Is actually on the back of the boat, and we'll return to action right after this. All right, returning to live action, we have got Olivier Fortin. Has a personal best of well in excess of 10,000 points. It's closer to 11 as far as I can recall. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. There we go, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake-o. Does he go for the toe wake line-o? Yes, sir, he does. To the back, toe wake line, back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. He nails that one shut too. And essentially two stand-up runs there for Olivier Fortin. He'll be pleased with that. Yes, you can see the smile very, very visible, and the relief very palpable there for Olivier Fortin. So take a look at that pass again with our instant replay, and just look at some of the highlights that were a part of that trick run as we get ready now for Nicholas Benatti to take to the water for Italia. So right, loading up an additional ski in the boat along with the additional line. That will be for his handle pass because judging by what I see on the dock, Nicholas Benatti will be starting off his effort out there with the toe ski first. All right, so Nicholas Benatti just getting settled into the water and getting ready for his 2 20-second passes. All right, so just getting the boat speed set. This appears to be a toe 7 front for starters. Keeping that toe foot close to a standing leg. There we go. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to backs. There we go. Toe 5 front, toe 0 in, toe 0 straight. Oh, toe 8 line 5 back. That's the first time we've seen that trick successfully performed in these championships thus far. Toe 8 line back to back. Yeah, there you go. Great effort there from Nicholas Benatti. I do stress that that toe 8 line 5 back was the first time we've successfully seen it performed, because Elena Thompson in the previous round of the women's elimination competition attempted that particular trick, but her heel strap gave way and unfortunately fell on that one. No such instance there for Nicholas Benatti, as he worked his way through the initial tricks with very high tempo and extremely good balance here, as he works his way with the toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Now, ordinarily from here, you would expect to see a toe 8 go, but no, he switches it up to a toe 8 line 5 back. Then to the front, a couple of sides. Does he have anything more? You betcha he does. Toe 8 line back to back, toe 8 line back to back reverse, and then towards the end, some brilliant skiing there from Nicholas Benatti from Italia. And we will return to Nicholas Benatti with his second and final pass of handle tricks next.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Okay, so Nicholas Benatti getting ready for his run, just slipping into the water and getting ready for pass number 2. His father is in the boat, Claudio Benatti. And they work out of the Jolly Ski facility, which is about a couple of hours away, maybe closer to 3 if you're rather conservative on the gas pedal. Out towards Brescia, the home of the San Gervasio Pro-Am. Here we go. This is Nicholas Benatti spinning towards the back. There we go. Mo back to back. Similar to some of the passes that we've seen before. There's the front flip. Here he comes with the front flip reverse. He's 4 flips in. There's the 5th one. Flip twist back, and it's reverse. He's expended his flips. There we go with the ski line O, ski line back to back. King continuing to roll with the ski line back, and it's reverse to the back. Yeah, there you go. Fist bump there aplenty for Nicholas Benatti of Italia, standing up on both runs. And I see a smattering of supporters here. I see Eduardo Morenzi, I see Bea, I see Alice, and I see Martina, all highly approving of that effort there, courtesy of Nicholas Benatti. And we'll have a look on the instant replay and see how he did it. Started off with a twist towards the back and then goes in for the Mo back-to-back and its reverse, getting good elevation in both instances. Then towards the front flip. Beautifully crafted, and its reverse as well. Looked pretty much a mirror image of each other. There we go. There's the flip twist back, and there was its reverse. So after that, those were the 6 flips that you had. There's the ski line O, a twist to the back, ski line back to back, and I believe he had enough left over to do the ski line back reverse. And good skiing all the way through there for Nicholas Benatti. I'm sure he's through to the next round of the competition. And with that, we await our next competitor to take to the water. It will be, I believe, Pierre Ballon is our next competitor, and we'll take a quick breather and get ready for Pierre Ballon, who is certainly one of the most enduring elite trickers here in this part of the world. Here we go. Quick transition from one skier to the next, and we find Pierre Ballon of France. Here he comes. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse. Very, very cagey here. Toe 5 front, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Look at these toe wake line tricks, getting good elevation there. Toe wake line 5 back, he nails that one. Shut 2, toe wake line back. Oh my word! How does he stay on top of the water with those 2 toe wake line back-to-back tricks? Remarkable effort there, getting each of those tricks within time. Certainly not the most stable or comfortable trick skiing you'll ever see, but it is extremely effective nonetheless. Toe 5 front. Toe wake O at the first instance there. Toe wake line O, and what does he produce from here? Toe wake line back, and then he spins in for the remainder of his tricks. Toe wake line front, and then he really winds it on. Toe wake line 5 back, straight up, and then goes in for the toe wake line back to back, and barely gives himself enough time to recover before he goes in for the reverse toe wake line back to back and spins to the front. That is all she wrote there on pass number 1, and he gets ready for pass number 2, and we'll bring that to you live next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then. So continuing right along, and we work our way towards the end of the men's tricks elimination round. If we can take a look at the scores, it's getting really, really tight towards the top. Dominic Cood with 83.90, Luis Nogueira with 74.50, Marek Monek of Slovakia with a 73.60, and we still have some scores remaining. Just to bear in mind that any score that's projected to be over 10,000 points is subject to an immediate video review, which is why those scores are not quite available at this time. There we go. Look at these flips from one side to the next. Flip twist back. There we go. There's the ski line back to back. Does he have anything more? Ski line O to the back. Wake 5 front. There we go. Oh, that's the full front to front mob. Ski line O at the end. Great skiing there from Pierre Ballon. And rolling back the years and coming through with an exceptional performance. And he just shrugs his shoulders in as much to say, well, it's just another Friday. Slips into the dock like a walk in the park. There we go. Pierre Ballon barely having enough time to get his breath. So Pierre Ballon, who these days is trains out of Nancy in France, right there next to the French Alps. And I'm sure that that he has some fans there watching on this webcast. So we're getting ready for our one of our last skiers to take to the water. Should be Louis Duplan Freiburg. But we still have Danilo Filchenko to take to the water. He comes to us out of Ukraine. And a skier who has ascended as high as third in the men's overall competition in the World Championship level and has done similarly good work in the European Championship level himself. Certainly a viable challenger for overall honors here. And we'll wait to see him take to the water in the jump event, which is his favorite discipline out of the three, but he's no slouch on the tricks course either. We'll wait to see what he can do. Coming to us out of Dnipro in Ukraine, this is going to be Danilo Filchenko. Here we go. This now is Danilo Filchenko. Twist to the back. There we go. The mode back to back. We've seen that plenty of times before. There's its reverse. There's a flip. There's the flip twist back. A little on the back of the ski. It's starting to chatter a little bit as he goes in for the flip twist back. Slows down for the ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Does he have anything more? Ski line O to the back. Ski line back to back. Slips over the line. Shuts it down towards the end, and he goes through that first of two 20-second runs there from Danilo Filchenko, coming to us out of the Ukraine, who certainly had more than his fair share of struggles just to even make it here to these championships. He's traveled to places as far afield as Birmingham, Alabama, to compete in the World Games, where he placed second in this particular event and won the jump event in that same weekend. And Danilo Filchenko just trying to put all of that to one side, just trying to use his best tricking instinct to go from one trick to the next, which included the ski line 5 back, and then he goes for the ski line 5 front, one after the other. Some great high-tempo stuff. The ski line O towards the end, a slip towards the back there, ski line back to back, almost went out to the side there, but it looked fairly good on the grand scheme of things. And when we return, we will see Danilo Filchenko attempt his toe tricks next. All right then, so Danilo Filchenko coming into the course, and Danilo Filchenko himself was actually the subject of an episode in the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify and all the other podcasting platforms you can think of. There we go. Look at this. Look, he is absolutely insane out there with the speed of his spins there with his toe tricks. Hard to catch up, which includes the toe wake line 5 back, toe wake line back to back. It's reverse. Continuing on with the toe wake line front to the back to the front. He's got some throwaway tricks towards the end, and yes, absolutely. Getting all the way through that pass, and that is going to be way in excess of 10,000 points and eligible for an immediate video review to determine how much he scored ultimately. But there you go. That's the toe 5 back. You definitely need instant replay just to catch up with the speed that he was able to produce with the toe tricks. But there we go, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, then goes in for the toe wake O. Bulks out on doing the toe wake line 5 back. However, he does the toe wake line O, knows what it will take to make it through to the next round of the competition and not prepared to chance it for a toe wake line 5 back going from inside to out. However, he did produce that trick coming from outside to in, and continued on with 2 more tricks which consisted of the toe wake line back to back and some toe sides at the end. Whew, you have to catch your breath after that one, don't you? All right then, that was Danielo Filchenko, and as I mentioned just before he went out and skied, you can listen to him and find out what his perspectives are on the current situation right now that's befallen his country of Ukraine, and many other topics by going to the TWBC podcast. You can check up on it by going to Spotify or to Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts or wherever you happen to listen to your podcast. And in addition to all of that, the podcast, the latest podcast with Manon Costar is about to drop any second now. So if you've got Spotify, you'll be able to listen to the latest from Manon Costar as she gets ready for the women's slalom elimination round. All right then, now our last skier to take to the water is going to be Louis Duplan-Fribourg. Here we go, Louis Duplan-Fribourg coming in. Twist to the back, Mo back. We've seen this plenty of times before, but he decided not to bulk out on the reverse mob, to go with the half jack instead. Look at him go with the flip twist to the back. Here he goes with the ski line back to back, traveling across the wake, losing time as a result. Ski line 5 front, what does he have remaining? There's the front flip. Does he have anything more at the end? It's an inverted wake, ski line O. And a good effort there from Louis Duplan-Fribourg, and certainly some great tricking there from him. No two ways about it. Wow, just some great trick skiing there all the way through. I don't care who you are, but I mean, this is some absolutely scintillating stuff. Can't help but be impressed. And just setting the boat speed up at a high speed, requiring him to trick at a high tempo to be able to get the edge necessary to perform such tricks as that front flip towards the end. The ski line O, and then and then he just bounces off the top of that second wake and does a simple wake O to produce an absolutely fantastic ending. And with that, as he transitions from one pass to the next, we'll step aside for a few seconds, and then we'll return just in time. You won't miss a thing. All right, so Louis Duplan-Fribourg from France, and Very much part of the picture so far as the French team are concerned in the team overall competition. And once we get done with the men's jumping competition, we'll have a pretty darn good idea of how the team standings are fair between themselves and their nearest rivals, which we speculate to be the team from Italy. But for the French, they are looking very, very intently to see what Louis Duplon-Freiberg can do with his second and final 22nd pass. Now, does he wrap it? Yes, he wraps in for a toe 7 front. Let's see what he can do with this. Still has a fairly high boat speed, which explains the reason why the two tops of the wakes are very, very close together, skiing rather narrow towards the back of the boat. Toe wake O, toe wake line O coming up. Does he have anything more? Toe wake line back, steadies himself, toe wake line back to back, recovers well for the reverse. To the front, toe wake line 5 back, and he goes down on that one. I'm sure that the point score he would have achieved as a result of that performance would have been enough to send him through, but it will not be the top score because there have been plenty of other trick skiers that have gone through both of their 22nd passes and thus put themselves in the best position possible to end up with the top spot after the elimination round. But for his part, Louis Duplon-Freiberg just working his way towards the end and really tried his hardest to get the toe wake line 5 back. Toe wake line 5 back, I would say, but starting off from the front, getting the elevation, but unfortunately just not enough rotation there to send that trick to the back in time for him to stabilize it and ski it out. All right, then, we have got a whole slew of tricking scores, starting off with, and let me remind you once again, these are provisional scores. They are not official quite yet, and they will not be official until the end of the 30-minute review period after the availability of the tricks sheets comes for the skiers, okay? So, number 1 is Nicholas Bonatti so far with 11,180 points. Pierre Ballon with 10,610 points. Eduardo Morenzi currently in third with 9,300 points. Dominic Kuhn with 8,390. Paul Duplon-Freiberg, exactly the same score. Very rare you see that with 8,390. Tanguy Dayon with 78,40. Luis Nogueira with 74,50. He out of Series 2. Marek Milnik from Slovakia with 73,60. Veli-Matti Antila with 7,900 points. Vincenzo Marino with 68,70. Mikhailichenko with 67,30. And in 12th place right now, but we're still waiting on some scores to come through, is Ernst Tui Nielsen with still 3 scores outstanding. The 3 scores outstanding. So, based upon that, with just simple mathematics, a score of 7,090 points provisionally puts Veli-Matti Antila from Finland through to the men's trick final. So, provisionally, I would say congratulations to him. So we're just looking for Olivier's, Daniello's, and Louis Duplon-Freiberg scores. So we're going to swap boats right now. We're going to go into a commercial break as we get ready for the Women's Slalom Series 2 and then followed on with Series 1. And then a little bit later on this afternoon, then we will go full force into the jump event. This is the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. And we will be back right after these.
skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, good morning and welcome here to Recetto for the continuation of the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Matteo Ianni, and good to have you on board.
Nice to be here with you, Tony.
Indeed, indeed. And we've got the Open Women's Slalom Elimination round. We've got two series of skiers, and we've got this list, which will consist of Metta Laami from Finland, followed by Elena Ahama in the second spot after her. Then Helene Fogh of Denmark, along with Kim Niederbaumer. Then Sandra Gustafsson and Florentia Lucidou of Cyprus. Then Marie Vipranetseva of Greece, and Thea Granos of Norway, followed by Julie Fay of Switzerland. All right, first competitor out. It's Metta Laami.
Metta, a member of the Great Laami family.
Oh yeah,
an institution in Finland. She's starting at the moment at
18.25 meters at 55K.
Perfect. So her personal best is 2 at 13. We remind people that unfortunately Utah wasn't able to come to this tournament and compete in the jump event, I think due to an unfortunate injury.
Okay.
So, but Mette is here, and she ran her first pass.
Yeah, indeed, 18.25 meters at 55. Looked a fairly conservative-looking pass. Nothing out the ordinary. Too much happened on that particular run.
She says on her bio, "Hi to my family," and lots of hearts and smiley faces. So we have to convey that.
Indeed. So
to the Laamis.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think of the conditions?
Conditions looking good. Not too much wind. If it is blowing anywhere, it's going to be a little bit of a crosswind, going right to left off the dock.
It happens sometimes here in the morning, especially end of August, beginning of September. You have this slight wind. It's sort of headwind at the first pass, but mostly cross coming from, let's say, first pass, you have it in front of your head going to number 1. So it's going to be pushing towards number 1 in this pass coming back to the dock.
Right, getting to a little bit above her here on 16 meters, but managing to keep the ski down off the rooster hump. gets around all 6 buoys on the 16-meter line. No worries there for the most part. That is Metalami.
Does the new boat have a rooster? No, it doesn't.
Oh, a little bit. Every boat does.
It's very slight. The new boat seem to have a slightly bigger wake. Compared to the 200. What's your feeling? Have you skied behind the new one?
Yeah, I've skied behind the new boat, you know, and yeah, I really do like the wake. You know, I mean, it's pretty soft. You know, it's easy to carve through. You know, and it's.
Well, at short line, it's perfect. But
oh yeah.
At the 16 and 14, it feels slightly bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I've just seen other skiers and amateurs ski behind it as well. And it feels like it's slightly bigger at 16 and 14. And then it's like buttery smooth and flat at 14 and 13 and so on.
All right then. So let's have a look and see what Metalami has in store for us with the second pass. This now is 14.25 meters. Rolls the ski over.
Remind people watching that her PB is 2 at 13. So.
Yeah, so I mean, if she makes it through this pass and has a decent stab on the next one, then we could be looking at personal best territory. But at the moment, just letting herself roll down course there on 14.25 meters and unable to run the pass. So it looks like it's going to be, I would say, 5 there. She was inside on number 6.
Was she? I couldn't see well.
Yeah, it certainly looked like number 6 she was inside of, but... yeah, so she got 5 buoys there. It looks like our confirmation from the judges very quick in arriving there. But just getting a little bit bogged down and getting a little bit strung out towards number 3.
She was fine up until here.
Yeah, and just got stood up and just couldn't get her edges back on and tried to make a play on number 6, but nothing was doing. All right, then. So our first score out is going to be 5 on 14.25 meters, and that's the score that the others are going to chase, starting with Elena Ahama. So there, our boat driver. Who's our boat driver there, Matteo?
It's Tito.
Tito.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's been an amazing driver for decades now.
Yeah.
Well, he's he's like 60 years old. He doesn't look that, right?
No, he doesn't.
Look at the shot.
Doesn't
there.
look a day over 40.
That's a very good-looking 60 years old, right?
Yeah.
Tito? You can probably hear us.
Probably.
So now in the water, Elena from Austria. She's 20 years old. She's won a couple of medals at the European Championships under 21 in the jump event, and her personal best in slalom is 2.5 at 13.
All right, so we'll look forward to seeing something along those lines so far as the performance is concerned. We have 9 skiers in this Women's Series 2. In Women's Series 1, there are 14 skiers, so calculating who could potentially make it through as early as Series 2 is probably putting the cart way before the horse at this time.
But I think historically running 12
is normally a score good enough to make it through to the next round.
Make it to the next round. Elena's personal best is 2.5 at 13, so she would have to improve her PB by a wide margin, I would say, to be able to get into the finals. But from what I understand, she's she's a jumper, most of all. After all, she's Austrian.
Indeed, indeed, and from the Ahama family, Carla Ahama was certainly a prominent jumping athlete way back in the latter part of the 80s, early part of the 90s. And so far as our trends go, 1.5 buoys at 11.25 meters represented a tie for skiers making it through to the next round of the competition. The last time the European Championships took place.
So will we have a black hole at 1 at 11, like we did at 2 at 1075? Or
maybe.
Coming back at 14, Elena
Ahama certainly not lacking in power. Just a little bit on the short side so far as her height is concerned. Which might... Oh, and loads up off number 4 and just couldn't really keep a good, solid grip on the handle.
She's mild and she probably knows this is not her favorite event, slaloming. So she probably looks forward to
jumping more than anything else, yeah.
But yeah, she's indulging a bit too much on the back of the ski, which is usually when people ski, going in the back is like a go-to to feel more stable because it feels safer. You lose a bit of speed, but that's the thing. You don't get enough speed.
Yeah.
You kill the speed, and you're not in control of the ski when it turns. You want to engage the tip of the ski throughout the change of edge, throughout the turn, so that the ski doesn't lose speed.
All right, so there we see with the instant replay getting around buoy number 3 and just handle up a little bit high, and when the line got tighter, it got away from her. So that was Elena Ahama. All right then, this is Elaine Ho from Denmark. So coming in, opening pass, which I believe is going to be at 28 off. This might be a little bit different. Looking at her go. This is Helene Hoge from Denmark, doing a fine job. And if she runs through this pass, she'll take the lead by that measure. We'll just get confirmation whether that was indeed 14.25 meters. Yeah, it was 14.25 meters. So she has taken the lead relatively soon after she got on top of the water. Having not seen anyone before her get anywhere close to running 14.25 meters. So right now, the leaderboard as it stands out of our skiers that have had complete sets, Metalami with 5 at 14.25 meters and 3.5 at 14.25 meters is possessed by Elena Ahama. But I can tell you that the skier on the water right now, Elaine Hoge Sorensen from Denmark, has run 14.25 meters on the opener. We'll see what she can conjure up by way of an encore on pass number 2. So now, here we go. This is Kim Helen. No, this isn't quite Kim Helen. This is Helene Hoge.
Yeah, exactly.
Of Denmark. I believe skis out at the Vallensbæk facility, like many in her country, and doing a great job there.
She's the Scandinavian under-21 champion of the 2017, 18, and 19. And national champion, the open division as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, interesting to know. So she's gotten through the first and second passes, 14 and 13 back-to-back. So now she can start to wind it on and put some pressure on the skiers to come, which will feature Kim Niederbaumer along with Sandra Gustafsson, Florentia Luizadu, then Marie Vipranyetsova, then Tea Granos and Julie Fay. So,
what do you think of her style?
Yeah, not looking too bad at all. Looked very, very comfortable out there. Didn't seem to be at all perturbed by the situation that she's in right now. Let's see what she can do on the 12-meter line. On the blue loop.
Her PB is 2.5, so anything more than that is going to be a personal best.
This is Helena Sorensen. Oh! Just not getting the kind of gate shot and start necessary to continue on with that run. So that is Helene Hoeg Sorensen of Denmark. Just losing a bit of angle, losing a bit of width into buoy number 1, and just ended up not having the best of starts. So it's going to be something we project to be one buoy at 13 meters, actually one on 12 meters, I beg your pardon.
So you see there the lack of pressure on the water with her legs is what is forcing her to pull so long to number 1 and to the second buoy. So you want to avoid that. Unlike many people say, it's not about changing edge early. A skier doesn't have the ability to change edge at will. It's all based on the amount of pressure that you apply on the ski relative to the pull of the boat. And the change of edge then becomes automatic. So you cannot tell a skier to just change edge quickly or sooner or earlier. It comes through a process of applying pressure on the water with your legs. If that pressure is not there, the change of edge is not going to happen.
All right you are, as we continue to rock right along with the Women's Series 2 Slalom. We're on to competitor number 4. We've got Kim Niederbaumer from Germany.
Quando puoi,
Sorensen didn't have the correct flag on it. I was just wondering if he had trouble transposing. All right, so let's see what our next skier is capable of producing. She's about to leave the dock, and it's Kim Niederbaumer, who graduated from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette and is now going into postgraduate studies at the Catholic University of Milano, where she will continue on her studies with courses presented exclusively in English.
Yeah, that's a big university.
It is.
Europeans go there.
All right, there we go, round all 6 buoys, and opening pass, I believe that was at 14.25 meters. We'll get a check on that. But yes, Kim Niederbaumer.
I'm looking through her previous scores. I've seen the score in 2019 of 1 at 11, which seems to be, well, even this year, 1 at 11, seems to be her personal best. I might be wrong. I didn't go through the previous years.
And obviously, if she can get a little bit deeper than that, then it could potentially put her in a situation where she might be skiing on Saturday.
Yeah, and 1 at 11, we've said it's historically a result that could be enough, or at least enough with a runoff to get into the finals. And if she sets a result like that right now, I bet you that the next skiers are going to see that as the unofficial cut and start orbiting around that score.
All right, here we go. This is Kim Niederbaumer of Germany. Rolls the ski over. Handle up a little bit high off number 1, which could be a cause for concern if she ends up replicating that further down the
down course there.
Down course. There you go, round all 6. That is Kim Niederbaumer of Germany. We'll see what else she has in store for us with the remaining passes coming up. That's Kim Niederbaumer getting through 14 and now 13 meters. So some good skiing thus far.
We're obviously feeling the absence of a great German skier. Unfortunately, she got injured as well. Janina Bonemann, the best German overall skier of all time.
So obviously the Bonemann family suffering a little bit with injuries around about this time of year. That's
also
on that.
Also Carlotta, right?
Yeah, also Carla as well. And Janina absent here as well in this competition. On top of the injuries, she's also getting ready to walk down the aisle in a few weeks' time as well.
So coming back, 12 meters.
12 meters it is.
Off.
Yes, 35 feet off the standard 75-foot line. It's 40 feet remaining on that line, the equivalent to 12. Getting round number 1 and number 2. Oh, back on the ski. Now she's really going to have to fight this one out. Oh, and that ski. Oh, huge bad fall there coming into number 4. I mean, but that ski was just starting to get completely out of control, and she's not moving around in the water out there, which is a cause for concern.
That was a bad fall. She was struggling maintaining a stacked position, going to 2 to 3, and then obviously to 4, from 4 to 5. We cannot see her from here.
Just got and ski started to bounce and just tried to break that ski into a turn, and unfortunately it just ended up dumping her over the outside edge, and down she goes. That is Kim Niederbaumer. Didn't do too badly with the gates, just tried to hold her direction a little bit, but her execution of number 1 left her really, really down course on number 2. And then things started to break her the waist, and she just couldn't get into that good stacked position, as you said there.
Yeah. She's surely fine. I mean, the boat came back. We don't see her on the screen, but if the boat came back, it's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually people in the boat shouldn't rely on the hand being raised as all okay signal, because that's a PA, public announcement, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an automatic reflex by the skier. No matter what, the skier raises the hand. So out of caution, just always if the skier is fine.
All right,
thankfully
then.
She's fine, and we go ahead with
Sandra Gustafsson.
Sandra.
All right, then. So we've got on the water. This is Sandra Gustafsson.
Swedish skier.
Yep. And no relation to Thomas Gustafsson. No. His last name has just got 1 S, and Sandra's has got 2 S's.
Yeah, it's quite a common name there.
Yeah, indeed.
Her PB is 1 at 11. Again, so
there and thereabouts is that score.
She won twice the Swedish Open Championships, and as her hobby, she goes cross-country skiing and she loves hanging out and running with her dog, Jesper.
Nice.
Do you have a dog?
No, I don't.
You should. Yeah,
I can barely keep an eye on keep myself. You know, rather than a dog to complicate things.
It wouldn't stay alive for long.
No.
You wouldn't feed it.
Well, I would, but I mean, I just don't consider myself to be a pet owner.
But it would complicate traveling. You already travel with a lot of gear.
Yeah, that's a thing as well.
So Sandra, she ran effortlessly her first pass, as one would expect. She's coming back at 13.
All right, so 13 meters coming back for Sandra Gustafsson. We're about halfway down the list in Women's Series 2 Slalom. Not looking bad, getting a little bit broken over on a couple of these turns, but but just very, very cautious there with that second pass, and that was on 13 meters for Sandra Gustafsson.
I mean, I don't know, it could be the tension, you know, in a
Could
tournament
be.
like this. Europeans, you always overthink movements, but she needs to relax more and engage into a pull with a more stacked position.
There we go, just really dives that skier off number one turn and tries to get good cross-course action. But unfortunately, when she tries to do the same thing on number two, she ends up getting to be second best in that respect. Skiing actually better on her offside than she is on her onside right now. She's right foot forward, which would suggest that that the gate shot in 2 and 4 would be a best side turn, but for my money, her best turns right now that we've seen have been on a 1-3-5 side.
It happens to righties. It happens to righties much more than lefties.
Mm-hmm.
To do better onsides than better offsides than onsides. Coming back at 12. This is a must.
Oh, and 12 meters and getting half a buoy for that effort there on that particular run. So half on 12 meters.
So we were saying turning for right foot forward, it's quite common to have better 1-3-5s than the 2-4s compared to a lefty having better 2-4s. And I think it has to do with the gate. With the gate, you tend to set your rhythm straight and you're able to control the first buoy better. And no matter if you are a righty or a lefty. So you end up skiing a better one ball, no matter what, whether you're righty or lefty. And skiing a good one ball is sometimes detrimental for the two. Because you get everything all at once right after the turn on the backside of the buoy, and you don't take care of the pull going to 2 because you already are early. You are pulling not strong enough going to number 2, and that makes a worse number 2. That's usually why righties make better offside turns than left side turns.
All right you are. We'll continue right along. We've got skiers 6, 7, 8, and 9 to come in quick succession. Our next skier to take to the water is actually a scratch. Florentia Loisidou from Cyprus not on the dock, which means that our next competitor comes to us from Greece, and her name is Marie Vipranyetsova.
She comes from here. She trains here the whole summer.
Yes, indeed.
She needs no introduction, obviously. She's a super dominant jump skier, capable of jumping 55 meters and more.
Yes, indeed. As she jumped 52.9 meters yesterday to take the lead by a country mile in the women's jump event.
Yeah. And all this with basically a busted knee. I mean, her knee is
2 of them.
Yeah, it's in poor condition. So all the more impressive. She's also a great slalomer. She's capable of running 2 or 3 buoys at 11.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if she can do just that. Opens up with 28 off or 14.25 meters. You know, she didn't, she tricked nearly 1,400 points yesterday, as well as jumping 52.9 meters. And if she could get a halfway decent slalom score, then that will put her in with an outside chance of doing some severe damage to the overall competition at this time, being one of the very few skiers in this Open European Championships and among the women to actually compete in 3 events.
Arriva dentro un po' di traverso.
So there's Tito there getting ready for the next pass. It's going to be 13 meters. Now, boat settles in. Now she pulls out wide to line up with the buoy line on 2 and 4. Managing to break in to each of these turns and just being very patient at the end, waiting for the line to catch up with her, and then she drops the hammer. And there we go. That is Marie Vypranietsova getting through that particular run.
Well, you can tell she's a skier from my generation. Like, very hard turns, easier pulls, like giving everything quite early. It was a different time, different style of skiing.
Indeed.
But still very effective for Maria.
Almost getting bogged down a little bit off number 1, but she knew what was potentially going to happen if she pressed the issue, and but managing to get round all 6 buoys. Now Marie Vypranietsova, the current European women's slalom, jump, and overall champion, and part of the Greek over 35 team that won that gold medal in Greece not too long ago. A few weeks ago now, as a matter of fact. So Marie Vypranietsova, already a European champion in the over 35s, and looking to see if she can medal in the open competition. But a 12-meter pass coming up, pass that she realistically has to run to put herself in the frame of possibly putting her into the women's slalom. Getting broken over off number 1. Now she's going to have to hustle here. Round number 3, keeping everything moving forwards. There you go, round number 5. Does she make it round buoy? No, tries to make a play on 6, and a big mistake on 5. Basically robbed herself of the opportunity to run 35 off or 12 meters.
She got a wake-up call on number 1. But then after that, on number 2, she was already in it quite early. Saw that she broke a bit at the waist. But from this pool on, she was in the game, and she wasn't even struggling. Everything happened right there on number 5.
Exactly. Take a hard snap of the line, getting round buoy number 5, and just reared up on that ski. Then inside buoy number 6 there.
About the importance of controlling the tip of your ski in your offside turn. You have to stand on top of your front foot in order to control it. Otherwise, it could be a lottery. it could be a roulette. It might not turn if you don't have the exact speed you need. But if you're on top of the ski, you sort of control the ski no matter what.
Yeah.
But if you see here, Maria going to number 5, she's waiting on the back, and the ski does its thing, which is not what Maria wanted it to do.
All right, so that score for Marie Vepranyetsova is enough for the lead, though. It's 5 on 12 meters. It's good enough for the lead score right now as we work our way down towards the end of the Series 2. As we look out towards the dock, and we should find a skier from Norway. It is Tia Granos, skiing out of Seap, in Skarnes in Norway. That facility held the Skarnes Pro-Am competition, the Slorstad Pro-Am competition, as part of the Water Ski Pro Tour.
How was it up there?
Didn't attend the event itself, but I did watch quite a bit of it via the webcast that they had there for that tournament. And here we go. This is 28 off, or 14.25 meters for Tia Granos. Looking in good shape. Taking an aggressive approach there to her opening run, and it yields a good 6 buoy pass there on 14.25 meters. That is Tia Granos.
So it's a bit cloudy for Italian standards. It's sort of chilly summer day, but I think for Tia it's a hot summer day with boiling hot water for Norwegian standards.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit. Yeah, I would imagine that that Seap is pretty cold. It was certainly pretty cold at the European Championships when it was held there in 2011, where I was present with. And I mean, seeing the first time that Manon Costara actually produced a win in the European Women's Slalom Championship way back then.
The water makes a big difference, obviously, the temperature of the water. So I don't know how much practice she gets in hot water during the summertime.
Well, she does actually spend a little bit of time over at San Gervasio, over at Jolly Ski as well. So she does have that going for her.
Very solid pull.
Yes, very measured.
Well, I like the way she skis.
Yeah, so do I. So
what do you prefer to ski in hot water or cold water?
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent?
Yeah. I don't mind either one, if I'm being honest. You know, I just go out there after about a pass. Everything should dial itself in. I've skied in extreme hot in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I've skied in extreme cold, like at Prince's during the winter.
Are you in the camp of people that like to tune the fin and the wings based on the temperature of the water?
I've never really gone into for all of that myself. I mean, I just set the fin on default and set about.
You probably didn't have adjustable fins back then.
No, oh yeah, we had the adjustable fins back then, but I just decided just to run a default fin setting, and maybe about 3-4 degrees of wing. And just made the adjustment bodily.
Tia coming back at 12. This is an important pass. We liked her 13th pass. She was strong and solid, and we liked the stack position behind the boat.
And not getting much of either.
You know, being so forward during the turn, it's important because you can control the tip of the ski, but sometimes it lightens up the tail, and that's what has happened here.
That's right.
Obviously, she was not in the best spot with the best speed there. I'm not saying that if she stayed slightly further back, she would have gotten away with it, but it's a balancing act, skiing, especially offside turning. Being in the right spot all the way through.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at her getting around number 2 and just taking the snap of the line and just trying to press on that ski, and much the same as Kim Helen. You know, she just started to overreact and try to play happy feet with the ski, and the ski just wasn't having it. So,
you know what would be fun to know fin settings.
Yeah,
like some skiers are secretive about the fin settings, the best skiers. So some people might not want to give out.
Some people are secretive about their fins, full stop. I mean, there's a ski around in the United States.
But it would be really fun watching the numbers and see how the ski reacts for the skiers. But because what if that fin was too long? It could have been too long.
Could have been.
Because usually you don't want a fin setting that at whatever slight forward movement blows out the tail.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably want a shorter fin and deeper. But,
yes.
You know, these are pure speculation. But if we had the numbers, we could have said that was probably because of the fin that was too long.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean,
or the bindings being too forward. I don't know.
Too forward, too far back, you know, and all of that kind of stuff, you know. So here we go. Got our next skier, our last skier to go in Women's Series 2 Elimination Round Slaloming. We've got Julie Fay. So Julie Fay out of Switzerland. Aged 18. Let's see what she's got.
She's got a PB of 2:11. We can start with that.
If she can get anywhere close to 11.25 meters, then that would set a cat amongst the pigeons. We've got currently on the list in Women's Series 1, we have, 14 skiers?
Yeah.
And 12 go through to the next round. So a lot could potentially happen. So, some good skiing there, and Julie Fay, 4th place finisher in the women's slalom in the U21 World European Championships that just took place in Austria.
She cites as sponsors McDonald's Switzerland and her parents.
Sounds good. Although maybe just lay off the Big Mac or two.
Well, you can still eat decently,
a salad.
like a salad.
Yeah, exactly.
Like chicken salad.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah. It all depends on your metabolism.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. All right, then. So, we've got Julie Fay. She's loving it.
You have to put it there.
Yeah, indeed.
So we can see quite a distinct counter rotation, like her free arm moving back quite a bit.
And that's something that you spoke a little bit about yesterday, and I'm sure that you'll talk a little bit about the current trends in slalom skiing, moving away from counter rotation.
Oh, of course, these are personal preferences, so you cannot make a broad generalization. But it's really working. Probably that's the way she wants to ski, and that's the way she feels more comfortable and stable on the ski. But shooting the arm back there sometimes can get you off balance, and you don't want that. Back in the days, it was helpful because it initiates. It could initiate a very abrupt turn. That was good back then when we skied with perfect pass. So you could like counter-rotate. The ski would turn a lot. You would have just to hold that pull to get to the other side. But now you want to just turn smoothly and then pull hard, as the good old Jack Travers always said, hard pulls, easy turns. He said it before perfect pass, and it's true today. Hard pulls, easy turns.
All right, let's have a look. Okay, so Julie Fay has gotten through 14 of 13. This is now 12.
I think that's 13. I don't know.
Haven't seen anyone going on 16 meters quite yet, but
if we can get confirmation, that was 13. Yeah, I could see the green on the screen, so that was 13.
All right, let's have a look and see once again on 13 meters. Just rolls in very, very nicely indeed into that edge change on buoy number 1, and just trying to maintain some good rhythm out there. Absolutely critical that you establish that early on, and try not to move, not to deviate too much from that set game plan. So Julie Fay, 12 meters coming up. She knows anything more than 5 on 12 meters will give her the lead going into Women's Series 1. And our first skier in Women's Series 1 is already limbering up and getting warmed up. It is Elena Thompson. Let's have a look. Pushing her way out wide. Entrance gate number 1. Looking good.
A bit narrow there.
Just a little, but she's still, and looks like it's going to be 2.5 there from our perspective. The same score that Tia Granals conjured up with her performance on 12 meters. So that is Julie Fay with 2.5 on 12 meters, which means that the Series 2 competition ends up with a best score of 5 on 12 from Marie Vyprenetseva. And not the best of starts here on 12 meters there, Matteo.
I think as I'm seeing Series 1 and the score, the leading score that we have right now, I would venture to say that probably we, this year, could have a cut that is slower than the usual 1 at 11. So the 5 at 12 that was put out there by Maria could well be enough to get into the finals. That's obviously pure speculation because that's early to say anything definitive about this, but I'm getting that feeling. Aren't you?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, I mean, as we get further and further down the line, and every single attempt to wrench the lead away from Marie Vyprenetseva yields a score less than that. You know, you just kind of get the sense that maybe the cut line this time around isn't going to be quite as high as it has been in previous years. There we go. Women's slalom leaderboard. Marie Vyprenetseva with 5 on 12 meters. Kim Niederbaumer with 5.25 on 12. Tia Granals with 2.5 on 12. The same score as Julie Fay. And Helen Hoag with 1 on 12 representing the top 5. We will continue on to the Women's Slalom Series 1 in just moments as we continue on with the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships right here live from Recetto in Italy. And we'll be back right after these.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome. This is the continuing coverage of the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships. And here's our leaderboard after the Series 2. Marie Vepranyetsova in the lead with 5 on the 12-meter line. Kim Niederbaumer with 4 1/4. Taya Granaus with 2 1/2, the same score as Julie Fay. And in 5th place right now, Helen Hoeg with 1 on 12. We've got our Series 1 slalomers. Starting off with Elena Thompson. Continuing on with Zuzana Orakova. Followed by Lily Steiner, Katarina Vrabkova. Then Nicola Kuhn, Ines Angwano, Chiara Bonneman, Penela Grobe, Patrizia Yanni, Alicia Bagnoli, Celine Detry, Gina Kruger, and then finally Manon Costar.
So we have kind of a comeback of a legend of our sport.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With
Elena,
with Elena Thompson, who
Thompson, Milakova. I mean, some people like the old guard might have the original last name reminded.
But no matter which way you cut it, I mean, she won 5 World Championship titles between 1997 and 2001. The jump and the overall title in 97, the overall title in 1999, and the jump and overall title back in 2001, the last time that she skied in the World Championships.
One could say that she likes winning titles here in Italy, because 2 of those 3 World Championships
were right here.
One in Idroscalo in Milan and one right here in Recetto.
Mm-hmm.
So she's familiar with the place. She won the Worlds 21 years ago.
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah.
And she's still skiing really good.
Yeah, skiing exceptionally well, as a matter of fact. I mean, she was about 2 tricks away from a trick in over 7,000 points yesterday. She was just 1 broken heel strap away from getting the toe wake line 5 back.
And she landed it. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah, it was.
It just broke.
Just broke.
Unfortunately, that is old school, like OG tricking.
Mm-hmm. And certainly, we're looking forward to seeing her perform later on. She's definitely gonna make an appearance in the tricking and the jumping finals, as she jumped well enough yesterday to do that on her first attempt to make it through to the jump finals, and followed on with some consistent jumping with the remaining 2 attempts. Now let's see if she can attack the slalom course in this her her least favored event out of the three.
She wants to put out there a good score for the overall event. She's a contender for that. So anything beyond mid 12, it's going to be a very good result for the overall event. Like a 3 or a 4. Not only that, 3 or 4 could even be enough to get into the finals.
Could well be. Absolutely. We'll see what shapes up here with Elena Thompson from Switzerland. On top of her successes at World Championship level, she has medaled and won European titles, not only in the Open. Oh no! And goes down on buoy number 1.
That's tragic.
It is, and that essentially robs her of any chance at all of finishing high in the overall competition.
No way. Look at
And if
that.
there's... that is just really, really unfortunate there from Elena Thompson. And just...
You can see the desperation.
Yeah.
Like all the ambitions of scoring well in the overall just went poof with that abrupt turn on number 1.
Indeed, indeed. And if there's one competitor here that knows exactly what that feeling looks like, it's Mikhailovchenko in the slalom event yesterday, falling at exactly the same place.
Right foot forward as well? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, indeed.
You have
So
to pay attention to that left shoulder.
All right, then. So that is our first competitor in the women's slalom Series 1 elimination. And I mean, just looking down the list right now, we have 14 total skiers. You did mention that the Chiara Bonneman may be a scratch or maybe an absent. She is skiing here, for just got confirmation of that, but there you see the list in the Women's Slalom Series 1. Susanna Orakova is coming up next, probably a little bit sooner than she anticipated for.
So our next skier, Susanna from Slovakia. She's still a under 21 skier. She ended up third in slalom at the European Championships under 21, like roughly a week ago. She's also the Czech and Slovak champion in overall, and Slovak champion in slalom, tricks and jumps.
All right, so here we are.
That's going to be a 16-meter start. It's kind of unusual to see this in the first series, but we remind people that overall skiers are permitted to ski in the first series.
Yeah, they are. And they're normally stacked up as skiers right at the very beginning of the series. Susanna Orakova from Slovakia.
She has a PB of 4:12. So
4 on the 12-meter line.
Like
and
a PB could get her there, where probably the cut will be.
And currently in the lead is Marie Vypranyetova in Series 2 with 5 on the 12-meter line. And even that performance from Marie, I mean, she felt that she had the opportunity to actually run that pass and put something on 11.25 meters. Coming off the water, rather disappointed, but maybe that disappointment is going to be tempered by the possibility that she could well be skiing on Saturday if things work for her with one or two of the remaining skiers on the list in Series 1. But we'll see what transpires from there.
Coming back at 14.
on the 14.25 meter line, elected to go on 16, but I wonder whether that was actually a change in strategy a little bit from the dock side, knowing that where the scores are currently trending, it may not necessarily require you to go into the course on something like 14.25 meters to get the score, to get close to the score that is necessary to actually put you in the reckoning as a women's slalom finalist.
I think it has to do with the wind. Before we had a very slight head to cross wind at the first pass, and right now the wind has rotated, has moved, and it looks like a slight tailwind for your opening pass. That means that if she runs the 32 off 13, she's gonna have a slight headwind 12, which is probably what she wanted.
All right, we'll see what comes out of this for Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. Then we've got skiers along the lines of Lily Steiner coming up next, then Katarina Vrabkova of the Czech Republic, Nikki Kuhn from Austria, so on and so forth. This now is 30 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. It's 43 feet in length for those of you that are joining us here from the other side of the Atlantic and checking in on the European Championships. This is 13 meters. And now she's the latest skier to make it onto the 12-meter line. This is Zuzana Orakova. Looking at the dock side, we see Lily Steiner from Austria. And Katarina Vrabkova getting ready herself as well. There is your current leaderboard. Marie Vrapranyatsova with 5 on 12 meters. Kim Niederbaumer with 4 1/4 on that same line. Like Tia Granos currently in third. Tied with Julie Fay with 2.5 on 12. And Elaine Hogue of Denmark with her score representing the 5th spot at the moment. We have a total of 14 skiers in Series 1, so determining who the top 12 are isn't gonna be very clear cut at this time. Gonna have to wait for a few skiers to determine that fate.
Her PB's 4:12.
4 on 12. And this is 12 meters. The blue loop brings the handle in. Oh, and broken over at the waist and gets 1.5 for that effort, which should put her in around about 5th place right now, tying with one of our previous skiers from Series 2. It is going to be 1 1/2.
Do you know what that means, Tony?
What does that mean?
That our next skier is the first skier to know exactly what she needs to do to advance to the final.
Exactly, and that score would be 5 buoys. 5 buoys would be the target for our next skier to go, which is Lily Steiner. 5 buoys on the 12-meter line now officially becomes the target in order to advance at the very least. Now that target can actually move downwards if that is achieved by one or two of our next competitors.
Lily, she's still 17 years old, and she got second under 21 Europeans in jump this year. She has a PB of 4 1/4 at 12, so her personal her personal best is not enough to get into the final as things stand at the moment. So she needs a PB to to advance to the final, and that would be 5 1/4 score.
All right, working away.
Starting at 16 as well. I think we're going to see more and more skiers, even if they're not used to starting at 16 because of the wind. Because it's barely there, but there is some, and it's always better to have it, you know, in your face than behind you.
Yes.
At 12, especially if the cut is 5 at 12.
All right, so just getting through the opening run. As we see the figure there of Alicia Bagnoli getting ready for her turn in the slalom event. We're going to see her ski in about 3 or 4 skiers from now. And welcome back here. Good afternoon. This is the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto. And there is our current leaderboard, Marie Vyprenyetsova with 5. And it's and at this juncture with 11 skiers remaining, it would take a score of more than 5 1/4 to see our skier on the water advance, having gone through the opening pass of 14 and gone through 16 meters now. This is 14.25 meters. This is Lily Steiner.
That was what I was talking about earlier. I mean, at 14, you see, you know, the little bump in the wake, a bit bigger. I think a bit bigger compared to the 200. I don't know how many people in Europe are used to skiing with this new boat. It's still not very prevalent.
Yeah.
In ski schools, in ski clubs here in Europe. Most of the clubs have a 200.
Yeah, which is completely opposite to the situations in the United States where those that prefer to run the Nautique towboat go with the high-end Nautique towboat, the latest version.
Yeah.
And the 200, as a matter of fact, is marketed as a ski boat, but not like the high-end type boat, and they are equipped with towers for the most part. The Nautique 200.
Well, yeah.
All right, so let's have a look and see what Tito, our boat driver, has in store. Mashing the throttle down on that Nautique towboat from Correct Craft. Who next year will be celebrating a century of producing ski boats.
A century?
Yep. On the waters of the world since 1923.
So basically,
oh, look at that.
She still managed to get away with it in number 5.
Yeah, I mean, she very heads-up skiing, knew exactly what was going to...
She skis very light on the water. You know, if you ski very light on the water and you don't dig too deep, you can get away with stuff other people can't. Like Ellie Nicholson.
Yeah, she's extremely light. She's the epitome of lightness.
It's the same thing. Obviously, she's not at the same level as Ellie, but you get that.
Look
you
at that break
get
into
away
2.
with stuff that other people can't.
But she was very, very patient off that number 2. She could have taken a huge fall into number 2 had she have. Oh wow, that was even worse off number 4 as we saw initially. But a lot of that started off buoy number 1 into number 2, and she fought her way through that one. Certainly wasn't the easiest 30-meter pass that she'd ever run, but let's see what she can do on the next pass of 12. Now, here's the rub. If she gets more than 5, she's through. If she gets less than 5, Marie is through. With 11 skiers remaining. Here she comes. This is Lily Steiner.
It's an okay number 1.
No, she definitely needs something better there off number 2. Round number 3, can she continue to go? Oh, no, and broken over off number 4, which means that with a score of 3.5 on 12 meters, it means that Marie Vypranetseva has booked herself a spot through to the next round of the competition.
She's still happy. I mean, she's 3/4 of a buoy shy of her PB. So, and the beginning was actually good compared to the 13.
So getting buffeted a little bit here. Now that resets the bubble score. Instead of being 5 now it becomes 4.25, and that score of 4.25 belongs to Kim Niederbaumer of Germany. As we have a look at Lily Steiner. A good aggressive approach into number 1, but just wasn't able to manage the line or stay connected with the boat all that long into that turn. Even worse into number 2, and now she's just playing catch-up for the remainder of the pass on 12 meters, even taking a big hit off the number 3. And then she tried to break the ski into the turn, buckled at the waist, and it was goodbye for her. So it's going to be 3.5 on 12 meters for Lily Steiner. Katerina Vrabkova from the Czech Republic, approaching the course right here on the opening pass of 14.25 meters.
So, skier from the Czech Republic, we started to see skiers with PBs into mid-38 off. So things are starting to be quite serious in this slalom preliminary round. She has a PB of 2.5 at 11. She also tricks, and the curious thing, on her skier bio, she wrote down obviously the 2.5 at 11, and in tricks she wrote down 4,500 points question mark.
Okay, maybe she doesn't prioritize tricks all that well.
4,500 points question mark.
All right then. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard again. Marie Vypranetseva still in the lead with, 10 skiers remaining. Then Kim Niederbaumer with 4.25 on 12. That's the next bubble score. Lily Steiner with 3.5 on 12. She could be in with a chance of making it through. And Tia Granos and Julie Fay with 2.5. So we'll see what happens. All right, let's have a look. Katerina Vrabkova.
13. Bit down course.
Yeah, a little bit, but not much.
Still very much in control.
Yeah, just trying to keep her wits about her and not let anything too serious emerge out of that run. That is Katerina Vrabkova. And that is an attempt on the 13-meter line. A little bit back-footed here, I would say, coming into the gates for number 1.
She skis down course, but she's good at letting the ski run. So she's not like she's late and she wants to just change direction abruptly, killing the speed. She lets the ski run, which is what you have to do if you find yourself in a position like that.
Yes, indeed. And it's just a case of managing the poles. Managing the poles, managing her balance out there on the course. Let's see if she can manage to get away through to the next round of the competition, needing 4.5, in excess of 4.5 to do it. And this is the pass which that score is present on. That's number 1 on number 35 off on 12 meters. Getting broken over a little bit. That You speak about black holes there, Matteo, and it's starting to appear more and more around buoy number 3 now.
It's very early to say, and our next skiers are easily capable of running 35 off blindfolded, but the cut is getting lower and lower and lower. It's a psychological thing. If you know you need 4 or 5, you're gonna ski on eggshells basically up until that score. If you have to run the pass, you ski completely different because you know you just have to go through it. If you have to do more than a certain amount of buoys, it gets in your head.
All right, so Kim Niederbaumer has just secured herself a spot through to the European Women's Slalom Final, her first European Championship Finals appearance, alongside Marie Vipranetseva. And I think if you were to talk to those two a little bit earlier on in the competition and wondering if they'd expected to be in the frame for the Women's Slalom Final, they probably would have laughed at you at that point. But now the reality is starting to set in. Marie and Kim both through to the next round. And Lily Steiner's score of 3.5 on 12 now becomes the bubble score.
You have to run 4 full buoys.
Essentially, yes. So our next competitor to take to the water, representing Austria. It is Nikki Kuhn.
Getting info that it's her birthday today.
Apparently, yes.
Happy birthday to her.
So many happy returns, and let's see if she can return the favor by making it through to the next round of the competition. But first things first, she's got to go through the opening passes, 14.25 meters and 13. Good strike off number 1. The entrance gates look pretty darn good as well. Look at that, round number 4. Good, solid number 5, and we'll make it round buoy number 6. No worries at all there for Nikki Kuhn.
Oh, that's my dog. Right there. Cheeky.
So as we look over at the starting dock area and seeing a few of our ladder skiers getting ready for their go. There's Bea, and here's us, Matteo Yanni and myself, Tony Lightfoot. So those top 2 scorers assured of making it through to the next round. We're trying to determine who the next skier would be.
Obviously, Nicola is well capable of qualifying. She has a PB of 4.11, which is starting to be an interesting score.
Yeah, plenty of room to spare there,
Yeah.
but as it's been demonstrated, you know, past form hasn't been kind to one or a few of our competitors coming into this Series 1.
So she's a first-year open skier, so she was under 21 until last year. And she's a already well-decorated skier. She won 11 times she won 11 national championships. She was the under-21 European champion in tricks in 2020, and the under-21 vice European champion in slalom in 2020. So, decorated skier in the under-21 division at the European level, and she's starting to compete with the big girls.
All right, you are. So that is Nikki Kuhn with passes of 14 and 13 meters under her belt. Looking for 12 next.
Any sort of calculation that probably previous skiers did about the wind are totally not applicable right now because the wind died down, basically.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's It's just a little bit of a breeze, barely enough to keep the flags aloft around this facility here. So it's Nikki Kuhn all the way around, all 6 buoys, and on a charge right now with 14 of 30 meters under her belt. If she can get past if she can get more than 3.5, she's through. More than 4.5, she will take second outright. And by essentially running this pass, she'll take the lead. Here we go. Entrance gates, good hard snap on number 1. Solid number 1. If she can just maintain this technique, she will see herself through to the next round of the competition, which, oh no, and goes down round buoy number 5. There are black holes opening all over the place. She's through to the next round of the competition. Let's make no odds about that. But she had the kind of technique and the smoothness out there to run the pass, and she comes up 1.5 buoys short and half a buoy short of the lead.
Everything was perfect up until number 3. Then here she got slightly pulled in changing edge going to number 4.
Just left the ski behind her, just totally.
A goofy fall.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she'll come off the water with probably the wryest of smiles. A smile enough to suggest that she's through to next round, but a little bit of a frown mixed in there, knowing that she was close enough to run 12 meters and just couldn't get the job done. I mean, everything looked on point there. I mean, everything.
Get some sponsors in. I mean, we haven't read in the bio the sponsors of these skiers. Like Nikola, sponsored by a quite long list of sponsors.
Yeah, indeed.
Camaro, KD Skis, VKB Bank.
Okay.
It's unusual to
have a bank.
But
then again, Niki Lauda had a bank.
It's true. Kraft Sportswear, Papinski, Sportlife, AT, and Vitavis. Vivatis, sorry, misspoke.
All right then, so vaulting herself up into second spot with 4.5. That is Nikki Kuhn. So we have 2 Austrians in the top 4 right now. Got the likes of Lily Steiner and Nikki Kuhn. One buoy separating those 2. Kim Niederbaumer slotted in the middle there, but still out the lead with 5 on 12 meters. It's Marie Vypranyetsova.
We were seeing a bit of slaloming on land. Did you do it when you skied?
Not extensively, no. I was more of a kind of Zen type athlete, where I just hid myself in the corner and just closed my eyes.
I found myself doing it quite a bit when I skied. Because thinking is not enough. You have to actuate with your body the actual movement to solidify it. But sometimes it helps doing it in the water.
But it is a little easier these days with earbuds.
So in the water right now, starting at 16,
is Ines Anguano.
Yeah.
So, and Ines Anguano, the European under-21 champion in this event, in tricks, in jump, in overall, and in the team competition with France.
Everything.
Yeah, she won everything. It's like, it's like asking for something at Christmas and then getting everything and then some.
Jeez.
Yes.
She has a PB of 3:11. So running 4:12 is well within her capabilities. She decided to go with a 12 headwind. The wind kind of slightly picked up again, but it's very slight. But obviously, it was part of her decision making because it's unusual to start at 16. especially if you have a PB of 3:11.
Exactly. So, waiting for Mr. Songzoni to mash that throttle down and bring in a skier on the water. This is Ines Anguinol of France, very much a part of the French team as they look to try and keep their noses out in front ahead of the Italians in the team competition as well.
That's a full-on overall skier slalom style.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
were talking about this.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Yesterday.
We spoke about being a tricker that happens to slalom.
Yeah, and usually that person is a very solid slalom skier, very consistent.
Because you have to have some measure of control. I mean, if you're halfway decent tricker and you certainly have control over your tricks, then you're going to have control over a ski that's a good deal ways longer and a little bit narrower. So just having that instinctive level of control from tricks certainly helps with slalom. So waiting for the waves to dissipate from the slalom course, and now the boat tightens up on that line and brings Ines Anguinol back in on the 12-meter line.
No, that's going to be 13. She
13 meters. Oh yes, she started on 16. I beg your pardon. So this is now on 13 meters, deciding to take the scenic route to get to this point, which is attempted 13.
Solid.
So solid as you like on 30 meters.
The right kind of momentum. Exiting the second wake. But still, you know, it's just 13, so.
Yes, very much on point there. That is Ines Anguinol of France, who's had a fair share of success, especially in the European Championship level, in the U21s last weekend in Austria. Then came straight here to Recetto to compete in the Open European Championships.
She knows the score to beat to get into the final is 4. No, well, 3.5. She needs to get a 4 to get into the finals. Will it mess with her head knowing this? Usually overall skiers are quite good at managing this kind of pressure. They manage the trick pressure, which is insane for me as a slalom skier. So let's see her getting in a 12. That was a good one.
Oh yeah.
No,
oh no! Whoa! Ho 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 ho! Oh, and got cartwheeled over the front of the ski. Man, that is 12 meters. She's trying her best to recover. She's threw her hand up almost as an instinctive reaction, but I would imagine that towboat would need. No, actually, she looks towards the shore and indicates and verifies that she's okay. But I tell you what.
She's sad more than anything, I think.
This is the 12-meter line. This is the critical pass, the money pass, as it were. I mean, she definitely got the... Look at that. Oh, ho, ho.
That's going to be...
That's a horrible-looking fall, and I think that...
she's fine.
Certainly, we have a fair share of coverage of bad crashes and falls and wipeouts on the TWBC YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to by hitting the subscribe button on the YouTube channel and also hitting the bell icon to be informed of when new live broadcasts have become active. And I think that one might actually top Jamie Ball's crash that she took out 2 years ago at the Travers Grand Prix, which is still the most popular viral fall of all time. Even taking over the mantle from Kyle Dammeier with his viral jump crash that took place at the 2011 Collegiate Nationals.
You should make like a compilation of falls, like make a video.
Well, we do. It's the playlist on the YouTube channel.
Oh, I haven't watched that.
Yeah, brutal falls and crashes. Check it out.
It's a good moment to remind people to subscribe and watch videos, even old videos of TWBC on YouTube.
Absolutely, absolutely. Extending
like and subscribe, guys.
Yep, like and subscribe. All right then, a skier on the water coming to us out of Switzerland is Pernille Grobe. I do beg your pardon. Chiara Bonneman from Germany is our skier on the water. My apologies. So with that score of 2.5 on 12 meters, obviously completely breezing over the fact that that was a 2.5 buoy score on 12 meters. It means that the next skier that Lily Schleiner went through as a result of that score. So congratulations to her. And also Nikki Kuhn as well with 4.5 on 12 meters. She's through to next round of the competition. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 skiers remaining. The top 4 are currently through to the next round. Those 4 consisting of Marie Viparanyetsova, Kim Niederbaumer, Nikki Kuhn, and Lily Steiner. Chiara Bonneman.
This is exciting. We have our first skier that has a PB into 1075.
Yeah.
So things are getting interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So she obviously started 14. She made no calculation about doing a 12 headwind or anything like that. She's confident at 12.
Yes,
even
indeed.
With a slight tail breeze.
So just look at this. It just rolls in, just gets solid there through the entrance gates. And just waits on that line to tighten up so that she can continue to rotate away.
But it's important. It's okay to wait on the line, but you don't have to wait being still. Some people wait being still. Like they grab the handle and they wait exactly in that spot before reconnecting with the boat. But she doesn't do that. She keeps the ski going. You have to keep the ski moving.
All right, working away. This is the 12-meter line. 3 to make it through.
Not seeing anything because before I jinxed it for Ines.
There we go. That's 3. She's through.
She's in.
That's 4. That's 5. And that's the lead. In this slalom competition on the 12-meter line, that's a 6 buoy count on 12. And maybe that will restore a little bit of confidence for the remaining skiers to come in Women's Series 1. Having seen the new lead being established with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters and still continuing to ski, this is Chiara Bonneman. And just working away easily through this pass, not trying to make too much of a meal out of it. Nice and wide on number 4, just turning in, just connecting. And once she's connecting, then she's off. And looking good. There we go. So, first skier to finally run through the 12-meter line. That is Chiara Bonneman.
Now this is all about having a good backup score for the final. She's in, so that part of the job is done. But she wants more, because if anything should happen tomorrow and she's tied with somebody else for second and third place, she needs a good score now.
Oh, and just wheelies on buoy number 1 and just doesn't get the start, but it is half a buoy on 11.25 meters. First time that we've seen 11.25 meters as part of the score in the women's slalom competition. In this section, handle up. And I don't know whether she really had the full intention of actually making it past number 1 and making a play for number 2 and getting as far down course as possible, or maybe she felt that she expended her energy, her emotional
I don't
energy
know.
to
She
get
was
there.
Definitely too slow out there for the turn of the gate. And when you're that slow, you have to build up speed somehow later to get to the buoy. But if you build it too late, then you overshoot and get a slack line number 1. That's pretty much what happened there.
All right, so your top 5 are all through to the next round of the competition. Lily Steiner with 3.5 on 12 meters. Kim Niederbaum on 4.25. Nikki Kuhn with 4.5. Marie Vipranyetsova with 5 on 12. And our new lead score, the only one on 11.25 meters with 1. It is Jara Bonneman. All right, and now we're going to go on to our next competitor. This is Penel Grobet of Switzerland.
Pernell has a PB of 1 at 10.75 as well. She's the Open Swiss champion of 2022. She got second at the Europeans under 21 in 2017, a third at Worlds under 21 in 2017.
All right. So well decorated and looking to try and put herself in the frame as another women's slalom finalist. Anything more than 3 on 12 meters will do the trick there for her.
It's going to be an easy score to beat, but whenever the cut is so low, it screws with your head, because you know you're capable of it. You can only screw it up. And the fact that only screwing it up can make you not get into the final kind of ignites this mental state in which you're always basically walking on eggshells.
Okay, and also taking a look at that leaderboard, we find Ines Anguano, Thea Granos, and Julie Fay all with 2.5, and they are currently in a 3-way tie for 6th place. So there could be a potential runoff situation if this competitor does not come away with a score of more than 2.5. Here we go, look at that. Penel Grobet of Switzerland getting through the opening 2 passes. I believe it was 14 and 13 meters. So now the task is pretty much set out for her. Anything more than 2.5 will see her advance. Anything less, and it could force a potential runoff situation going forwards. And just look at her hook up off buoy number 1 there, Matteo on 30 meters. She seems to have a pretty darn good handle on this situation insofar as 30 meters is concerned. So yeah, good skiing there for Penel Grobet. Now, 12 meters is the pass that she's going to attack now.
So So I didn't say it while she was here because she could hear us probably, and I didn't want to think about it. But I would watch out with that left shoulder on 135.
Oh, slow off number 1. She's round number 2. Round number 3, she's through to the next round. Round number 4, she continues to make an impression on the slalom course, and with 5 and number 6 on 12, she becomes our latest skier to run through the 12-meter line and currently vaults herself up immediately into second place and still continues to ski, aiming to get a little bit deeper than 1 at 11.25 meters, which is the current lead. Let's see how she gets along with 12 meters there, Mateo.
With 11, with 11, you mean?
Yeah, with the 12 meters on her instant replay right now. I mean, she got a little bogged down off number 2, but her experience comes into play here, as she knows what is required of her to at least allow her to ski on Saturday.
She gets slightly detached from the handle, but you can tell this is an easy pass for her. She can run it blindfolded.
All right, Penel Grobe of Switzerland.
Be a contender for the overall title.
I think we all did. So here we go. This is Penel Grobe. So does she make the play on 2? Well, she skis for the wake. It's going to be a judge's call on this one as to whether she made it round number 2. So it's either going to be a tie for the first place with 1, or it's going to be an out. It is going to be 2 confirmed from our officials, 2 at 11.25 meters, and such is the case. She takes the lead with that effort.
It looks like a similar thing in the gate here she did, which is she was slightly too slow and built up too much speed in the process of getting through the wakes. It's something people do whenever you cut the rope and you are close to your limits. You tend to overdo it in the middle of the wakes, as if you need that extra pull to get to the buoy, which actually you don't. You need the right speed when you're out there and being in a very good stacked position in the middle of the wakes. But if you overdo it with the pull, you end up being stuck there, pulling too long to number 1.
All right, in the water and getting ready to go. We have 6 skiers remaining, the first of which is Beatrice Yanni.
Bea has been skiing very good this season. She got many podiums in the Pro Tour. She skied 2 at 10.75, and she ran 11 more than once this season. She's improved a lot in the past 2 years. She's training like crazy in the gym and training every day in slaloming, if not every day. Obviously, a couple days off during the week, but she's become a true athlete. You can tell by her physical form. She's
and something that she explains to us a little bit on the TWBC podcast episode that was released yesterday. You can listen to her and tell us about her hopes and aspirations, including the final 3 stops of the Waterski Pro Tour coming up within about the next few weeks. You can listen to her on the TWBC podcast by going to Spotify, by going to Apple Podcasts or Google Podcasts or anywhere else that you happen to favor when it comes to listening to podcasts. The TWBC podcast. And Beatrice Yanni getting ready for the second run. She started it on 14.25 meters. Will now come back in on 13 meters.
She got a bronze medal last year in Greece, it was.
Yep.
At European Championships.
Entrance gate, buoy number 1. And all 3 of the medalists from last season are present here on the dock. We're seeing the first of them with Beatrice Yanni. The other two waiting in the wings for their turn to hit the slalom course. And there is Beatrice looking in very good form. Has skied in a number of tournaments this season, a number of pro-level tournaments, San Gervasio, Caiaphas Battle, and is looking forward to doing the final 3 stops of the Pro Water Ski Tour, which consists of the Mastercraft Pro, the Malibu Open, and the Miami Pro, all the way in November.
That was a very nice 13 meters. Very much in control on top of the ski. That's what she needs to do in order to ski as good as she is in these past few weeks.
And not looking bad at all. One of those tournaments I was in error in omitting was the Travis Grand Prix, which will take place on the first full weekend of October. And all of those tournaments that I mentioned are being brought to you exclusively live by TWBC. So make sure you keep watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, like, and follow.
So we remind people watching that the cut at the moment is 3 at 12. You have to run more than 3 in order to be in the final. And Bea just got in the final right now with a nice 12.
So a nice 12-meter run, getting ready for 11.25 meters, and Bea's has a love-hate relationship here in Recetto. I mean, you can go back to 2012, the last time the European Championships were here. I know that you, Matteo, were also here in that instance, watching Bea as she came back in on a pass of 30 meters, caught a dragonfly in her eye, and that brought her so far down course that she...
That was very unlucky, but she skied here so many times.
Yeah.
She's so comfortable in this lake. She this is basically her second home, water skiing wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the place where she skied the most, apart from Sperlonga. So
Indeed.
She knows this place inside out. She's obviously not only familiar, but she grew up with Tito, the driver of this preliminary round.
Mm-hmm.
So all the conditions are there for her.
And currently in third place right now by the fact that she is the third person to make it through 12 meters, and now will record a score in 11.25 meters. How fast she gets into 11.25 meters, we'll find out in a moment. Entrance gates buoy number 1 takes a good hard snap of the line. Round buoy number 2, this is Beatrice Yanni. Oh, that ski was starting to bounce horribly into buoy number 3, but she recovers well for number 4 and gets 3 1/2. It is enough for the lead. So from Italia, that is Beatrice Yanni.
She's angry obviously because she wanted to run it, but she's relieved she's in the final. Even when a score to get into the final is so low that you always do it, and not even in a million years it happens to you in training of falling at that score, it still gets in your head.
And just knew that she was just a little bit behind the rope, a little bit, and just couldn't get the ski and to work for her.
She was, before the tournament, she was kind of, I'm not skiing that good. I hesitated to say it while she skied and before, because the skiers can listen to us. So things might get in their head before the tournament. So I can speak freely now. Bea before the tournament said, I'm not skiing great, but from what I saw up until 12 and this pass, she's skiing good. She's skiing as she used to. So she can sleep tonight knowing that she can ski to her full potential tomorrow.
And she's skiing well enough to be a part of the women's slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. Also hoping to be a part of that situation is Alicia Bagnoli.
Alice, obviously, with Bea, well, the two best slalom skiers in Italy. She ran 2 at 10:75. That's her PB, and she did it also at the Worlds last year, qualifying for the final. So she got second at the Europeans last year.
Mm-hmm.
And we look forward for another 2 medals this year, if possible.
Maybe. And added dimensions are evident here for Alicia Bagnoli. Not only a large contributing member of the Italian water ski team as they battle against the French team for team overall honors, but also could well be a factor in the overall competition as well. I mean, she's already made it through to the tricking and the jumping finals, and now looking to make it 3 for 3, and that would certainly keep her chances of ascending to onto the podium very much a reality. Here comes Alicia Bagnoli,
13,
coming in on the 13-meter line. Look at that off buoy number 1. 13. Skis with a very, very powerful style. As soon as that hand gets on the handle, she is gone.
She's skiing very good, especially in the past few weeks. She was struggling at the beginning of the season, but she found her mojo again. So I look forward to.
And you know what? And you know, sometimes that comes around just in time for a major championship, such as the European Open Water Ski Championships we have right here in Recetto. You know, it's just seems to be that a little strange thing, that strange aura that these championships conjure up, and encourages the skier to push just that little bit harder, just ski that little bit better, because there is certainly a lot more at stake.
It's that extra motivation. It depends on the skier, obviously. There are some people that react well, and those are, you know, the pros, the people that excel at tournaments, and some people that don't do that well under pressure. Alicia is obviously in the former group. She excels under pressure.
All right, here we go. This is 12 meters. This is 35 off. Almost fumbles the handle on buoy number 2, but she manages to get round buoy number 3 and number 4. She knows that she's through to her next round of the competition, but she wants to be a part of that little party of skiers that have made it through 12 meters and registering the score into 11.25 meters. And now with the stress and the expectation of making it through to the finals now off her shoulders, she is through to the next round of the competition. She can ski for her.
Worry-free, thinking only of putting out there a good backup score for tomorrow's final.
So the best score that we've seen on 11.25 meters is the score that we just saw from Bertrice with 3 1/2 on 11.25 meters. Now let's see what kind of start she gets. That's normally a pretty darn good litmus test of how the remainder of the pass ends up going. Here comes Beatrice Iani.
No, Alicia.
Alicia Bagnoli, I beg your pardon. Here comes Alicia Bagnoli. Entrance gates, number 1. Oh, good hard snap off number 1. She's early and wide for number 2. She's good to go for number 3. She's still there.
Alicia.
She's round number 4 and just cheekily just takes the lead. Yeah. Oh, I bet she'll have words with Bertriciani coming back into the dock there, just doing just enough.
But
just enough.
Just a fun rivalry between those two, being so good friends, skiing together at all these pro events.
Yeah, they're almost inseparable along the shoreline.
That was a good start. That was a good number one.
But how soon would you say that she made the decision to say, okay, 4's good, and I'll take that?
She was a bit too fast to turn number 2 in control without blowing out the fin or...
But I've seen her come into number buoy that quick. I mean, even quicker, you know, in last year's World Championships in the elimination round, and she still came through to make an appearance in the final.
I tell you what, obviously, if this was the final and the leading score was 5, she would have turned it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously, there is some sort of defensive mechanism.
Okay.
That tells you, well, you know what? I'm in the final. I don't want to risk anything.
All right,
Let's
then.
Stand up here.
Absolutely. So Alicia Bagnoli with what was it, 11.25 meters through to the next round of the competition, alongside Bertriciani with 3 on that same line length. So 4 skiers so far have made it onto 11.25 meters. Who will be the 5th? Well, we'll see what Celine Detry has in store for us, and she runs the opener. And there we go. There's your leaderboard. So, 2 Italians at the helm, at the top. Alicia Bagnoli, Bertriciani. Then we got Penel Grobet, then Chiara Bonneman, and Marie Vepranyetsova, along with Nikki Kuhn, Kim Niederbaumer, Lily Steiner, and with 4 skiers remaining, those top 8 are definitely through to the next round of the competition, and still that bubble score of 2.5 still remains as the target for our remaining skiers to come. And there we see on the dockside Gina Kruger.
It says hi. We say hi to her.
Who recently got married a little bit earlier on this season.
Yeah, congratulations to her.
Yeah, congrats.
Coming back at 13.
Here's Celine Detry of Belgium. Loads up really well behind the boat and can afford to actually switch edges almost as soon as she gets over that second wake. Gets a nice release and a good turn. All right, so
she's there in the water. She knows that the cut is 2.5. She needs a full 3rd buoy to get into the final. She's not only well capable of it, she's capable of running 11. She did it more than once, so it's well within her chords.
all right then. So we've got Alicia Bagnoli at the announcer's desk. This is pro skier in instinct. You come off the water. What's the first thing you do? You come to the announcing
Go to Vince, which is kind of right there.
Indeed. So that was a little bit cheeky, wasn't it? You got around just enough to get the lead.
Yeah. You know, it's hard for me. I may can get podiums, you know, through events and then overall.
Let's have a look at Celine Detry. She's round
she's in the final now.
She's through to the next round. Oh, bit of a hitch there on number 4. And from there on in, she just let the ski run and run enough to get round all 6 buoys.
Alicia, running, you knew it was 3.
Right.
Did it get in your head in any way?
It did. I mean, you know, when the cut kind of gets lower, it's like even
It's
more
hard, right?
pressure because it's like, you know, you just need 3 at 12, 35 meter off. You know,
The stakes
and,
are higher because if you fail that, it's like a total failure.
Right. So as soon as I turned 3, I was like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
But at 2, I kind of crunch in a little bit. I was like slow 2, you know, just to get it after 3. And then 12, I can still like go back and pull hard and then
I've
get
seen
back
I've
at
seen
it.
you skiing better than the previous tournaments this season because you were struggling a bit, right, at the beginning of the season.
I was definitely.
But I've seen you ski very good today.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here with Recetto with Ricky and Betta, and I was trying to fix my technique a lot. That was mainly the main thing, and then I switched my bindings position.
Where? Forward,
my
back?
front binding, I put it backwards, and my back binding, I put it forward. So it was
Close together?
closer together, and a little bit more backwards.
Did it help you on your offside?
Not really in the turns. The turns, you know, I turn quite hard, so it's not that I feel it, but through the wakes, I accelerate much faster, so I get to the buoy
That's
wider
interesting.
and easier. That's the main thing for me.
When did you do that switch? Well, let's go back
Let's
to
watch
Celine
her-
for a
her
second
11.
at 11.
Pulling out in a good gait. Strong crossing, a little bit back at 1, but pulling strong at 2. And she had a little bit of slack.
So when did you make that change?
I was just chatting with Carlo Elias actually like a couple of weeks ago, and it was like, let me check your binding. Sometimes, you know, I change so many times the ski fin setting, so then I must have put it like in the wrong place. And then Carlo was like, let me check your bindings first instead of your fin, and then he just noticed like try one whole.
They are right now kind of normal distance, and before they were too far apart, or is the other way around? They were normal before, and now they're extremely close together.
So I also, you know, changed binding a couple of years ago, and before I was skiing on a good hard shell.
Yeah.
And I think before they were closer together, and as soon as I changed binding, I put them a little bit more apart.
That's interesting.
And then I went back.
I'm glad you found your
Closer.
mojo again.
I am definitely, especially my motivation of spending all summer training hard but not getting the results you want. It's frustrating. So now I'm happy.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right, stick there for a moment because we're going to have someone else come on to the into the announcing spot. We're going to have Bea come in just a moment or so.
Again, the Italian skiers back to back.
Absolutely. All right then, so now we're going on from Celine Detry of Belgium to our third skier from last out, Gina Kruger. Let's see what she's got at 28 off, 14.25 meters. And if there is ever a skier that comes into this event with a deep wealth of experience, it's Gina Kruger.
You know, Gina, she's such a strong skier, but mostly she's such a good person. You know, the skier makes it all, but when you're a good person, that you're happy around the lake, you're happy around people, that makes the vibe much better. So we're gonna watch her coming back at 13, and I'm gonna give the mic to Bea.
All right then. So, and thank you very much indeed. And we've got Bea here. You should know about those headphones by now.
Yeah, I was struggling with that.
just a little bit, but
okay.
But I mean, you held the lead for about 4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Didn't you think that was a little bit cheeky on the whole part of Alicia Bagnoli to just beat you just by half a buoy?
Buoy.
Yeah.
Maybe some strategy for tomorrow. You're talking about that.
She's trying to get into your head.
Or you did half less.
I did half less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the
yeah,
strategy.
Totally.
Like
Yeah.
you
that
saw
was,
in the future.
Yeah. That was my strategy.
But you didn't ski that bad. I mean, you were
no,
complaining.
it was,
you were complaining. I'm skiing terrible, and the past week was terrible. That was.
No,
not,
I skied
not
pretty
bad
good
at all.
after. Like in practice, I didn't ski really good, so I was a bit concerned about that. But I was feeling okay. I was feeling like connected to the boat. So let's see Gina coming back.
At 13.
At 13 meters.
I was talking to her earlier that she didn't ski for a couple of days because she had pain to her forearms.
Forearms?
Yeah.
She will ski
But-
probably.
Yeah.
Because she skis only during the weekend, right? She doesn't ski much because she's working
Yeah.
and she's probably gets a bunch
she
of
told me
sets
she
during
felt
the
like
weekend.
because she had a slack,
Okay.
and after that she felt pain on the
that's always
forearm.
bad.
Yeah.
Always bad when that happens.
So
So going back to you, and the same question I asked Alice.
that's my 11.
We're seeing Beatrice at
Oh
11.
God. So yeah, I had a great start. I was feeling good, like first ball, second ball. I was calm and patient. I was thinking it was even a bit better than 12 meters.
Yeah, that too was great. You
Yeah.
probably got slightly stuck
Yeah, but
a
I,
bit.
here I think I had too much. I rushed it too much. I just had to wait a little bit more to
Yeah,
get
with
the
that,
rope.
you overturned it with
I
your
overturned-
shoulders.
yeah.
And probably
Yeah.
shouldn't have. But I
I
asked the same question to Alice. Was the very low cut of 3 at 12 getting in your head? Like, oh.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. At 12 on the third, I was like, Bea, please, come on. So I was way more relaxed at 11 than 12.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and down there I was thinking because sometimes I get stressed if I start like if I'm bottom starting. So I think now it's gonna be okay tomorrow.
The same thing must be going through Gina's head right now because she's at 12 and she knows she has to get only 3. So
yeah, I don't know. It was me and Alice down at the dock. We were thinking, okay, the cut is 2 at 11. That's what we were thinking.
yeah, you have to think that because otherwise it gets in your head.
So Gina
It's certainly.
is in the final right
She's
now.
yeah, she is.
And she's looking.
Oh, ouch!
Kind of
Yeah.
unusual.
But she's experienced. I mean, she can recover.
Yeah, indeed, and she
Yeah.
had to there in order to run that pass on the 12 meters, and I mean she got a good start, good approach here, but obviously when the cut is that low, it weighs on your mind as we say. I mean, did you see any evidence there with Gina?
Well, not very much actually. I think it was more clear with me. Like on third buoy, I was stopped. I was stopping, but then no, here no. I think maybe she pulled too much going to the fifth buoy, and then
It's always really hard to tell exactly what.
Yeah. I mean, what you see, and then if you see something and you say something to the skier, then the skier says, no, it's not like that. Like, it's a totally different
People's
perspective.
perception is completely
Yeah.
different many times from what we see from the outside, especially from these perspectives.
All right, then.
She's coming back at 11, so her head is going to be completely clear. No any
Yeah.
worry about not getting to the finals because she's in. So she's just going to ski for herself.
And there we see at the starting dock, we see there's Sandra Botas getting ready to go. And she needs more than 4 for the lead, a piece of 5 essentially to take the lead away from Alicia Bagnoli. Round buoy number 1. Oh, still rearing up on the back of the ski, getting broken over off number 2.
Come on, Gina.
That was good.
Oh, and ties for the lead with Alicia Bagnoli.
That was great. I mean, the start of Alicia and Gina's were totally different, but she's an experienced skier. She knows how to recover. And I mean, 11,
It's like our brains point to that the information that it has. For example, Gina probably wouldn't gotten to number 5 if the leading score wasn't 4.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like telling a skier, oh, don't do, like a trick skier, don't fall on that trick. If you tell a skier that skier is ever more likely to fall on that particular trick because everything the brain is doing is thinking of that thing and screwing up that thing.
So,
and the same goes with this. You know, if you know that score is the score, you orbit around that score.
So there, Gina Kruger doing enough, more than enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. The former World Games Women's Slalom Champion, she won that title over in Wrocław in Poland, and doing a fine job using her experience to get through this situation. Now, let me give you an opportunity here because this happened yesterday. That your episode on the TWBC podcast dropped. What would you want people to know about that podcast episode in order to encourage them to listen?
Well, I think it's a different podcast. Like, it's more about talking about like my life. I don't know if anyone could be interested in my life. I don't know if my brother listened to it. Did you, Matteo?
No, not yet.
Don't do that.
No,
don't
I
do
will.
that.
I will
Don't
on the
do
way.
that, please.
I will on the way back.
No.
Just my brother.
No.
Just my brother because he's gonna complain about my English.
No, but what
not.
you just did there was this reverse psychology. You told him not to listen, but what's he gonna do?
He's gonna listen for
I'm
sure.
just
No.
gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna do all
like.
Didn't you already subscribe?
I did, but I will create another account and subscribe with as well.
All right, then. Yes, indeed. Listen to the TWBC podcast. One of the latest episodes features Bea, and actually an episode that dropped today will feature our last skier to take to the water, who is Manon Costar. So, all right, then. We just saw the first pass there from Sandra Botas. Getting through the 14.25 meter run and now getting ready for 13. So now you're starting to calm down a little bit, aren't you?
I'm very calm.
You're very calm.
Yeah, as always.
As always.
Unlike Poldo, your dog.
He's here. He's calm.
Calm? Yeah.
Because he's on lead. Because otherwise he would be there eating
everything,
stealing food.
Stealing food from tables all
Guys,
around.
watch out, Poldo is a
Sandwiches.
thief. Yeah.
Burgers.
He loves
burgers.
I can see why you wanted to go to the United States to try your luck at the Pro Tour, so you could actually pay for pet obedience lessons.
No. He is a good guy, a good dog.
He's a good dog, yeah.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Sandra Botas.
Sandra.
13, I guess.
13. Throughout your career, you skied against Sandra.
Sorry?
Throughout your career, you skied against Sandra.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's a year younger than me.
Yeah.
She's from 1990.
So you did all the juniors, under 21.
Yeah, we know each other since we were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she has a similar PB. She has 2 at 1075, right, as a personal best as well.
Yeah, we have the same score as a personal best.
So
yeah,
it's,
that's true.
Which I would surmise to be the Spanish national women's record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
But not Italians.
No, the Italian record is 3 at 1075 was set a long time ago by not
Irene.
long because I want to make her look old, but
Well, it's 1999, I think.
in 1999 by Irene Reinstaller.
Yeah.
All right, then. So you're still chasing after that, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, Tony. Today conditions were great, so that's why every time I fail, I was feeling good, It's just I could have done it.
Just the anticipation, and the anxiety.
But Europeans, it's
Yes.
Europeans, so.
Yeah, because you've got the team element in play as well. So you're not skiing for you, but you're also skiing for your teammates.
Yeah.
Coming back, Sandra, at 12, she needs to run 3 to be in the final. She's well aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one.
There you go, round number 2 and 3. She's in, she's through. The anxiety is lifted instantly off her shoulders.
Yeah.
And there you go.
This was a great pass. It's very solid.
But I think also the fact that you and Licia didn't run 38, and so Gina as well didn't run 38. Once you're in, adrenaline goes down. So you're full of adrenaline for the cut, for being in the final. And then when it goes down, you're not at your top level. You don't have the strength, the will to
that's true.
To achieve the best score possible.
So good skiing there from Sandra Botas, just working methodically from one buoy to the next. First couple of passes, 14 and 13, looked pretty awesome, and 12 meters as well. Just skiing, instinctively. I mean, she just, as soon as she turned the ski and made the edge changes, she just allowed herself to hook up and then go and not ski too deliberately, so to speak. It's more rhythmical.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right, then. So we're looking at the starting dock and seeing our final skier about to take to the water. It is former world slalom champion Manon Costar. And looking out at the penultimate skier. Now coming in for the lead. If she can get a piece of 5, then she will do just that. But there is a two-way tie for the lead between Gina Kruger and Alicia Bagnoli.
The two in control.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
She's still there after 4. Look, she's going to get the piece of 5. And I tell you what, if she can take the hit, and round number 6, she... Oh, no. Wow. That close. About a meter away swim away from making it through the exit gates and having an opportunity to go on to 10.75 meters. Let's not gloss over the fact that she's taken the lead. She's just that close to be able to attempt 10.75 meters. And she was on after the first 3 buoys on this slalom course there.
That looked in control.
A bit back on the ski, but then when she turned, she started a bit of the back of the ski, but then she managed to go on the front and let the ski accelerate on the other side. But yeah.
Just got tail heavy off number 6 and just couldn't really stabilize herself. And she knew she was that close.
We have a new leader.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's such a fragile position, getting out of 6.
Yeah,
it's so easy to fall there. Sometimes you
think, don't fall, don't fall. Lock your hands, don't fall.
You might
and
catch the wrong edge. It's and you're coming from 100% intensity to nothing all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And it's a weird transition. That's what I'm saying.
She just tried to shut everything down in such a short space in time. Obviously, remember the distance between the gates and the first boat guide is less than between the boat guides themselves. So there's still a lot less room to work with. Here we go. This is Manon Costard, world champion for 2019.
What is the difference in distance? Do you know the distance on top of your head? How many meters?
Not off the top of my head, but it is significant.
Gate and first buoy?
Well, I can go to the diagram, of course, or...
27 meters. 27 meters, then 41.
Or I was going to encourage those in the live chat to actually contribute to the discussion. Yeah, because the only way you can do that is by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel.
So pretend I didn't say that. Subscribe, like, and then, yeah, we can ask, what is the length of the whole course, including pre-gates?
Yes.
So write down in the comment section, what is the length of the whole course, including pre-gates? Have fun. Go.
I have no idea.
What?
You just ski.
ski.
You just ski. You
don't. My brother, he knows this stuff.
You don't worry about the mechanics.
So
it's a slalom course. It's got 6 buoys. The first turn's on the right. The second turn's on the left.
That's so important. So we glossed over Manon's 13.
Yeah.
That's simply formality for her.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, she's already at the pass that she needs to get far enough down in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, just from past number 2. And Manon Costard returning to tournament action for the first time since the Masters in May of this year. It's been largely absent on the pro circuit.
So she's in.
Absolutely. She'll be skiing in the finals. And just looking in good shape there.
So we were mistaken. She started 14, so
this was
which
13.
is unusual for her. She usually started 13, so that's why we were deceived.
Okay, so she's gone through 14 and 13. Now this is the next pass is going to be 12 meters. Yeah. But just look at that hookup off buoy number 1. She just has that ability to just slowly massage that ski into an edge change and then just allow it to come round, hook up, and then just get behind the boat and go off to the races there, Patrizia.
Yeah, I mean, she's a great skier. I was just looking at her. Like, I love how she bends her knees and then just before the buoy, she extends all the body and let the ski smoothly
It's
going
like-
on the other side.
Like no other girl, at least in Europe, she can move on the ski back and forth in complete control.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like she gets stuck on the back or forward. She can move smoothly around. She can move her center of gravity around on the ski in a way that virtually no one else can.
All right, here we go. This is 12 meters. Now, realistically, if she can get halfway down this pass, she'll make it through to the next round of the competition, which she does.
She's in.
There you go, no doubt. And there we go. That is Manon Costard from France, an integral member of the French team and doing a fine job with that. Former world champion from 2019. Won her first European slalom championship in 2011 in Skarnes in Norway, in water conditions that are significantly more different than this one. Very warm water, but really between either that or this, still successful on top of the water. Manon Costard through to the next round of the competition to join the 11 other skiers in the women's slalom final. So, in order to take the lead, she basically has to run the next pass, which she has done on a number of occasions. And once again, telling you about the TWBC podcast, we actually interviewed Manon Costard and actually asked her about the circumstances behind her absence during the course of this season. She certainly had a lot to say about that, and you can listen to that on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts.
So here she comes, 11.
Needs the start.
Needs to get through this pass for the lead.
Round number
Great
one.
Start.
Ooh, and dives in on buoy number 2. But even that is still enough, well, obviously to make it through, no two ways about it. But she'll be starting from about midway down the list.
Yeah.
That's actually a great spot. That's actually a great spot to start in the final. So you have no pressure. You ski your result.
Yeah, you go there and
have everybody else chase your result afterwards.
All right, then. And that means that for the first time ever in a European Women's Slalom Championship, Sandra Botas takes the lead out of the elimination round and will be the last skier off the dock to challenge for the European Women's Slalom Championship. So congratulations to all 12 of the ladies that have made it through to the next round of the competition, including Manon Costard, who you see there scoring 1.5 on 11.25 meters. There's your leaderboard. Sandra Botas with 5.5 on 11.25 meters. A two-way tie for second place between Alicia Bagnoli and Gina Kruger. Patrizia Yanni in fourth place with 3.5 on 11.25 meters. Penel Grobet with 2 at 11.25 meters. Celine Detry and Manon Costard tied with 1.5 at 11.25 meters. Chiara Bonneman with 1 at 11.25 meters. Marie Vipranyetsova also through to the finals indeed, along with Celine Detry and Nikki Kuhn and Lili Steiner. They make up the balance of the names that have made it through to the next round of the competition. In 1 hour, we will continue on with coverage of this, the European Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto. My thanks go to Matteo Yanni and also Patrizia Yanni. Yep.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much.
Why, thank you very much indeed. And we have continuing coverage starting 1 hour from now. It is the men's jump elimination round as the European Championships for 2022 from Recetto continue. We'll be back after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like, I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass? Why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Lorenzo's Land. We're here on Dog Jump. We're about to start with the jump preliminaries for men. Today, it's gonna 20 minutes at the most, and let's hope to see some big jumps here from Recetto at the European Championship this year.
All right, then. Thanks a lot. Our first appearance there from Lorenzo De Alberto. And this is the continuing coverage of the 2022 European Water Ski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is
Matteo Luzzeri.
Matteo Luzzeri. There we go.
Good to be back, Tony.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good to be back. And we had a pretty scintillating slalom competition. Certainly some unexpected names will be making it through to the women's slalom final. An extraordinarily or a comparatively low cut for skiers making it through to the next round. But you know, you deal with what you have.
Yeah, you deal with what we have. I think maybe the field might not have been as deep this year, but all the skiers are here. So to win the European Championship, to take the title, you still have to ski great in any event, really. So that's the way I see it. I watched the tournament today from the shore, as you and Matteo were announcing, and I gotta say, like, the level was high. I mean, you had a lot of skiers deep 38. You're gonna see some of those skiers getting into 39 or 10-7. So I think it's still a great tournament. As we see the boat, I guess they went and checked the ramp. Final checks before our first skier. Now for men's jump, we have two series. So I believe it's going to be 12 skiers in the final. And as we see the shot from the dock, it's Mikhailo Mikhailichenko representing Ukraine, who will be getting on the water amongst the first skiers, I would imagine.
Yes, indeed. And after him is going to be Freak School from the Netherlands, followed by Vincenzo Marino of Italy, Dima Thompson from Switzerland, Dominic Kuhn, and Alexander Schiel from Austria, Luis Noguera from Spain, Marek Milnik of Slovakia, then Alvaro Noguera, and Francesco Corderola, and finally in Series 2 is Florian Paff. So, only one jumper in this Open Men's Series 2 is going to be jumping at 1.50 meters. That's our first competitor. That's Mikhailichenko.
Yep. I have his bio sheet right in front of me. Very strong skier who has been spending the summer here in Italy training. Under 14. I believe he got a second place at the Europeans in Greece, and I find it really cool that he's here at the Open Europeans, getting some experience. I believe he might have made the trick final, or if not, he was very, very close. and now we're going to see him in the jump event.
Wearing an arm sling, showing he means business out there on the jumping ramp, and actually using an arm sling that was produced in England for a while there. Not too sure what that's called, but it was produced in England.
I mean, I'm surprised that's a production sling. That seems very homemade, very, you know. I've actually had a skier back in the day when I was young that our coach built a sling out of an airplane seat belt, like, you know, the buckle that you see they were using the airplane.
Well, the jack straps used to be built that way, where they actually went to like an airliner junkyard and went into the planes and just took a knife and just took the buckles off and produced the slings from that.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's a safe buckle right there. You know, if it keeps you in the plane during turbulence, I'm sure it's going to be working for a jump sling.
Yeah, the only thing is they do tend to corrode rather quickly.
Yeah, I bet, especially like salt water. So what to say about this jump event, Tony? We got 2 series. Recetto, notoriously a place where jumpers tend to enjoy jumping. Like they proclaim this as one of the best sites in Europe for big jumps.
Not only for the jumping, but also for the acoustics as well.
Oh, that's right. That ramp sounds so nice. And I don't know if you know this, but I started jumping again last year, and I spent a little bit of time trying to bribe Elisabetta Galli, our team manager, to make me jump, but there weren't enough wild cards for me, so I'm here sitting with you commentating.
All right, then let's check in over on dockside. I believe we've got Lorenzo's land on standby.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Misha, our first jump at 2022 European Championship. So, Mika, how are you feeling today?
I feel okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And what do you expect to do today in this jump preliminary? Are you expecting to go far? What distance are you looking for?
Yeah.
What distance, more or less?
Distance, I want to do 40 meters.
All right, perfect. It's a pretty good score. How old are you, Mika?
I am 11 years old.
All right, 11 years old, already competing on the Open European. Then congratulations, best of luck to you, and we'll hope to see you again later.
Yes, he obviously has some high hopes. Considering his personal best is 38 meters, he wants to tack on another couple of meters on top of that, you know. And, you said something about getting back into jumping. It almost sounds like a confession in one of those meetings type deal. I'm Matteo Letteri and I'm now a jumper.
I'm back to be a jumper. Yeah, it's how it is. And funny enough, everyone who has tried to help me jump in the past when I was an overall skier hates the fact that I'm jumping, because now I'm stoked about it and I love it. Whereas in the past I was quite scared of it, you know. So I was an awesome, 51, 150, collegiate jumper. But when the ramp got high and the speed got fast, I was quite scared.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking, oh man, I have to contend with him on slalom. Now I've got to think about him jumping as well. What's up with that?
Yeah, just an extra 10 minutes of gas wasted on the lake.
All right.
But I enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumping's great fun.
It's great fun, Tony. I train every day to try to run the 41 off pass. And I know I will one day, and it's going to feel unbelievable, but it doesn't feel like the lift you get off of a ramp when you do a good jump. It's just nothing like that.
You kind of need that distraction a little bit. I mean, and it occurs in a lot of different activities, a lot of different sports, you know?
Yeah, it's a unique feeling in water skiing. And, oh, yeah, sounds like we're going back to the dock.
Indeed we are.
All right, welcome back. We're here with Freak, our second jump in the jump preliminary. So how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. A little bit scared. It's going to be my first jump again in 3 weeks after injury. So we'll see. I hope the knee will hold, and second jump I can go for it like I did before. So let's see.
All right, perfect. And more or less, you said that you just got injured. Have you been jumping since the injury? This is going to be your first setback?
No, it's going to be the first set. I didn't want to ruin up my slalom. So I thought first slalom, if that's okay, I can try a jump. If I do it here or back home, I prefer to do it here. Conditions are perfect, so why not? And knee feels okay. It's still a little bit of pain, but I think it will hold.
All right, perfect. Then hope everything will work for you. Best of luck.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there. That must weigh heavily on your mind, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for as cool and fun as jump is, it's obviously, you know, it's a little bit more injury prone than the other two events. Not only just like traumatic injury, but just like overuse. You know, you talk a lot. There was some former jumpers watching some of the event around here yesterday and today. You can tell that the years of jumping had a toll on their body. You know, I'm thinking about Bubo Alessi, Marina Mosti, you know, others that have been here
Elena
watching.
Elena Thompson, Marie Vipranyetsova.
Seb Khan, you know, like all these jumpers that have been, like they did it for a while.
That have got double knee braces.
You know, exactly. But at the same time, he's part of it, right? So you heard Freak in his interview, he said, yeah, I sort of rested. I wanted to, you know, leave the slalom alone. But I'm conscious that, you know, eventually you got to go over if you want to get some scores. I see his PB is 52.6. So I'm assuming we're going to see like a 3/4 cut, probably ramp 165, speed in the 57K. That's my assumption. But before that, we have the ramp at 150 for Mikhailo. Now, just to put this in perspective for those who don't really follow under 14 jump, his PB is 38 meters. Now, traditionally speaking, you win an under 14 European with like 41, 42, and Mikhailo is 11.
Yeah.
So that's a big jumper in his age category. And as we said, I love to see him here taking a poke amongst the best in Europe.
Yes, indeed, and also consider that his idol, Danielo Filchenko, has just recently returned to this part of the world, having competed in the World Games where he actually won the men's jump event. So there is a beginning tradition of jumping excellence being developed among our Ukrainians right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you talk about him. I mean, under 17, the current European champion. I mean, and Samoilov, who just recently had to drop the sport, he was one of the rising stars of world overall skiing, jumping being one of his big events. I mean, the Ukraine in the last 15 years has been producing a lot of great water skiers, including jumping, including slalom. So it's cool to see that, you know, Mikhailo has a lot of inspiration in his home country to look up to.
Wearing a helmet that wouldn't go amiss in a movie like Starship Troopers or something like that.
That's a shiny one, isn't it?
All right, there. This is Mikhailichenko, and on the dockside there we see Marie Vipranyetsova handling the line and getting ready for our first competitor out. Beautiful shots there from the starting dock. Connor Pauly with the duties there with the dockside camera. Hashtag Connor does Italy.
Exactly, he made it, man. He finally made it to Italy.
All right, so, and providing the tools that you need to ski your best, check out flowpointmethod.com, flowpointmethod.com. And I know that you've sampled some of that, and Marcus Brown and Jenny Labar do a fantastic job with that.
Absolutely, man. Like they are the only example in the sport right now where they try to really bring together everything involving, you know, improvement in water skiing, technique, body, mind, nutrition. They have a great package for everyone who wants to join them. And I've myself been benefiting a lot from their teachings in the last 3 years.
All right, then. So the time currently here right now is 3 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. If you are watching us from the eastern seaboard of the United States, then the time right there at this moment is a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you're chowing down on some breakfast, you're watching some live water ski jumping right here and now, courtesy of the 2022 European Water Ski Championships here in Recetto in Italy. So coming into the jump, I don't think that boat speed is quite as quick as 54 or even 57K. So Owen is going to take a poke at it. Looks like it's either going to be 51, 49 or 51K. But very light on the skis, turns in. Let's see. Oh, look at that. He has high aspirations of jumping close to 40 meters.
Well, he said it and he tried, man. Like, that wasn't an early cut. Yeah, to commit right away from the turn. You can see here, very nice, smoothly executed turn, but then he said, okay, it's time to go. And from this shot, you can clearly tell he didn't leave a lot of wiggle room for mistake right there.
No, and he held that left ski all the way up onto the surface, you know, and that takes some you know what.
Yeah, it takes that. And I mean, as I said, from what he declared on the dock, you could tell that he wanted to show us.
All right, we should be able to get the distance very, very soon. Flashed up on your screen. There's Vincenzo Marino, one of our next competitors to go. The jump distance is 35.9 or 118 feet, 35.9. So a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of what he wants to do, or even close to his personal best. So let's see what he can do to summon up some more distance.
I mean, you know, we were here together watching the women's jump yesterday. Brilliant conditions for them, and I would say the same applies for the men. There's this nice little head breeze, typical Recetto afternoon. So, you know, jumpers, like, great boat towing them right now. So, you know, everything is in place for them to get a shot to do their best course. As we see Michailo getting ready for his second jump. 3/4 cut, like the first attempt. And here he is swinging out. Very calm approach. And off he goes to the ramp. Slightly earlier approach than the first one.
Oh, nice.
Very good airform, and whoa, okay, lands it. There's a little wobble there as soon as he landed.
Yeah, certainly, I'll look at this. A little bit earlier off the top of the jump and getting a little bit more stability off the ramp. And a nice, safe-looking landing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, safe, but with a couple of extra movements that he didn't expect.
Mm-hmm. All right, the jump distance should be revealed to us in a moment or so as we see one or two lines being measured, and everything has to be within a certain tolerance, especially jump lines and the handles.
That's correct. That's 30 centimeters or about a foot. So, you know, the line traditionally with the handle is supposed to be 23 meters. It can be anywhere between 22.70 and 23.30.
All right, pushing out our distance, it is, well, 36.9 meters, so another 3 feet there, 36.9.
And despite the earlier approach, you could clearly tell here he was driving through the ramp better, had a better lift. So maybe if he could achieve that, hitting the ramp where he hit in the first jump, then he might see that 40-meter mark that he has been chasing.
All right, then, and I think he's been given some advice from Marie Vipranyetseva along the shore side. And let's see if he can take that on with the third and last attempt. As we look to see one of our next jumpers, that is Dima Thompson. Coming in, jump number 3. This here is Mikhailichenko.
Here we see it again for a 3/4 cut. Look how gently he puts the right ski down.
Oh, look at that, burying that jump. Oh, more speed, that's got to be further.
I believe so, though again, you can see he's a little frustrated. He didn't quite get to utilize the ramp as well as the second one, but he was definitely faster into it. And he must have taken a later approach because he didn't spend too much time gliding. The second he put the ski down, he had to go.
And just how late that looks late.
Yeah.
Just right there.
Well, he's
not even
not
close
early
to hitting the camera.
That was definitely not early.
That actually might be close to about a 38-meter jump. We're waiting on the distance, but it's only a little bit longer than the previous two. Freak School is going out next, and Mikhailichenko just exiting stage right, as it were. pushing out the distance, 35.8 meters, so, and ended up being his worst jump out of 3, so 36.9. 36.9 meters being the best distance for Mikhailichenko. And now the ramp is going to be raised from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. It shouldn't take us too long to do that, but you go grab yourself a seat and grab yourself your favorite beverage, because in about that amount of time we'll return with Freak School for his 3 attempts, and they'll be coming up next. Returning to continuing action here in Recetto for the European Championships for 2022. I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Matteo Luzzeri, and looking forward to our next competitor. We're seeing Vincenzo Marina about to jump, but before him we have Freak School, probably the best name of all of the skiers in these championships.
I mean, arguably the best name of all time, you know.
Yeah, definitely within the sport. Aside from Lucky Low, of course.
Well,
all right, then.
That's a good one.
All right, then. So here we go. We got Freak School.
Looks like he's going to go for a single cut approach. As we heard, he hasn't been jumping in a while due to a knee injury. So probably just going over.
This is going to be interesting then. Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
So a good confidence boosting jump. We'll see what he's got for the remaining 2 attempts as he rounds the southern end of this Recetto facility. And you know, if you do your due diligence and go on Google and find out the official website for this facility here, you'll find opportunities for you to get on out there and ski, and also whilst I have Matteo here, of course it goes without saying that you're one of the coaches at Jolly Ski over in San Gervasio Bresciano. As a matter of fact, on top of all of that, there are opportunities at least 1 or 2 times a season where you can actually tour Italy by going to a number of great facilities. You could sample the food, sample the wine, all of that good stuff. So how would you go about doing something like that?
You just shoot us an email or get in touch with us via social media. And this is a tour that my sister and I have been organizing, which I think you'll enjoy. The name is called Jolly Clinic, Jolly Happy Clinic, I guess. And yeah, it's 5 days of skiing and just touring the area around our site, wineries, bike tours, museums, restaurants, obviously, a few happy hours, you know, so
of course
it's good fun. It's good fun.
All right then, so plenty of Chianti and plenty of limoncello,
Franciacorta, which is kind of like champagne, basically.
Indeed. All right then. This is 1.65 meters ramp height, setting the 0 off on letter P. Here comes Freak School. All rocking up on the back of the skis and not getting much out of that ramp at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad
And let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dockside here with Edoardo Marenzi, who's going to be our first jumper in Series 2. So, Edoardo, what you feeling about this jump preliminary?
Feel pretty good. Not using my ski. My right ski broke before this tournament. So, but feeling pretty confident. It's going to be a good day.
Okay, perfect. So how have you been jumping lately, apart from the ski breaking?
Been jumping pretty good. Been fixing some stuff since the last few tournaments and been jumping pretty good, so I'm pumped.
All right, perfect. We're gonna let you get warmed up and focused. Thank you very much, Eduardo, and back to you.
All right, then. So we're going to get the distance coming up for Freak Score. We'll get both of his distances for jump number 1 and jump number 2 being thrown up on the screen. 29.3 on the opening jump. 39.2 on the second jump. So 39.2 gives him the lead. But he won't stay in the lead for that long.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good to see him taking the pokes, right? Like he said, he has been jumping in almost a month. He's been having knee issues. Went up for a single just to feel things out. Obviously, the first double cut approach had to be somewhat safe. And let's see what approach he takes on this last one. Going for his double cut. And I believe it's his right knee that is hurting. So, you know, like the one that matters in this next cut.
The one that takes most of the impact. Here he comes.
There he is. That's a much better approach. Looks like in the mid-40s range. I mean, I know he's not pleased with the distance, but I think he can take some comfort in the fact that he has been able to jump.
Yeah. Just getting out there for starters is a major plus.
Did you hear that sound, Tony? Did you
Yes.
hear that sound of like wily bindings?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you know, and I'll talk about wily bindings in just a moment, but we see Freak School here with his third and last attempt, which I surmise is going to be a little bit further than the 39.2 meters that he produced on jump number 2. Handle up a little bit off the turn and then just drive in all the way through away from the bottom right-hand corner. Still rocking back a little bit, not delivering as much power off the top of the jump, but he at least is able to land and record a distance, which I surmise is going to be a little bit further. So let's have a look at that as the graphic gets put up on the screen momentarily. We've got Vincenzo Marino waiting for his turn to take to the water. Vincenzo Marino.
Okay, 45.7. Yeah, I wasn't too far of that, right? So 45.7 for Freak as his last jump. Again, probably he's not particularly stoked with the distance, but just the fact that he was able to get out and ski, I'm sure, looks much better than what he was fearing he wasn't going to be able to do. As we see Vincenzo going down, speed suit and all, for his first jump.
All right then. So at least until a few weeks ago, I actually had some knowledge given to me that the Wiley's binding company was actually up for sale.
Interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting. That's a bit of knowledge that I didn't have. I don't know that I would be one of the first buyers in line. Okay.
Yeah, we tried to put a bid in there, but it got rejected.
How come? Too low? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a historic company in the sport, though, right?
Indeed. And it would, you know, I mean, the vast majority of the jump ski bindings used across the world are actually Wiley's bindings, you know. So, I mean, it's definitely a critical player in the sport of tournament water skiing, and certainly hope that whoever takes that on and continues to manufacture the bindings does so as an ongoing concern.
Okay, Tony, we see Vincenzo. Look at that. He's approaching at 51K, and I can give you a bit of background as of why. He's trying to get ready for the Junior Worlds in Chile, and he said, I'm not changing anything. I'm still jumping as the junior that I am, but letter V, right? That's a lot of gas over towards the ramp.
V for Vincenzo.
Wow, that was a late approach right there. He wants it. He wants the meters even if the boat is going a little slower, I'll tell you that.
Either that or he's preparing to jump collegiately. Anyway, we're going to go dockside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Alexandre jumping in Series 2 today. So how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it's an awesome place to jump at. The site is perfect. The ramp is super fast, so I'm super stoked to jump.
All right, perfect. So you're enjoying the condition here in Recetto?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a little tailwind, but it's not going to be a big problem. We've skied in Austria for the past 3 weeks with tailwind, so it's going to be easy.
You're used to that tailwind. So what distance are you looking to do this today?
I'm looking for 53 to 55 meters, but I think it's definitely possible. It's great conditions, as I said, so looking forward to it.
All right, perfect. We're going to let you get ready, get focused. Thank you very much for being with us, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, good to hear from Lorenzo's Land, which went up against Wade's World just recently in an online poll.
How did that go, by the way?
I think Lorenzo's Land actually scored better.
Okay, good for him. I'm happy for Lorenzo. As we see 50.3 from Vincenzo. Now, look at that. Like, that's a good junior jump, and yet he did not use the load or the ramp in any way, shape, or form that he wanted. So, I mean, he told me before he went out he wanted to attack this set full on. So let's see him approaching jump number 2.
And let's not forget what the world junior jump record is. It's still held here in Italy, courtesy of Tim Bradstreet, with 59.3 meters.
That's correct. That's correct. But he would have to be done at a junior tournament. So even if Vincenzo goes 60
Oh,
today,
look at this. Oh, my word. Oh, no. And he jumps the bottom 2 corners of the ramp. I thought that was going to be like Tim Bradstreet reincarnated.
I mean, that was... I don't know if he was as aggressive of a turn as Timmy used to do, but definitely he had to turn the skis. He felt some type of urgency there. He's probably looking for Riccardo Casilli or Elisabetta Galli on the shore, giving him some instructions.
Wow. That is just absolutely amazing. I'd be intrigued to take a look at how close he was to the bottom right-hand corner on the instant replay again, if that's available. Here it is. Here's the sense of urgency.
Here it comes. Right there.
Oh, just rocked back. There you go. Just look at... Oh, he saw more white and blue than red.
Oh, yeah. That ride ski was going to be on the blue.
Yeah. That would not have been good. All right, then. So pass on jump number 2. He's still got 50.3 meters. And yes, he is training for the Junior World Championships that will take place in Santiago de Chile, a tournament which is being brought to you exclusively live on TWBC.
Okay, so you guys are going to be there shooting all the best juniors in the world. One of them being Damir Filaretov, who unfortunately is not here competing at these Europeans as he's just started college in the U.S.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Tony, in the wrong Louisiana university, but I guess, well, we can live with it.
Yeah.
Damir certainly being one, of Vincenzo competitors who actually trained here in Recetto the whole summer, and they had a great showdown in Greece at the Europeans then too, with Damir taking actually the whole bag. Slalom, tricks, jump, overall, he killed it. And Vincenzo told me, he said, yeah, I accept that he's better than me now. I'm going to work as hard as I can to, be a little pain for him in Chile.
All right, there. Here comes Vincenzo Marino. Let's see if he can get a little bit better timing here with jump number 3.
Better turn.
Better turn. Not quite the sense of urgency this time around, but just twisting off the jump and just losing his direction.
Yeah, I mean, take his second jump, right? He was very late, very, as we said, sense of urgency. The skill there is to just back it up just a little bit, like not too much, right? Because if you looked at it, it wasn't too far from actually making the ramp. But then it looks like this time he sort of like backed it up a little bit too much. And for as much as he was waiting out there and had a nice, easy turn, he still didn't have the trajectory towards the ramp that he wanted.
44.9 meters on jump number 3, but his best jump was 50.3.
And, at the end of the day, he's in the lead by, a little shy of 5 meters.
Yeah, exactly. So About 4.6 meter lead as we get ready to bring on our next competitor. Now, if there's one competitor in this field that can harness a legacy of jumping, it's this one. It's Dima Thompson. I'm sure he'll be getting plenty of signs along the shoreline.
Oh yeah, I mean, you want to talk about like someone who must have grown up with a lot of advice as far as how to cut towards the ramp and getting a good lift out of that ramp. He's one of them, right? His mom has achieved, I guess, anything that someone could achieve in the event of water ski jumping.
Jump and overall in 97, jump in 99, and jump and overall in 2001.
Exactly. World Championships you're talking, right?
Yes, indeed,
well,
yes.
Exactly. So obviously someone who has achieved, you know, as much as you can achieve in jumping, and now you grow up with a person like that, so you would imagine that a couple of tips have been given along the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know much about his jumping. I couldn't find his bio sheet here.
Nope.
But I believe he's under 21 skier?
Yes, I believe he is. Okay, so to give you an idea... Okay, so looking at some of his distances, his best jump distance is a 50.3 meter jump. He has backed that up with distances of 49 meters, 47, and another 49 meter jump. So he's there on the cusp of actually delivering an average jump distance of over 50 meters.
And for what I was able to hear from the radio, it looks like he's going at 57 letter U, so he definitely wants to use that strong engine on the ski nautique.
But pulling out a little bit early there on the 5 and 600. All right then, here he comes. Jump number one, a little bit early, I would say, but managing to get a good lift and comes in for landing. And as he makes the turn at the southern end of the lake, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo's land.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the dock. We're with Vincenzo, who just got done jumping. So, Vincenzo, how was your set today?
Not so good, but I don't think so. It's not enough for the final, but that's fun. This is my first Open European, just experience.
We saw you passing at the second jump. You from here, you look very, very late. So tell us, how late were you?
8, super late, but I think I don't know. That's late, but fine.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good effort out there, and hope to see you again in the next finals. Back to you, Tony.
Well, I didn't hear too much about that response. All I can pick up was late, and more late.
He was so late that his brain shut off.
Yeah, indeed. Something did anyway. All right, then. So that was a 41.2 meter jump, 41.2 meters on the opener there for Dima Thompson.
Yeah, I think, as you said, like he just cut out for the 210 and 180 a little bit too soon. He had to kept edging out to be outside of the buoy line. So hopefully he figures out when to start for this first cut towards the buoys. And as a reminder, those three buoys, 210 meters, 180 and 150, is what the skiers use to judge the distance of their cut compared to where they're going to be on the ramp.
And the only point of reference that's officially mandated in the jump course, this is Dima Thompson. Ramp height 1.65 meters high, turns, sets his shoulders, and still rocking out towards the back. Just needs to get some more tension across his left arm coming in instead of pulling up and trying to physically kick. If he maintains his direction a little bit more across his left arm, he'll find that he'll be jumping a lot further.
Yeah, I think now, as we'll see on the replay, you see he's very open to the boat as he turns, right? So he loses that early line connection that allows you to basically feel the right ski the way you want.
Ooh.
That's why he's a little bit sort of like that crunch forward safety mode type of cut. But certainly got more out of the boat and out of the ramp on the second jump. let's wait for the distance.
All right, the distance should be a little bit further, and indeed,
47.5.
47.5 meters, so 47.5, so he's a little ways shy of the lead.
Yeah, roughly 3 meters behind the lead, still held by Vincenzo Marino on his first jump.
So let's see what we've got here. We've got Dominique Cocoon about to take to the water next, and Alexander Schiel of Austria, both from Austria.
Yep.
Then we've got Luis Noguera from Spain, then Marek Milnik of Slovakia, Alvaro Noguera of Spain, then Francesco Corderola and Florian Paf.
Yeah, the level is going to raise very quickly in this Series 2 jump. Like just out of the names that you said, I can already hear a couple of like late 50s, early 60 meters marks. All right. Probably even better this third jump.
Yeah, I think so. And let's not forget that when we get to Series 1, all of those jumpers, we jump in at the 1.8 meter ramp height.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever jumped with a ramp at 180, Tony?
Yes, and it didn't end well.
Yeah, well, it's scary, man. It's like it's a wall, and you know, as some of the viewers might know, recently the ramp has been extended, so it's slightly longer than what it used to be. But I'll tell you, 180 is still a big red wall in front of your eyes as you're cutting towards it.
All right, we're going to see the jump distance being displayed in just a moment or so once we've obtained the distance from our officials using the splash eye technology.
Brilliant technology, by the way, right? Like we have it at our lake as well. And how unbelievable is it that you can get jumps accurate by 10 centimeters, increments immediately, instantly, right? Like as you jump. So now the splash eye is being used manually, meaning that after the skiers land, one of the judges is checking, the marker that you put on the splash eye to make sure that the distance is correct. But splash eye also has an automatic mode with a sensor under the ramp that basically tells the computer, okay, a jump is coming, and measure it. So you can get measured jumps while training, which is brilliant.
All right, there. So we got Dominique Cocoon of Austria. We're waiting on the final jump distance for Dima Thompson. We'll get that splashed up onto the screen as soon as we obtain that. All right then, so 49.5, 49.5.
Currently in second place, I believe.
That's right. By 0.8 of a meter. All right, so getting upwards and onwards and upwards, we've got Dominique Kuhn of Austria.
Age 18, just one of those skiers that came straight from the European Under-21 Championship in Fischeln to the Open Europeans. Current PB in jump 53.4 meters, and judging from where he's standing behind the boat, he's going to go for a double cut approach. Strong overall skier, very solid in all three events.
Good solid position into his turn. Good tight line. Does he take the jump? Yes, he does. And like a number two have before, still rolling out the back a little bit, not taking the pull of the boat over the tips of the skis.
Yeah, you could see it as we watch the replay. Pretty calm approach, seemed everything in control, and then couldn't quite get a full use of the 1.65 meter ramp that he faced. And you could tell that the load was actually kind of pulling him towards the boat rather than shooting him up in the air. So that's when you know that, as we say, the ski really didn't drive through the ramp, right? a little bit of an early approach, actually very early. You can see the left ski almost getting out of the surface.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to get some suggestions from Franz Oberleitner on shore to take a little bit of a later approach to the second jump.
All right, right you are. It's a 52.4 meter opener jump, and that is, he's got the lead with that. So he's got something to build from. We'll
Absolutely.
See if he can achieve that. And let's take into account the fact that there are 8 skiers in the Series 1, all of them jump at 1 meter 80, which means that there is a path, if you excuse the pun, for upwards of 4 competitors who have jumped to 1.65 meters high to make it through to the final round of the competition, bearing in mind that we take 12 skiers through to the next round.
That's correct. And just as a note, like Dominic is currently leading with 52.4. His PB is 53.4, jumping at 54K. So we'll see if he can. Seems to me like he has a shot at improving his PB here today.
Still early.
Yeah, still a little early approach.
And we're going to go to the dock and check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Francesco Caldarola. Soon to be in the water in Series 2 jump. So, Francesco, how are you feeling today?
Really good, my feeling. I hope to do my best and to do my best.
All right, perfect. And what distance are you looking for today?
I'm really happy if I will do 16. 60.5.
60.5, already a big jump. So you're feeling confident, the conditions are good, you like the lake, you like everything so far?
It's my home, so I hope for the best.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Francesco. We'll let you get warmed up. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Let's take a look at this previous jump, and let's switch over to the ramp cam here. That was, yeah, that early. Was very early, as a matter of fact.
Sprayed the camera a little bit.
Yeah. Took care of that little water drop there that was on the lens. But enough about us. Let's continue on. 50.1, 50.1. Still able to get over 50 meters even off a fairly lukewarm cut.
Tony, I have the feeling here that if he just takes a bit of a chance in this third jump, he's going to go way past his PB.
All right, let's see. His PB about 53.4, so looking to claw back a meter, deciding to use the X setting on the 0 off. So looking for a little bit more punch from the boat. That's a little better, but still early though.
Yeah, still a little early, but I gotta say, seems to me that he got out of the ramp with a better position, more speed. I believe he might have improved his lead already a little bit with this last jump. Let's wait for the score.
All right, take a look at the instant replay as we get ready for Alexander Schiel from also from Austria, about to take to the water. Austria enjoy a long and illustrious reputation for producing some great jumpers, and Dominic Kuhn very much a part of that.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the Austrian team here at the Europeans. A lot of young skiers who are climbing the ranks in the under-21 category, getting experience at the biggest one of all, right? Like here in Europe. So there's always, 49.9 for his last attempt. So we'll keep the 52.4 opener as his best jump and the current lead of this Series 2 men's jump event. No, what I was saying is, the usual say, like, you learn more in a set in a tournament than 10th set of practice, right?
Right.
So it's good to see that the Austrian team is entrusting and giving these opportunities to younger skiers to, learn a lot. And hopefully they can transfer that to, the under-21 tournaments and to the open tournaments when they'll be of age. But we're about to see Alex Schiel, age 19, also out of Austria. impressive overall skier. I see his PBs here, half at 10.7, 83.40, 52.6 meters, and a dual athlete, right? So not only does he overall, but he has been really pushing hard on the hockey up until recent, where akin to someone like that you know well, like Dorian Llewellyn, he made the decision of, leaving the hockey stick aside for a bit and focusing full on overall skiing.
All right, so we look forward to some great jumping action, and certainly Alexander Schiel, certainly not the only skier in the history of tournament water skiing at this level to pursue winter sporting activities. I remember back in the day that Emma Shears was actually trying to push to be a member of the Australian skeleton team at one time.
Ah, look at that.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Especially from the northern hemisphere, a little cool in the winter, so you take on a winter sport.
All right, here we go. Here is Alexander Schiel,
whom, as opposed to his teammate, decided to go 57K.
All right, here he comes, jump number one. Little bit of slack in the line. That's going to be a detriment to him, and that's the reason why he passed on jump number one. And as he sinks into the water and waits for the boat to pick him up, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Carlo Basic. So, Carlo, what happened to you? Why are you not skiing?
I had a crash recently, or not that recent, last year at Europeans, and I was able to train through the pain and through the injury through Worlds, and then my back just seized up. I've done lots of physio and stuff over the whole year, but it's just not quite ready to ski, but I hope to be back next year.
All right, perfect. So you're here as a team coach. So are you happy about your team? How's your team skiing as of right now?
Yeah, I'm actually happy I was able to come. We have a young team. Lots of these guys I've been coaching since a couple of years or giving advice. So I'm actually quite honored and excited to be passing on some of the knowledge I collected over the years. And our team is crushing it, so I'm even more happy.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for giving a nice interview. I'm really sad that I don't see you skiing, but next time, buddy. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. This is Tony Lightfoot. I've got Matteo Lazzeri here, sports psychologist extraordinaire.
Well, yeah, sports psychologist. And a new intern of the TWBC broadcast.
Yeah, indeed.
How am I doing, Tony? Is it okay?
We're doing good. We only hire doctors.
Wow. That's not the pay I received.
Anyways.
So, okay, back on the water. Alex Schiel's second jump. Pass on the first one, which was probably wise, given that slack at the turn.
All right, let's see what he's got.
2 feet wide, the boat path.
Tighter line this time. This is going to help. Oh, and starting to rise before the surface. The jumper kind of jamming the surface a little bit as a result.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be like a good approach, and then sort of like almost, as we say, pre-kicked, right? So stood up before the ramp, which can end in two ways. It can end either in you not being able to get the lift you want, or
ending up in the bushes.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad to see that he's fine. Skis stayed up, and he was able to land that jump.
All right, then. So we're looking at Alexander Schiel with this instant replay again, and considerably later than our previous jumper from Austria, Dominik Kuhn. Decent effort, and it should be reflected in the distance, which we will get in just a moment or so, as we look at our next competitor about to take to water, Luis Nogueira. Skier who's making a little bit of a comeback. He's a full-time tax attorney.
Yeah, I mean, Luis and I are not too far in age, so I remember doing a lot of tournaments with him over the years, from U17s to U21s, all around Europe, trying to chase scores. 48.5, I believe, the second jump from Alex Schill, as we see him getting ready for the third and last attempt. Very composed, not a lot of extra movements there.
Yeah, just trying to limit those down. That's better, much better.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That might even be in the neighborhood of his PB.
Yes, indeed.
Which, if he passes that, his PB is 52.6, we might see a new leader here.
All right, then the current lead is 52.4, courtesy of Dominic Kuhn. There you go, he's pleased with that apparently. We'll get the jump distance soon. We'll take a look at the instant replay if we have that to handy. Yes, indeed we do, with the third and last attempt. Good aggression there off the 5 and 600. And let's see, he just waits on that on that jump, waits for that line to tighten up. All of this is coordinated, takes months of training to get this dialed down. Even though he rocked back off the top, he still had enough forward motion to send him out over the tips of skis, and lands and rides that one out.
Yeah, a lot of, months of coordination and also months of confidence, right? Like that moment that we see here where he's just standing, waiting for the ramp. The amount of things that can pop in your mind as you're waiting for it can be several, where really there should be none, and that's the real challenge of jumping, right? So staying calm and sort of mindless in that moment. So 50.6, quite frankly, Tony, I don't know about you, but look, judging from the way it came out, I thought it was going to be a bit of a further jump. But yes, 50.6, which I believe trumps Marino Vincenzo's best jump, and puts him currently in second place behind his teammate Dominic.
All right, and now we're getting closer and closer to the area where we can start to pick off skiers that could make it through to the next round of the competition. We've got Luis Nogueira, who works there these days. He's age 32. He is a full-time tax lawyer. Cristiano Ronaldo could have used his services.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know much about his tax situation, but I can tell you a couple of facts about Luis Nogueira. So PB in jump is 57.1, achieved last year. He also has an impressive trick PB of 92.20, obtained this year. And his slalom PB is 3 at 10.75, dating back to 2013. So we get a sense of like his comeback as being, more geared towards tricks and jump. 57.1 meter, if you were to get somewhere in that neighborhood, that might be what the cut for the final is going to be at these European Championships. And looks like he's going for a double cut approach as well. Age 32, representing Spain here in Recetto at the 2022 Europe and Africa Championships.
All right, here we go. Coming in, jump number 1. This is Luis Nogueira.
Going for that ramp.
There we go. Not rocking back at all off the jump and just taking advantage, full advantage of the boat's pull as he lifts off and comes into land on jump number 1.
Now, Tony, you must have seen from the graphic, he's jumping with letter R as opposed to some of the skiers we saw before him jumping with letters heading towards the letter Z, meaning the lower the letter, the less gas the boat gives. But there's also a question about, like, can you manage that load, right? So when the boat is gassing that hard, can you actually manage it with your position? And there's always like a bit of a debate when you're coaching a jumper of, okay, they want to go up in letters, but can they actually sustain that amount of load? So it looks like Luis is like, okay, I'm just gonna go with what I can deal with and do the job myself to cut towards the ramp and achieve speed. And judging from this first jump, that might have been a good strategy.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Totally agree with you there.
as we're waiting for the distance. Here, 49 meters. Okay, so pretty safe opener. And you know, it's funny, Tony, I think it was Luca or Alex that was saying about a little bit of tailwind. They were talking about a little bit of a tailwind, but judging from our position, I don't really feel any wind. Looks like the conditions are pretty calm. As we see Luis Nogueira approaching second jump. See, okay, seems like he took a bit of a later approach. And
oh no!
God. That was a late approach.
Oh. Well, he's signaling to the boat that he's okay now.
Giving the peace sign.
Yeah, indeed. Now, the next thing he needs to look for is his right ski, the fin.
Oh, yeah, that was... I mean, you could tell from the turn that he decided to take. He decided to take a bit of a later approach. You could see that by the way he turns for the ramp, that sense of urgency, that, okay, now it's time to go. And he held himself well, but as you can see from this shot, as he goes to the ramp, there's very little red underneath him.
I think he barely keeps that right ski fin intact.
Yeah, I mean, judging from this slow-mo replay, I think the right fin is okay.
All right, then, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, everybody, we're here with Alvaro, whose brother is just in the water now, just took an easy crash. So how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, ready to jump.
A little concerned about your brother just crashing right now, or you're okay?
I think he's fine. I mean, it looks like, so yeah, like we hope he's good. Yeah.
So how have you been jumping lately? You feeling confident about getting into the final? You think you're going to be on the bubble? Where do you think you're going to place after this prelim?
I mean, like my goal is to get into the finals. This year it's been a bit weird because I've got a broken ski, so now I'm using his skis, like my brother's skis, so I had to, adaptate to his skis, but I think I'm fine. I'm ready to go, so yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Alvaro. We'll let you get focused, get situated. Best of luck, and back to you.
Well, that was some revelation right there.
I wonder if Alvaro was mainly concerned about his brother or about his brother's skis, since he has to use them, or at least one of them from the sound of it. One of them. Okay, sounds like it's one of them that he needs. It looks like everything is fine. We're ready to go for the third jump.
And that raises another point, jump ski production.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what do you want me to say about that?
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, in recent times, there are only a few companies that will actually take on the whole task of producing jump skis. I mean, we got D3, we got Goodman, maybe one or two brands, and just actually getting the materials alone just to make the jump skis is very, very hard.
It is. It's very hard. And then from what I've been able to gather, just like from talking to Ron, understanding need, it feels like it must be really hard as a jump ski producer to find some type of consistent production. Like, first of all, the materials are not always there. Then the demand comes randomly. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I mean, he sort of, recovered it pretty well, I must say, but glad to hear that he's fine. So yeah, like there's a lot of challenges that come with like producing jump skis that might not necessarily be there, or at least different challenges than producing slalom skis or trick skis. So there's always that concern of like, okay, I broke my ski, when am I going to be able to get another one?
And you may be tempted to look towards Cyprus instead of the United States right now in that regard.
Oh, yeah. SP is starting to produce jump skis too.
Here we go.
Okay.
I think that was a safety jump.
It was. I don't think it was much further than his first jump.
All right, then. Let's check back in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back Dockside, where we're with Pat Florian, who just recently graduated European Under-21 jump champion. So how are you feeling after that big win?
Yeah, I feel great. I have big expectation for this competition here. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
So you're jumping amazing lately. How the condition in Recetto? Do you like this place? Do you feel confident in pushing in this side?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. I like it. Yeah, I like it pretty much. And now it's perfect, no wind, perfect conditions. Yeah, looking forward.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Pat. We're going to let you get focused, get warmed up. Best of luck. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much indeed. And our next competitor to go is Marek Milnik of Slovakia. And still out in the lead with a jump distance of 52.4 is Dominic Kuhn. Now we're at the point. If any of the remaining jumpers desire to make it through to the next round of the competition, they've got to jump more than 52.4.
So again, how many skiers in Series 1?
There are 10. But more importantly, there are 8 in Series 2. There are 8 in Series 1, and then there are 4 competitors remaining in Series 2, and we're in Series 2 right now.
Okay, so my understanding is since it's 19 skiers, it's going to be 10 making it through to the final?
I heard initially it was going to be 12, but...
Okay, so we get confirmation it's 12 skiers making it through to the final. So that means that the top 4 of the Series 2 jump are going to make it through to the final.
To the best of our understanding, yes.
Okay. So we have Marek Milnik in the water now, representing Slovakia. An impressive overall skier who has made the slalom final yesterday with 4 at 10.75.
And also believe the trick final as well.
Pretty sure he made the trick finals. And I see in jump he has a personal best of 60.3 meters.
Okay, we just had re-verification on the numbers making it through. Actually, 10 make it through, which means pick the top 2 out of Series 2 and under the assumption that the 8 go through on Series 1, and there you've got the skiers going through to the final.
Exactly. If you're top 2 in this Series 2, you're guaranteed a place in the final. Okay, Marek with a 3/4 cut approach. Definitely not early right there. Oh, that's a lead.
That's an impressive looking jump, you know. And, you know, skiers from Slovakia and the Czech Republic and from some of those other countries, you know, they seem to be built a little tougher. They're able to perform no matter what site they go at, or, you know, they seem to be impervious to conditions of that nature.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what it is, if it is just like mental toughness or the ability to click it, you know, no matter where you go. But we have seen it over the years, right? So Martin Coleman, Martin Batalski, Adam Sellemeyer, like these skiers just get it done, no matter the conditions, no matter the site. And now they're here in Recetto at a beautiful jump site. Pretty sure that, you know, that rule applies even more.
Yeah, they're not spoiled, are they?
Oh, no. Okay, 53.2, taking the lead away from Dominic Kuhn on his opener. Now, also, we should say, you know, Marek is someone of experience, 31 years of age. He has already skied a few world championships. So definitely someone who can go and perform.
My broken gloves.
Looks like Alvaro is happy on the dock after receiving a ski back.
Okay, so 53.2 is the new lead, but it's by no means a guaranteed spot through to the next round of the competition by any stretch of the imagination. For him, he's got to dig deep and turn that letter W into some distance, which I don't think he does on jump number 2. We'll see what he does on jump number 3.
know, Tony. I mean, everything looks pretty dialed in. I mean, he's doing a 3/4 cut, but he's swinging very wide. So, you know, the distance between that and a double cut really reduces, right, the difference. Looks like, you know, he's taking a late approach, maybe just like not quite using and taking advantage of the ramp. But, you know, not much to say here. Yeah, a little open to the boat, but he's certainly not early. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Marek is also doing a lot of cable water skiing tournaments. So if I had to say, probably jump is definitely one of those events where things tend to change between the cable and the boat. As we see here, he posted a 53.5. So as I was saying, you know, with the cable, the technique for jumping far is completely different. You're actually trying to move the cable to the right before you turn and then really swinging the cable to the left, as the cable is not really, doesn't have a switch, right? It's not increasing the speed. So cable jumping is a lot of tension. Whereas in modern boat jumping, we're really looking about like reducing load and getting speed. Okay, Tony, look at that. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to go for a double cut.
All right, let's see what he can do on this 3/4 cut. Current temperature here in Recetto, about 28 degrees Celsius. It's the equivalent of 87 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you that are watching from the eastern seaboard of the United States and beyond. This is the European Championships for 2022 Open Men's Jump Elimination Round. Last jump for Marek Melnik. Oh, better float. Good, solid effort there. He makes his way back into the dock, and he will be within close vicinity of Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Luis, who just got done jumping. So, Luis, tell us a little bit. What happened on your second jump?
You know, it was all or nothing for me, and the first jump I was quite early, so the second one I decided I had to be later. There was no other way I could jump a bit farther. And that was too late, you know. It was those jumps that you know that you are going to be there 1 inch in or 1 inch out, and it was out. So I was completely out of the back, and I guess I could save it a little bit because when I landed, it was kind of okay, and it was just the hit, and that's it. I went for the third one. The third one, you know, the body is not reacting the same way, so couldn't make it as far as I wanted, but it's okay. At least I saved it.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a good save. It could have been a heck of a lot worse on that second jump. And it's funny because we were just interviewing your brother while you were crashing, and now we're here talking, and your brother is the next one on the water. So anything that you want to say to him?
No, he's been jumping pretty good. I have to say though that like a month ago, something like that, his skis broke, so he's using my skis, and he's been trying to get used to them. But he's been jumping pretty good these days, so I'm pretty sure he can jump far. He's been jumping close to his PB. He did the PB in the European last year, so I'm pretty sure he'll jump good. We'll see it, hopefully.
All right, thank you very much. We're glad to see you that you're still standing. You, Tony.
All right, so. Let's see if we can try and get the last jump distance for Marek Melnik.
There it is, Tony, 54.4, improving yet more his lead. And if my understanding is correctly, if the next two jumpers don't beat his lead, we are going to see Marek in the jump final.
Yes, indeed, you're absolutely right. Just crunching the numbers, doing the calculations there, and Alvaro Nogueira jumping on borrowed jump skis, which kind of makes you a little nervous.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, there's actually quite a few skiers here. You heard Edoardo Marenzi, who's, you know, we're going to be seeing in Series 1. He's using one of Florian Spart's old D3s that I brought him here in Recetto a few days ago, just because his right ski broke, and he broke in a strange way, to be honest. Like, I don't think he was through jumping. He must have been on his way back from...
Actually, it was. I did see that jump ski, and it split across the fin mountain holes at the back, actually in the middle.
Correct.
So instead of being snapped in half this way, it's going long ways.
Yeah, it's strange. So must have been something to do with travel. But anyway, he has a right ski. He's green instead of red, but
I think he actually told me what the airline was, and it was the same one that Freddie Winter.
We shouldn't say it, right?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, well, I'll leave that to you. All right. Alvaro Nogueira, first jump.
Here we go. Alvaro Nogueira. V. On the 0 off. Oh, getting pulled in towards the bottom. Oh, beautiful looking jump there. He's sent it.
And that, Tony, is your lead, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely. I'm figuring about 56.5 meters. Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
Everybody, back. We're here with Franz Oberleiter today, right now. So, Franzi, how's your team doing so far?
Just that Dome and Alex put up a solid performance for jump, which should get us our medal in the team overall score, which we are very proud of. We've never done that before. And then we've got two really big guns still coming. That's Luca and Claudio, and I hope they're going to move towards that medal that we want to desperately get in the men's jump.
All right, perfect. So you got two more people coming up in Series 1, and how have they been jumping so far this season?
Actually, both of them have been jumping very good. Luca is very, very consistent, always in the mid 60s, and Claudio, he's a little bit up and down sometimes, barely making 60, then, you know, a big jump, you know, high 60s. So it depends on how he feels today. Today is not that important, it's just important to get into the finals. Tomorrow is the day where he really needs to put one together and finally, hopefully, you know, get his medal that he's aiming for since the last 15 years.
Oh, yeah. We all know that Claudio's been aiming for that medal for a long time. So congratulations, first of all, for the team overall medal. And let's hope to see another Austrian on the jump podium this weekend. Thank you very much, Franzi. We'll let you go and get your athlete ready. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and coming in for jump number 2, this is Alvaro Nogueira. And connects with that jump as well.
I mean, he's putting some good jumps here, Tony.
Oh, he's not leaving this to any chances, is he?
Oh no. And as his brother said, I believe his PB is 58.7 from Greece Europeans last year, which, if I'm not mistaken, granted him a spot in the final. So I believe that, you know, if he gets somewhere in between those 57, 58 meters, we might see him again in the final tomorrow.
Almost getting pulled out towards the back there, and the shunt of the jump was just about the thing that kind of saved that attempt and allowed him to roll forwards a little bit over his jump skis. We're going to get the distance momentarily. A good-looking attempt there from him. Certainly more control on jump number 1 compared to jump number 2. And there is Florian Pfaff, and 54.9 on jump number 1, 56.6 on jump number 2. 56.6 is the new lead distance, and if that goes unchallenged with the next 2 competitors, then we could see a Spaniard through to the men's jump final.
Yeah, I believe actually if one of the next 2 skiers does not beat Alvaro, then that puts Alvaro in the final, right?
Yeah, indeed.
So he's putting himself in a good position, 186 feet or 56.6 meters. As he comes back for his 3rd and last attempt.
All right, let's see what we've got. Wind blowing towards the north at about 8 kilometers an hour. 29, feels like 29 degrees Fahrenheit, closer to about 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Here he comes. Oh, more float on that one, and even had the audacity to pull his skis up for a little bit more distance.
That's right. I mean, to be honest, I can't wait to see the replay, but I thought this was going to be the approach to get that extra, you know, meter or 2. But it looks like he couldn't really manage to, you know, drive through the ramp and utilize that surface to get more lift. So we'll see the distance on the 3rd one, but I would venture and say that the 2nd one is the longest jump for Alvaro.
All right, good looking set there. Strong jumps on all 3 attempts. Very close to bottom right-hand corner. You could see that plainly there with our ramp cam.
Yeah, and as you can see, 54.9. So 56.6, furthest jump for Alvaro, as we get ready to have a couple of Italian skiers to wrap up this series too.
All right, then. With that, let's step aside and take a quick break, and then we've got more jumping to come right after this. All right, then, back on with continuing coverage. We got Francesco Caldarola.
Okay, Francesco Caldarola out of Rome, currently, well, always training in Sperlonga with the maestro Davide Domini. Francesco just jumping at this tournament. He's a very solid slalom skier too. Unfortunately, he didn't have the individual qualification for slalom. So here we're going to see him in the jump event. Current PB of 60.3. Recently jumped around 57 meters at the Italian Championships in San Gervasio 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So hailing out of the Eternal City, actually had opportunity to visit there at this year.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
What did you go check out?
Walked down some random street, turned a corner, and there it was, the Trevi Fountain.
Oh yeah, that's Rome, right? All the streets lead to Rome, and all the streets in Rome lead you to something to see. So
absolutely.
All right, Francesco, double cut approach.
All right, 1.65 meter ramp height, and here we go. This is Francesco Caldarola. If he can get more than 56.6 on jump number 1, then that puts him in a good spot to make it through to the next round of the competition, and he's certainly going about it the right way.
Yeah, very safe, easy first jump. He had a little bit of a wobble in his counter, as you can see here in the replay. It almost looks like he's losing his left ski. See, like just a little forward bend. But, you know, quickly recovered it.
We await the distance coming up very, very soon. It looked a very solid attempt, not too much extraneous movement. And it's a 55.2 meter opener, 55.2. It means he's got some work to do.
That's correct. So, again, here's the position Francesco is in. If Francesco finishes his jump set at the lead of the tournament, in the lead, he is guaranteed a spot in the final.
That's correct.
Tomorrow. So I'm sure he has that on his target. And the first jump was an easy, solid first jump. Seems like if you could just keep pushing every jump more, get a couple of meters in, and punch his ticket for tomorrow.
Indeed, indeed. He's already vaulted himself up into second place, so even if he doesn't take the lead between now and the end, he's still in with a chance of making it through to the jump final if any of the remaining 8 skiers don't exceed that distance of 55.2. That's under the assumption that 55.2 would remain his best distance. He has 2 remaining jumps, however, so let's see how he progresses with that. Francesco Caldarola.
Yeah, I can tell you that much. He's not going to want 55.2 to be his best jump, so we'll see him try to get a little bit more distance. Very deep in the course. As he turns for the ramp.
Yeah, that's more float on that one, certainly. But how much more distance is he going to yield as a result of that?
I feel it's all a question of speed now. If he can just get more speed, wakes the ramp, and really come across in a better, more stable position. I know Francesco has no trouble in utilizing the ramp. You saw it now, just 2 jumps, very solid float, good kick. He just needs that little bit of extra speed that can, shoot him down the lake a couple of meters further and secure a spot in tomorrow's final. And takes the lead with 56.7, 10 centimeters ahead.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that he's in the final.
Indeed.
Means he's in the final. We're going to see him jump tomorrow. And I believe, well, look at that.
Look at that air form. So yeah, and as my good friend Vincent Stadelbauer recalls, last season he actually took a big old crash and wasn't able to compete in the remainder of the tournament. So I tell you what, he's certainly loving life here in Recetto.
Oh, he loves it here. I mean, we've been spending days together in preparation for this. He really enjoys the place, the vibes, and the jumping. I mean, he not dissimilar to other jumpers. He really enjoys jumping here, and I don't blame him.
All right, so he's already through to the next round. Put a nice little tick next to his name. Now we're tasked with finding out who the remaining nine skiers in the jump final are going to be in the men's competition. Here he comes. Jump number 3.
Jump number 3 from Francesco. Turns for the ramp. Oh, that's better. And that's a better jump right there.
Yeah, good stance off the second wake. Hits the ramp a little earlier, though, but that should mean that the jump distance is going to be there and thereabouts. So Francisco Calderola, job done, through to the next round of the competition.
It'll be interesting to see the last distance here, because it seemed to me like he approached the ramp a little bit faster. So hopefully there's he added another meter there. As we see now, the replay. And we wait for the distance.
So we're just waiting on that information as we look here. Good, solid effort. And a pretty stout-looking landing there. Pushing out the distance, it is a 55.5. 55.5.
And I think, all that happened there is that he cut much better towards the ramp, but then he found himself early, so he really couldn't drive through as he did in the previous jumps. So I think he, he's in the final, yes, but I think he's learned a lot in preparation for tomorrow's set, which I know with 56.7, that's not something that Francesco is particularly happy with. But hey, a Europeans man, first you got to get in the final, and then you can, be peaky.
All right, now our next competitor. He himself will be chasing down 56.6 meters to exceed that distance and possibly put himself through to the men's jumper final. It is the U.S. Junior Masters jump champion. It is Florian Paff.
Florian, who recently won the Under-21 Jump European Championships in Fischelheim, Austria, and just drove back in the van here in Recetto to get ready for these Europeans. As you know well, Tony, he trains with us, he lives with me. He's someone that is particularly dear to me, obviously. So I pardon maybe a little bit of extra emotion in announcing this set. I know Flo's current jump PB is 60.1, which he performed last weekend. And knowing him well, he's probably going to want to jump further than that.
All right.
So let's see how he starts this jump set here in Recetto at the Europeans.
All right, then we'll see what he can conjure up. Is he one of those types of jumpers that will take all 3 jumps no matter what happens, or if he does enough to make it through to the final, then he'll head on home?
No. He's gonna try to go far. you know, Florian, I think one of his great abilities is that he has that recklessness that is required for jump, but he's able to control it, at least most times. So let's see how he approaches the first jump. That's going to tell us a lot about how he's decided to approach his preliminary round.
All right, here he is. Florian Pfaff coming in on jump number 1.
Two-handed turn at the 210.
Just trying to control his speed and not bleed off too much coming into the turn. And getting a little twisted off the jump, and I've seen this quite a bit from him during practice, and something that he really seriously needs to work on. And as he makes the turn on the south side, let's check in dockside with Lorenzo's land.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Lorenzo's Land. We're here with Francesco, who just got done jumping. So Francesco, are you happy about your result as of right now?
Not much happy because good feeling, but not that fast after the ramp. Before the ramp, arrive early. I can do more. I will do more for the final. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, you are in the final because as of right now, I'm guessing you are in the lead. You posted the biggest score so far, so thank you very much. We hope to see you coming later tomorrow in the final, and best of luck. Thank you, Francesco.
All right, then. So the first jump coming through with the distance for Florian Pfaff. We'll get that graphic up for you very, very soon in both the metric and the feet distance.
Judging from his hand gestures to the body, it appears that there's no distance. And see, they're stopping Florian at the end of the lake. And that brings up a good point, Tony. Like, the jumpers are entitled to know their distance before they go on for the next 2 attempts, right?
That's right.
So they're stopping Florian as they get the jump distance confirmed.
All right, then. So we're going to step aside for just a few moments while we resolve this issue, and we'll be back momentarily. All right, then, from the best of our understanding, Florian Pfaff was actually pulled on jump number 1 at the wrong boat speed. It was at 54K. Now we're at the right boat speed, 57K, for a rewrite on jump number 1.
Right on. And that's your punch ticket for the final for Flo. Let's see what the distance is like.
There you go. There you
Look
go.
at my teammates with Beta just cheering on from the dock. Pretty nice turn for Flo as he prepared for the wakes. And here you can see, Tony, that nice wake jumping technique that you know very well.
Yeah, indeed.
Still turning towards the boat a little bit. That's something we're going to have to work on this winter. But
Yeah.
for now, let's make sure he gets good distances.
I think a lot of that is habitual as well. I mean, the times I've seen Florian jump, I mean, I haven't really seen him jump too much, but the times that I have, he does get twisted off the jump a little bit, and that's something that could maybe be cured with some high-speed ride-overs and that kind of stuff.
That's correct. We did quite a few of those this winter at Mario Pigozzi's place. Seems like we need more. But in the meantime, Florian takes the lead with a 59.3 jump, or 195 feet. So yeah, we know that Francesco and Florian are going to make it through to the next round of the competition, which is tomorrow afternoon. As we can see on the graphic, top 10 skiers advance to the final of this preliminary round. And as we see Florian approaching this second jump, I can see a little side note, 59.3, Tony, is actually my PB.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah, just drop that into the conversation.
Well, it dates back 13 years, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, then. This is Florian Pfaff with 59.3 on the re-ride of jump number 1. Here he comes, jump number 2. What has he got? I don't think, not as far, I don't think.
I don't know, it's somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't think it's much further than that, but seems like he's struggling to get a good use of the ramp. If I had to know what he's been working on, I feel he's still standing a little bit too tall into the ramp, something that I know him and Claudio have been working a lot lately.
And as he stands taller into the jump, the handle raises, and it means that, that when the boat powers up through the jump, it's going to start to twist some things that you don't want to be twisted, including his shoulders and including that right ski coming off the top, like about now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you can see the load, rather than like lifting him, is actually breaking him in the air a little bit as he gets off the ramp.
All right, we wait on the distance very, very soon for Florian Pfaff. Should be coming through momentarily as the boat turns its way on the south side. Receiving live pictures. Oh, 60.2. There you go.
60.2. So, you know, we blabbered quite a bit, but that's a PB for Florian.
Nice.
10 centimeter PB. And it's good. I mean, guy has so much potential. I mean, we can see it here, right? Like, not the best jump. Did his PB by 10 centimeters. Let's see what he's going to produce in this third and final attempt.
All right, so how's that going to affect him going forwards? I mean, he knows he's got a personal best. He's got one more jump to come. Is he going to try and take the same kind of jump, or does he feel he's on a roll? And
if I know him well enough, he's going to try to get a much later look and then maybe pass just to get ready for tomorrow. Let's see if that's the case.
Here he comes.
Turn.
No, he doesn't pass on this one. Oh, and he just curses himself.
Yeah, I mean, took another one. Even seemed like an earlier approach than the second one, so that surprised me. But, you know, he's through. Hopefully he's learned as much as possible from this set and brings those lessons into tomorrow's final.
All right, naturally we'll have a conversation with him in just a short while when we rejoin Lorenzo's land, but let's have a look and see where his positioning on the skis on jump number 3. Jumped 60.2. I can almost be rest assured that that jump number 3 will not yield any more in terms of distance. But let's see Let's have a look at this jump and see what changes he made with this 57.7 meter jump.
See, obviously earlier approach. And I gotta say, like, he's just pulling with his left thumb in the turn. So all the way until the wakes, he wasn't really getting speed of his skis. He was just resisting the load of the rope.
Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Pat Florian, who's just got done jumping, just took his skis off. So I guess you're pretty happy about your new PB, huh, Pat?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, but I expected more. I was always early, and I'm really hyped for the final, huh?
All right, perfect. So first jumper in Series 2, going over 60 meters. Congratulations on that jump.
Thank you.
Get focused for the final because we want to see you jump very, very far. Plus you were Italian back to back. We got another Italian here about to get in the water just right after a fuel break. Thank you very much for being here on the dock with us. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard if we can. We'll flash that up on the screen. Florian Pfaff with 60.2, 198 feet. Francesco Colorado with 56.7, 186. Marginally further than Alvaro Nogueira with 56.6. Marek Mlanik of Slovakia with 54.4. Dominic Kuhn with 52.2. Alex Schiel with 50.6, Vincenzo Marino 50.3, Dima Thompson 49.5, Luis Nogueira 49 meters, Freak Score with 45.7, and Mikhail Mikhalchenko from Ukraine with 56.9. The top 2 skiers already through to the next round of the competition, and much to the delight of the home crowd, that both of them are Italians.
Oh yeah. Two nice little Italian flags on top of the leaderboard. One more Italian skier to come, Edoardo Marenzi, who will start the Series 1, I believe, after a short break.
All right, then. We're going to step to one side. Just enough time for you to refill on that cool iced tea that you're probably drinking in mid-morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States or anywhere else in the world you happen to be. This is the 2022 European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. And we'll be back right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
Why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
All right then, so we've got the 2022 Open European Water Ski Championships coming to you live from this great site here in Recetto that's it's been around now for almost 3 decades now, and is one of the top water ski sites in all of the world.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 3 lakes, perfect lakes to ski. No excuses here, you know. Like here, you know that whatever score you get is legit. Boats are always updated. I mean, perfection is the word that comes to mind when you think about water skiing in Recetto.
Okay, here we go. There is the men's leaderboard. Florian Paff with 60.2 leading against the remainder of the field. So Florian Paff and Francesco Calderola through to next round of the jump event, under the understanding that there are 8 skiers remaining and 10 skiers advanced. So congratulations to those 2. Mission accomplished. Edoardo Morenzi is our next jumper to come, and he too will represent Italia.
Now, if you guys can see on the camera, he has like a green ski on the right, a red ski on the left. That's not just to remind him which ski to put on which foot. As we said before, he had a bit of a mishappening with his right ski, and so he has been borrowing another ski for his right ski, which actually he said he feels faster than his, so almost a bonus.
Yeah, it's not quite like that tattoo on the right ankle of Joel Poland, who, you know, to remind him what foot forward is trick foot is.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure it gives him a bit of confusion. Left slalom, right tricks. But you know, you've heard, I'm sure, that there's a coach in Sicily that actually races kids like that.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. I heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, Vincenzo Marino being a fine example of that.
All right, then. Looking at the dockside, we see Felix Blomqvist getting ready for his go out there representing Sweden. So let's have a look at the potential team markers in this competition. We just saw we've just seen a couple of Italians out there jumping, and one of them a non-team member, the other one a team member in the form of Florian Paff, and this is a team member in the form of Edoardo Morenzi. Now, there are 3 French jumpers to come in this this section of 8, and all are very capable of producing jumps that will help to keep their noses in front of their nearest rivals, the team from Italy. But it's ABCs. You've got to perform at the right time.
And let's hope that is the case for Edoardo Morenzi as he approaches this first jump. Very nice turn.
Oh, not bad at all off a jump ski that is not his own.
Man, that's a good jump, man. I'm pretty sure if it's not the lead, it's very, very close.
Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Claudio, who's gonna be a jumper in Series 1. So Claudio, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good so far. Conditions are good and I'm ready to boost some big jumps.
So how was your season? Have you been jumping lately? Are you feeling okay? You feeling pumped?
Yeah, I had a pretty good start to the season. Jumped 64.6 in Fischelham at home. Didn't do that good at World Games and then had a little bit of a break. But last few weeks have been going well and I had a few good jumps in practice. Hopefully I can put one out there today.
All right, we hope so. You know the site very good because you've been here jumping for a long time. We really hope to see a big score from you, Claudio. Thank you very much for being here with us, and back to you, Tony.
All right, excellent stuff there from Lorenzo and Claudio Kostenberger. Let's have a look at the first jump, and it is enough for the lead. It's a 61-meter jump, and by the sheer token of the fact that he is in the lead, he's through to the next round of the competition.
Absolutely, great opener for Edoardo, who has a PB of 62.9 meters. And if I'm not mistaken, that must have been at the Under-21 Worlds at Pico Ski School last year. So great opening jump, like nothing to say, like good approach, good kick off the top. We get confirmation that his best performance this year has been 61.3
at the Trofeo Kappa.
Okay, so obviously a site that he likes, a site that he knows very well, as we see him approach the ramp for his second jump.
That's another
nice.
good jump.
Good, well spotted with the landing.
I don't think as far as the first one, if
No.
I had to judge from this camera angle.
No, it's not as far as the first one. It would have surprised me immensely if that one is going to be even close to 61 meters, but certainly some consistent jump in there. He knows he's through to the next round. I mean, he's definitely got eyes, and we'll look at that, the distance on the Splash Eye scoreboard. Pretty confident that that jump may be over 60 meters, but as close as 61, I don't know, touch and go.
Yeah, we'll see whenever we get pushed the second jump score. As we see him riding down the lake, that moment where, you know, you look on the shore, look at your coach giving you some advice and trying to learn as much as possible for the next one. I mean, good turn, good drive off the ramp. Maybe a little bit too early of an approach, and there it is, 58.3 or 191 feet. I know he wants to push. Obviously, he's in the races for the overall tournament. So any extra meter there, despite the fact that he's in the final, is going to help his overall score immensely and help the Italian team.
Indeed. All right there. So that's Edoardo Morenzi, a 58.3. A score by itself would have been enough to take him through to the final round of the competition. You know, he needed a jump of over 56.6 meters to do just that. But he is in the lead with 61 meters exactly, which is just a skosh over 200 feet.
Here we see him approach. Countercut for the third and last jump.
Here he comes. Jump number 3.
Oh, that's a later approach.
Yeah!
Yes! Yes!
Get after it. A former skier for the Raging Cajun water ski team of Louisiana Lafayette, that is Edoardo Morenzi.
Hey, Tony, I must say, I think this approach is this jump must be a little bit further. I don't know exactly how much, but it seemed like he was later. He used the ramp even better than the first jump, to be honest. Let's see what the score is. In all 3 turns, I gotta say, very calm, standing over his skis properly, really relying on that third ski. I mean, on the right ski, sorry, not third ski. On that right ski. Good lift. 60.1. So I was wrong there. A little shorter than the first jump, but, you know, security spot in the final where he'll be able to improve his score for overall and, who knows, take a chance at the podium.
All right. So we already have established that Edoardo Morenzi is in the lead. Now the question is, has he extended that lead? We're on the strength of that third and last jump.
No, unfortunately, it was 60.1.
60.1.
60.1. So 61 meters flat is his first jump and the best jump for this preliminary round. And look at the leaderboard, Tony. 3 Italians in the lead. I know it's not going to last long, but I enjoy seeing it.
Indeed. Who wouldn't? All right, then. So Felix Blomqvist of Sweden is our next competitor to go. He's been known to throw down some huge distances himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely one of the most impressive jumpers I've ever seen. He had a tremendous junior and under-21 career. And I don't know, I think work might have come in the way a little bit in the last few years. He hasn't been able to train nearly as much as he probably would have liked. But I'm really eager to see what he can produce today. I remember, Tony, like his last junior masters, he booted what I consider to be one of the furthest jumps I've ever seen a junior jump, and then unfortunately couldn't ride it out. But already then we were like, okay, this is someone who can boot big distances.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along, I have here Matteo Luzzeri, who is the host of the Water Ski podcast. You can find that on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and every other podcaster platform that you can think of as well.
Yeah, I've been taking a little stop this summer just to focus more on my skiing and on work. But I have a few episodes in the bag that I'm hoping to release soon. my podcast is very keen to yours, like interview-based, trying to get skiers and people in the sport to talk. And just stay tuned. More episodes to come.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. And here we go. This is Felix Blomqvist.
57K, choice of W as his letter.
Oh, rolling out the back a little bit, not getting his full lift and full distance on that jump. And as he turns at the south side of the lake to get ready for his next jump, let's check in with Lorenzo's Land.
All right, welcome back to the dock, everybody. We're here with Eduardo, who just got done jumping with a solid performance of 61. So how do you feel about that jump?
Felt pretty good. I just wanted to feel it out today, get ready for tomorrow. Pretty good jump. It was still early. Can improve a lot tomorrow.
All right, perfect. And we saw you jumping, doing a very strong opener, and then going a little lower in the second and third jump. What were you trying to change between the jumps to try to improve your score?
After my first jump, my second one, I tried to get a little harder countercut to get a little more speed. That didn't work out so well. And in the third one, I just brought it down like a meter or two, and my turn was actually a lot better. And because my turn was a lot better, I got myself early in the ramp. But it was fine. It was a good set. Good set for tomorrow. Pumped.
All right, perfect. So you got the timing for tomorrow. You got everything done for tomorrow. Well, thank you very much for being here. Good skiing today, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we're back, and we've got Felix Blomqvist. Her first jump was a 56.7. Actually, is good enough to see him through to the next round. 56.7 there for Felix Blomqvist. But
hold on, Tony. Is it? Because I believe that ties Francesco, right?
That does tie Francesco, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sure that Felix is, shooting to improve his score, but should that not happen, we might see a jump off.
Could possibly. But we've got 6 competitors remaining, and Felix Blomqvist is our second competitor out, currently lying in 4th place right now with that distance, or at least a tie, a share for 3rd place at the moment with the skier who produced 56.7.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Better jump.
Good effort. I think that one is enough to take him through at the least.
Yeah, and besides, I might have been wrong on that one. They would have been tied for 10th, right, if they remained the distance. But no, I mean, no problem for Felix. He's in the final. Sure, he wants to see a better score, as we see Louis performing some kind of robotic maneuver there with his arm. Funny people, the jumpers, huh?
Yeah, you have to be in order to jump. But there you go. That is Felix Blomqvist. I reckon that jump is very close to the 60-meter range.
Yeah, if he's not 60, he's definitely not too far from it.
All right. We got Luca Ruckenwald there of Austria, just trying to get situated there. He's probably listening to my podcast. That's what it is. The TWBC podcast.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Yes, you can follow it on Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, or your favorite podcast platform. The latest episode and the latest interview dropped this afternoon was that with Manon Costar. Find out a little bit more about her hiatus from the sport during the course of this summer and what she plans to do beyond this point by checking in with the TWBC podcast, available on Spotify, Google, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. All right, then. So we've got right here, right now, this is Felix Blomqvist.
Jump number 3, 57.9, his best performance so far.
But he wants to go over 60.
Oh, for sure.
He's not going to go quietly into that good night. Come on. Oh, pass on jump number 3. He saw more blue than red.
Yeah, you can really tell from the turn that he must have felt it was a little bit, too late or later. So decided to take a pass on this one. But we'll see him tomorrow as well in the jump final, which is the last event of the day tomorrow.
Yes. All finals, all day tomorrow. Women's and men's slalom final, women's and men's trick final, and women's and men's jump final to determine
not only those event championships, but also the overall competitions in the men's and women's, and the all-important team title.
Team title, which I haven't been able to follow too much, I must say, but it sounds like France is in the lead right now, followed by Italy, and then according to what France told Lorenzo, seems like Austria is pushing for that third spot.
Yep, so yep, it could come all the way down to the wire. Now, normally the team title in years, in a long time past, there used to be the European Cup element to the European Championships, which took place on a Wednesday, and then the actual individual competition took place on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and indeed Sunday. Now, the European Cup element has since been depreciated and is replaced with the straight-up team competition, which replicates that of the World Championships.
Correct. And also national championships, at least I know around Europe, have the same format, so they take the top 3 overall scores in each discipline, regardless of whether that comes from a man or a woman, and then they add those scores together to get a team overall score, and then those are stacked against the other teams, and that's your team overall podium.
All right, so the jumper on the water is Tanguy Dayan from France. The next 2 competitors are from France. The next competitors after them, next 2 competitors after them are Austrian, then a Frenchman, and then one more from Ukraine.
All right, Tanguy, current PB, 64.1 meters obtained last year. Definitely someone who is capable of getting through this final and, you know, pushing towards the podium. Interestingly, his boat path is split, which, you know, I don't think I've seen many skiers skiing split so far. It's been either 2 feet wide or like Felix, actual wide. Split obviously being with the ramp, the boat a little closer to the ramp.
Oh, nice launch off there on jump number 1. Is it enough to take him through? I think that might just be enough. It probably won't be too close to 61 meters. Would have come up a little bit short on that, but I reckon at the very least it's close to the 60-meter range.
Oh yeah, I mean, it seems to me like that should be a plenty far enough jump to make it through to the next round. I don't know if it's in the 60 neighborhood. Yeah, 58.9 or 193 feet for Tanguy.
Enough to see him through.
Enough to see him through.
So we have 5 jumpers confirmed as finalists. We've got Francesco Calderola, we've got Florian Paff, we've got Edoardo Morenzi, Felix Blomqvist, and Tanguy Dayan, and 5 competitors remain on this list. There is your leaderboard right there. All right, and good afternoon, folks. No matter where you happen to be tuning into us around the world, Milan to Minneapolis, Dubai to Doha, Sydney to Shanghai. If you're watching us anywhere in the world, you are most certainly welcome here to the 2022 European Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Recetto in Italy. Rocket and a rolling. Tanguy Dayan.
Yeah, second jump for Tanguy.
I'm sure that his elder brother is watching this as he's showing houses.
Exactly.
Let's see what he's got. Oh, takes a big old shunt on that one and just not really collecting all the way with that particular effort.
I mean, I was able to hear you scream from here, so I'm hoping it's just like, you know, no pain, just a little bit of being
discomfort.
Upset. Yeah, just not upset, not able to take advantage of this jump.
And it's just amazing the kind of forces involved, and just like a little tweak could cause almost irreparable damage.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before with the 180 centimeter ramp, right? The room, the margin of error, in order for you to be able to either use the ramp correctly and get a good lift versus not so much, like in this case, it's so small, right? You have to approach the ramp in a solid, balanced, neutral position in order for you to take advantage of that steep angle that the 180 ramp has.
All right, indeed, and I think though, in some ways, the steepness of the jump at 6 foot is mitigated by the fact that the jump skiers are using the long jump skis. Because in the back in the day when I used to jump and was kind of encouraged to take the 6 foot high ramp or 1 meter 80, I was jumping on 74-inch jump skis, which means there wasn't an awful lot of tip, and that meant that when you hit the jump, you hit the tip. You had the tip of the jump skis and the bindings almost immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Now with the longer tip on the jump skis, it kind of has that dampening effect and kind of makes the jump not quite as steep.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly almost like a bit of an absorption effect before your feet actually get over the surface.
Here we go, Tanguy Deyo. Little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump off the second wake, and that was a better-looking jump. Whether the distance will reflect that or not is another matter entirely. That is Tanguy Deyo.
Okay, we see him approaching to the dock. Knowing well enough, he's not particularly pleased with the distances, but again, today is just about making it into tomorrow, right? Tomorrow there'll be another shot, and the shot that matters. Now, of course, when it comes to overall, every time you get on the water, it matters because these skiers are able to improve their scores, their overall scores in the final. But still, we'll see Tanguy tomorrow in the final. I'm sure he's going to do his best effort to get over that 60-meter mark, which he missed by just a tiny bit, 59.8 on this last jump, which I believe that puts him, what, in 3rd place?
Okay, so currently in 3rd spot and guaranteed at least 8th spot, and is currently in 3rd place right now. That is Tanguy Deyo. There you see him on the leaderboard. We still have 5 more jumpers to come in this contest. So let's see what our next jumper can do. Also a member of Team France. This is Paul Duplan Freiburg.
Oh yeah, Paul, man. One of the most impressive jumpers I've seen in recent years. This is a guy who last year showed up to the Under-21 Worlds and killed it in jump, and then just hung around a couple of extra days and jumped in the Under-21 Worlds as a junior and won that also.
Yeah.
Jumping at 54 kilometers an hour, not even at 57, and just destroyed the competition with a 64-plus jump. So it was a very good week for him. And what is really impressive about this jumping, I'm sure the viewers will be able to see, is how he gets off the ramp. Obviously, this year he upgraded to the 6-foot ramp or the 180. But what has always shocked me about him is like how well he gets off the ramp and really you see that parabola, right, shooting off in the air. Obviously, very strong skier, very composed position. So looking forward to seeing him here in his first jump.
All right, good information on Paul Duplan Freiburg. When he's not training in his native France, he's training over at Jack Travers' site in Groveland, Florida, the home of the Visit Lake County, Florida IWWF World Water Ski Championships this past season. Here we go. Paul Duplan Freiburg. Good effort there. Top banana on jump number 1.
Oh, yeah, if I had to say, that's probably a 61-meter jump. Obviously securing his spot into the final. Pretty sure he had a decent trick score today that put him through to the next round of the competition in trick. So here's another one of those overall contenders who's going to hope to be atop of the overall podium by tomorrow evening.
All right, factoring in all of the scores, and we should have an overall reckoning very soon after the completion of the men's jumper elimination round. I'd have to take a look and try and give you a reckoning so far as the women's overall is concerned, considering that all three of their elimination round events have been completed already. We wait on the jump distance for Paul Duplon-Freiburg as we look at Claudio Kostenberger get ready for his go. We're getting the jump sling in there that's become commonplace among jumpers. No jumper worth his salt goes out in the water without it, you know, and it's not so much to prevent the arms from coming out, but it's also what it does. It transfers the pull from the shoulders to the waist, which is the strongest part of the body. Correct. And allows the jumper to gain maximum traction away from the boat and approach the jump in a safe manner.
So as we're seeing Paul approaching his second jump, he took the lead in his first jump with the jump on 61.9, roughly around 2.5 meters short of his PB. Here he's approaching the second jump, and
better looking jump.
That's a huge jump. We see him nodding in approval here.
All right then, and with that jump, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
Oh, all right, everybody, welcome back to the dog. We're here with Tanguy, just getting undressed. So Tanguy, I didn't see you too happy about your jump set. Can you tell us what happened out there?
So actually it wasn't too bad. I just messed up the second jump. Didn't find my timing at the 6th on the last one. And yeah, I was just too early. So I didn't get the pull from the wax to the ramp and strong, and didn't get a lift as I wanted to, but it's okay.
It's okay. So you got everything situated and figured out for finals time, right?
I think so, yeah. We'll see tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow in the final. Good jumping today. Thank you very much for being here, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, thanks a lot, Lorenzo. Thanks a lot, Tanguy. And looking at the instant replay on Paul's second jump, he jumped 61.9 on the opener, and he follows up with a 64.2 meter jump.
20 centimeters shy of his PB. That was a huge jump, taking the lead by what appears to be over 3 meters, and still one more jump to go. So what do you think he's going to do, Tony? Is he going to take a late view of it and pass? He's going to try to go for it? What do you think?
He's going to have a go at the French record, I believe. I'm not too sure what the best jump is ever recorded by a Frenchman, but I tell you what, he's certainly going to have a crack at it if it's within his range. Let's have a look and see what Paul Duplon-Freiburg has in store for us on jump number 3. You know, that's the sound of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like when you are taking a good cut and then you can't quite get, you know, a full use of the 180 ramp. And it goes back to what we said before, right? Like, it's that balance of pushing the cut versus being able to actually use the ramp to your advantage. Seemed like he, you know, bit a little bit more than he could chew here and couldn't quite get the full use of the ramp. But still, I mean, 64.2 in the second jump, really bringing the mark up there for the jumpers to follow.
All right, so we await the distance on jump number 3. We don't even anticipate that last jump being close to 60 meters. Well, actually, it's 61.3, so that my guesstimation is way off on that one, but 61.3 on the last jump, but he's already in the lead with 64.2. Let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
Yep. All right, welcome back to the dock. We're here with Paul in the water, just got done jumping, still catching his breath. What's up, Paul? What a nice second jump. Can you tell us a little more about that jump?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was good in my timing, but really only I wanted on the third one to go a little more later, you know. but did not have that kick in the ramp. So, I mean, it's still a good sequence, you know? It's still a good set, and I'm gonna keep pushing for the final, man.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good jumping today. Good luck for the finals tomorrow, and back to you, Tony.
All right then, so good words there from Paul Duplon Freiberg, and now we're getting ready to bring on our next two competitors from Austria. We're going to see Claudio Kostenberger in just a few moments, but before him is Luca Rockenwald.
Here is Luca going down the leg, getting ready for his first jump. I believe he podiumed at Europeans last year in the third place. First open European podium for him last year in Greece.
All right, let's take a look at the remaining skiers on the running order. We got Claudio Kostenberger, we've got Louis Duplon Freiburg, and then Danilo Filchenko to round off today's action right here at Recetto. In this, the 2022 European Open Water Ski Championships.
Luca, 21 years old. Current PB 64.3, so 10 centimeters above the current lead. As we recall, the chat that Franz Oberleiner had with Lorenzo, he sees his jumpers in the mid-60s, jumping very well, very consistently. So with much anticipation, let's watch Luca's first jump here in Recetto.
All right, let's see what he can do. Selecting 57K, letter Z. I'm not too sure where he's put the boat out, but I would anticipate. So coming in, sets himself up, jump number. Oh, look at that! Good effort there. Good extension off the top. That's enough to send him through. That's way past 60 meters. And jumping with bindings that were custom made for him by a good friend from England, Chris Wharton. I'm sure he'd appreciate a mention there, all the way in Lincoln in England.
Yeah, I mean, look, he gifted me a pair of his bindings 2 years ago, and those things are nice, comfy, solid. You can see, like, literally he built them custom for everyone that asks him to do so, and seems like Luca is one of those lucky ones.
Indeed, indeed. Red and white to boot as well.
Oh, yeah, he makes them the flag of your country. I got mine red, white, and green.
Nice. All right, then. Let's have a look at this from the ramp view. And, you know, just prepared to just absolutely extend and explode off the top of that jump. It comes into land. Good pull off the surface. We're going to get the distance momentarily for our skier, Luca Rockenwald. As we also check in on the preparations for Claudio Kostenberger. No stranger to jumping here in the European. 61.7 meters, 61.7. Yep, he's about 2.5 meters shy of the lead, but he is through to the next round of the competition. Absolutely no shadow of a doubt in that regard. So, here we go. This now is Luca Rockenwald.
Jump number 2 for Luca. He's already, I believe, second right now after his first jump.
In second spot.
Also keeping the boat split, which means right in the middle of the jump course as he approaches the ramp for his second jump.
Yeah, more speed, and I think he has marginally more float. Good solid effort there from Luca Rockenwald.
Very composed skier. You can see, like, in the cut towards the ramp, there's very little movement, just trying to utilize the engine of the boat to get as much speed as possible to the ramp. Seemed to me like he didn't quite utilize the ramp as good as the first jump, but we'll wait for the distance. See a little rock back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't quite stay over his skis as he started his transition off the second wake through the ramp surface. It's 60.3 meters, 60.3 meters. So
We often talk about the impact of zero off in slalom skiing as it applies to more of the skiers around the world, but its impact on jump is quite significant as well, because with the higher letter that's selected by the skier, it means that the rev shift from outside the course going in is actually more than when you select it's actually a greater acceleration curve through the course. So you come in with the boat speed a little bit slower, and then when the jump switch hits, then it really rockets you into the jump and off the ramp.
And with regards to that, there's also a criticism about that system, meaning that because of the way it works, it tends to facilitate lighter skiers. And actually, I had a long conversation on my podcast with Claudio Kostenberger, who we'll see next, who defends the fact that for some bigger guys like us, that's actually a disadvantage the way it works. But let's see Luca in his third jump. Seems like it's a little further there.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, he's happy.
Yes, he's stoked. Absolutely stoked on that one. Fantastic skiing there from Luca Rockenwald, our third from last. A fourth from last skier out. I beg your pardon.
We're here on the dock. Luca's just taking his skis up, and he looks pretty stoked about a 65.3 meter jump. So, how about that jump, Luca? Can you tell us a little comment?
Oh yeah, it was a good jump. I was like, on the second one, not the perfect cut. Just way too early, didn't pull through. I was like, last one, do it for the crowd, bring it down. Just was kind of late, turned pretty hard, but I just hauled it through, and it was a good, really good jump.
Oh yeah, thank God. I bet it was a good jump. 65.3. Is that your personal best?
Yeah, that's a new PB by like a meter.
All right, congratulations to you, and we hope to see you jumping as far tomorrow in final. Thank you very much for being here, and back to you, Tony.
Well, I think that's the interview to end all interviews, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, 2 seconds after you jump your PB, the whole lake is screaming. Look at this approach, man. Like, perfect. Look at that extension of the ramp. I mean, this was just a beautiful jump. I mean, PB taking the lead at Europeans in the preliminary round with 2 more jumpers to go. I think that's a sweet jump.
Fantastic effort there from Luca Rockenwald. He has taken the lead with 65.3 meters, and now we're going to get set for our remaining 3 competitors. We're going to see Louis Dupont-Freibourg and Danielo Filchenko take to the water in a few moments. But before them, we have the tall figure, the Austrian Claudio Kostenberger.
See, I wish you guys could see the bio sheet I have in front of me, because it's a flourishing piece of paper full of very funny things. So, category for him, under 35.
Under 35.
In the open category, right?
Yeah.
His PB is 69.2 meters, so, inches away from that 70-meter mark. And Claudio, man, what can we say about him? Like, he's someone who, over the years, has been able to produce some big jumps.
And some spectacular jumps. I mean, you'd only have to go back as far as 2011 in the European Championships, where he recovered from a jump that was scary to watch.
Oh, yeah, I went quickly from disaster to safe.
In a split second.
Oh, very close.
All right, so be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and also hit the bell icon to be informed as to when the next live webcast come into to fruition. The TWBC podcast, check that out right now. Spotify, Google, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts. Here we go. This now is Claudio Kostenberger.
Letter Z for him as well, 2 feet wide, so the boat is slightly further away from the ramp than Luca.
Or a little hitch in the turn. Let's see what he can do with this.
So that's a jump that puts him safely into the final.
Yep.
We'll hear the distance momentarily. I would imagine somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 meters. Bit of a rush turn, probably.
And then had to drive in a little bit with his shoulders just to make it onto the surface. So we await the distance. Coming through up on our screens, it's a 62.4.
Okay, well, I was just 3 meters away in my estimation. So 62.4, biggest opening jump of the day.
Yeah, by a long shot.
Now, Claudio is roughly, if I'm not mistaken, like 190 or like 6'3", 6'4". And look how long the skis look on him. So if I'm not mistaken, Claudio is currently jumping with a pair of 96-inch jump skis produced by Ron Goodman.
Yeah.
Long skis.
Yeah, they have to be long. I mean, have you seen how tall this guy is?
He's tall, man. Tall, strong. We're now about to see him as he goes around the north end of the lake, getting ready for his second attempt here at the European Championships.
All right, let's see what he has. Jump number 2 of 3 has opened up with a jump that puts him safely through to next round with 62.4, which is, I believe, good enough for third place at this time.
That's correct, third place momentarily for Claudio as he stares down the ramp for his second attempt.
Here he comes, jump number 2. Better? Much better.
Oh,
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
That jump seemed to go on forever.
Not happy, though. He's not happy. I feel he's one of those, like, lost opportunities for a big one, as you said before. So certainly further than the first one, but I feel he just wanted a little bit more out of this cut.
Here we go. We're looking at this second jump on the instant replay and just trying to keep a good connection to the boat.
64.5. So currently in second place behind his teammate Luca Raukenwald.
Mm-hmm.
Less than a meter shy from his score.
And now let's see what he can make of this final opportunity in the elimination round. He's already got a short of 3 more jumps left in this competition beyond the scope of this elimination round by way of the jump-in final, which will take place tomorrow. Luca Raukenwald, with his jump of 65.3 meters, is the one that currently holds the lead at this time, right here at the Recetto facility, the home of the Italian Federation.
Yep. Yeah, that's where we train often as a national team members.
And here we go. This is Claudio Kostenberger. Does he test the ramp and go for a cut and pass, or does he go for it all?
I reckon he's going to try the same approach as the second one and try to get a better swing to the wakes. Well, that just looks good.
Oh, yeah, fantastic effort there from Claudio Kostenberger. As we look down the lake and see our good throng crowd of people.
Oddly all dressed in white.
Yes.
Right?
Well, white does kind of reflect the heat a little bit. And it is quite hot here. It's almost 90 degrees. We'll just wait on the jump distance here for Claudio Kostenberger. Is it enough for the lead? Is it anywhere close to 65.3 meters? He's still in second place. Even if he doesn't.
64.6. So he improved 10 centimeters from his second jump. Yeah, I feel this was a bit of an earlier approach. He was able to utilize the ramp better, but just didn't get there quite as fast as the second one.
No.
So currently sitting in second place with 2 skiers to go.
Right, so superb effort there as we check in with our throng of people there adjacent to the jump-in area. Some of those competitors that you see up on your screen are part of the the event finals, which will take place tomorrow in Slalom Tricks Jump. So good to see them all smiling and having a good time here in Recetto as we now come down to our penultimate skier. This is Louis Dupont-Fribourg.
So we just saw not too long ago his younger brother Paul booting a big jump over 64 meters. And now we're about to see Louis. Current PB 65.9 meters. If I'm not mistaken, he finished the trick preliminary round ahead of everybody else with a score of 11,000 points. Yet again, one of those guys who's really working towards that top spot of the ladder in the overall competition.
All right, and be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel for TWBC for your opportunity to chat with us on the live player live chat here on the YouTube channel for TWBC. Subscribe, like, subscribe, and follow, and also check on the bell icon to be informed as to when the next live broadcast comes on. And it's just that simple. Just 2 clicks, and you're all set.
Yeah, just subscribe. It's nice. Like whenever there's a live webcast, you get your little notification of your phone, like, hey, the TWBC guys are live broadcasting X event, and you can just click on that and watch it from wherever you are.
Indeed. You can watch it in the kitchen. You can watch it out on the road. Well, we don't recommend that unless you're a passenger.
Well, on the train.
On the train as well. There are several other places you can watch us from, but we won't go into that. Here we go. This here is Louis Dupont-Fribourg. Oh, a big rush turn here. Does he make it onto the jump? Yeah, look at that. Jump number 1, nails it down.
That was a gnarly turn, man. The left ski was completely out of the water as soon as he started the turn. Pretty sure that was not intentional. We'll be able to see it from the slow-mo replay. Look at that. Catches a bit of water.
Not too sure what foot forward he slaloms with, but certainly favors that right foot in that instance.
Exactly. 64.6 meters on his opener. Currently tied in the second place with Claudio Kostenberger.
64.6 meters right from the gut.
Yeah, so that's a little over a meter shy of his PB in his opener, with probably not the most ideal turn.
So it looks like we got some good images there from our good friend on the camera, Connor Pauly. Hashtag Connor does Italy.
I mean, hashtag Michailo having a little ice cream after jumping at the Open Europeans. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Italians world famous for their ice cream. Indeed.
I mean, well deserved, man. If you have the guts to jump at a Open European at age 11, you deserve 2 ice creams.
Yeah. All right then. So then we've got Danielo Filchenko coming up in a few minutes, and he'll be eyeing up that ramp full force. As we now look and see Louis Dupont-Fribourg with a 64.6 meter opener. Does he have anything more than that? Has he got what it takes to fly past his brother, Paul Dupont-Fribourg? Let's see what he's got. He's already achieved that. Let's see if he can get way past that. Look at that. Good effort there. Stout landing, rides at that jump out.
So, good jump, though I don't think that is challenging Luca Rockenwald's current lead of 65.3.
Yeah, 65.3 meters.
We'll see as soon as we get the distance.
So the distance should be evident to us in just a moment or so for Louis Dupont-Fribourg. As he makes his way down towards the north end of the lake, and we check in a little bit on the starting dock with Danielo Filchenko.
So it looks like his second jump was 63.3 meters.
63.3 meters coming right up. But jumping around that same range, which is obviously good for his consistency. There's only about a 4-foot differential between jump number 1, his furthest with 2:12, and that second jump with 2:08. But does he have anything left on jump number 3? There's a lot more going under the surface. Not only the jump event, but also the men's overall and the team title could well be on the line here. Let's have a look and see what Louis Duplan Freiburg has in store for us on jump number 3.
He's pretty deep in the course here. Much better turn than the one before. And
oh, look at that additional float on the end. But is it enough?
I don't know. I don't know if it's, if anything, it might be as far as his first jump, if that.
All right, let's check in with Lorenzo's land.
How long is this one? 63.7. Hey, Paul, so how was your run today? How was your set? We saw you opening with a very strong, solid jump, and then you went a little back, second and third jump. Can you tell us what were you trying to change between the jumps?
Going farther, definitely. I was like struggling with my timing on the ramp. The last one was good, but I missed the speed to finish my stern a bit. Well, happy 64.6. That's good. Like, I had the feeling I can go farther, but I will do it in final.
All right, perfect. That's the right attitude. Do it in final. We hope to see you jumping even farther in final. Thank you very much for being here with us today, and back to you, Tony.
Fantastic effort there from Louis Duplan Freiburg, and a great athletic effort there from Lorenzo De Alberto for the fastest end of performance to interviews. Even F1 doesn't get interviews with the race winner that quickly.
Yeah, I think the only way he can be a little faster if he catches them before they take their jumpers out. But jumpers are very quick at taking their jump skis out, so that might be a challenge for Lorenzo there.
Indeed. The jump distance on jump number 3 was a 63.7 meter attempt. Jump number 3. Now we're down to the final 3 jumps of the elimination round series. Men's jump will complete in the elimination round with this skier from Ukraine. This is Danilo Filchenko.
Fresh of a win at the World Games in Alabama, current European champion, defending European jump champion. So very excited to see how he's going to start his jump set. Obviously also another one of those who is in the race for overall. He ended up second or third after the trick preliminary round.
And he's looking for a substantial jump distance to really keep his nose out in front in the overall competition. And he's never jumped over 70 meters. He's jumped as close as 69.
I believe 69.5, which he actually achieved with the ramp at 165.
Yes, absolutely.
Back a few years ago at Jax, right?
Yeah, in one of the Masters Lance Chad's LCQs, but couldn't take up that invitation because they only jump at 1.80 meters.
That's correct. So he booted a massive jump and then didn't end up jumping at the Masters because at the time he wasn't jumping at 180. But here he is with the highest ramp height, approaching his first jump.
Keeping good line tension. Oh, wow. Oh, that was late.
That was late, especially for an opener. You know, I feel that if he had that view at that approach in his third jump, he probably would have at least tried to take it, but decided otherwise for this first jump. So it's a pass on jump number 1.
Yeah, saw a little bit more than... Yeah, there you go. That's how late he was.
Was late.
Quick switch in direction, exiting stage left. Going in towards the jump there. There's the leaderboard. Luca Rackenwald with a jump of 65.3 meters, a brand new personal best rim by exactly 1 meter.
Here he is, as we see him coming back.
I'm sure there's at least one person looking at the jump distances from Luca Ruckenwald who will be extremely pleased in that respect. So a big shout out there to Bailey.
And Tina, who's probably watching right now.
Indeed. All right, so 2 more jumps there for Danilo Filchenko. Behind that red and white Correct Craft ski Nautique. In Correct Craft and Nautiques themselves will be celebrating a century worth of boat production on the waters of the world since 1923. Correct Craft with their Nautique brand of towboat.
So next year, 100 years.
Yes. Aren't that many boat companies that are still in existence for a century or more, or even close to a century. Here we go. This is Danilo Filchenko. Nice and white there with the letter Z on the 0 off. Now, what does he have? Timing looked good. All right, jump number 2. Didn't get everything out of that jump, but he got enough, I believe, to send him through to the next round of the competition at the extreme least.
Yeah, should be comfortably through to the next round, although I'm sure that he's searching for way more than what he just produced. Still a very late approach, if I may say. I mean,
very look at that. Yeah, and I mean, he slipped out over his left ski as well. Didn't get everything out of that one. And if that jump's got to be at least 50. Oh, yeah, that's a moot point. That's a 61.2 meter jump on a slip out.
On a slip out, exactly.
Yeah, indeed. So
still has over 4 meters to go if he wants to challenge the lead of Luca Ruckenwald. So everything will have to come together on this 3rd and final jump, even to just place him in a comfortable position in the overall race.
So all right then, so we're making our way towards the very final effort here in the Elimination Round Series. We've gone through 6 events: women's and men's slalom, women's and men's tricks, women's jump, and very, very soon, the conclusion of men's jump. After this, we'll be able to determine the overall competition as it stands after the elimination round, and also the men's overall competition after 3 complete events. Here he comes. This is Danilo Filchenko of Ukraine coming in. Jump number 3, taking it earlier, and that is a better looking jump. May not be enough for the lead, mind you, but he at least comes away with a halfway respectable jump to end off the competition in the men's jump event. In the elimination round, the finals will take place tomorrow. He will be a part of it along with 9 other competitors. And we'll run through those competitors in just a moment. Once we get the final result, we're going to go to the dock and check in one last time with Lorenzo's land.
Take your helmet off. All right, everybody, welcome back to the dock. We're here with our last jumper. Danilo just got done jumping. Very nice set in progression. You passed the first one, had a little hiccup on the second one, but then on the third one, you boosted out a 63.6. How do you feel about that set?
Yeah, didn't start how I wanted to. I preferred to take a first jump. To get the feelings out, you know, feel the ramp, feel the spot. I was a bit late on the first one and decided to pass. 7 had too many sets over the ramp. Didn't feel confident enough going that late, but in the final it's going to be a different story.
All right, perfect, perfect. So you got all the timing done for finals. You know what you have to do to improve on that score?
I mean, as of today, I know you never know what's going to happen today with the wind. So But yeah, I mean, I'm ready. All the guys are jumping great. It's amazing. It's really good Europeans, good sight. So, and another thing I want to say is glory to Ukraine.
All right. Thank you very much, Danilo. Good jumping
guys.
today. Hope to see you jumping further in final. And thank you very much for the day, Tony. And back to you.
Thank you, guys.
Why, thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot there with Lorenzo's Land, and thanks there to Daniilo Filchenko for taking the time to be interviewed. And let's have a look at the men's jump leaderboard. Luca Ruckenwald, did he ever expect to come out of the elimination round with the lead distance, much less produce a jump which is a 1 meter personal best? I don't think so, but the reality of it is he is in the #1 spot with 65.3. Claudio Kostenberger with 64.6, tied with Louis Duplan-Freiburg. Paul Duplan-Freiburg with 64.2 meters is in 4th. Danilo Filchenko in 5th. Eduardo Morenzi, Florian Paff in the 6th and 7th place respectively with 61 and 60.2 meters. In 8th spot, Tanguy Deyon with 59.8 meters. In 9th spot, Felix Blomqvist with 57.9. Francisco Calderola taking the last spot in 10th spot with 56.7, and those are your top 10 jumpers. Now, a reminder, tomorrow morning we will start with the first of our finals at 9 a.m. Now, I've gotten the provisional scores for the women's overall competition. Currently in third place is Lily Steiner with 22.49.76. Currently in second with 24.99.25 is Enif Angono. And your leader in the overall after 3 complete events from Italy with 27.61.9 is Alice Bagnoli.
Alice is in the lead after the preliminary rounds. Very solid scheme for her in all 3 events, to be honest. So I believe she's in all 3 finals as well.
Yes, she is.
So looking forward to see her compete tomorrow and secure that spot.
And part of the reason why she's got 2,761 points is because she scored 1,000 points on slalom and tricks and 761.9 points in jump. Add all those together, you get the result there. So it's the overall battle isn't quite complete as yet. There could be a number of challenges in amongst the top competitors who I mentioned, and a lot of room for movement, including in 4th place. Looking down this list, Marie Vipranyetseva with her score of 22.19.53. She is about 30 points away from a podium spot. So a lot of movement could occur there.
And there probably her best shot is to improve her jump score, which obviously she's in the leading jump. I believe 52.7, so that's the 1,000-point mark. Now, obviously, if she raises the bar in the final, that will drop some of those jump
It'll
scores.
dilute the scores
right?
below it.
So that's probably her best shot to improve her overall score. Looking forward to see her jump here with you tomorrow in the women's jump final.
Okay, and continuing right along, and looks like I've got the provisional overall competitions in the men's. They're doing some sterling work among our officials. So in the top 3 provisionally, in 3rd place, Eduardo Morenzi of Italia with 26.69.91. Danilo Filchenko currently in 2nd place with 28.40.8. And currently in the lead with 29.63.4 is Louis Duplan-Freiburg. So those are your top 3 in the men's overall. Still a lot of room for movement, including from Paul Duplan-Freiburg, who is currently in 4th place with 26.18.66. He is about 60 points away from ascending the podium and taking that spot away from Eduardo Morenzi.
Yeah, if I believe both Paul and Edo have the tricks and the jump finals tomorrow to improve their scores. So it'll be interesting to see who comes atop and manages to secure those overall medals.
Okay, looks like the only competition that we don't have so far as the results are concerned are the team competition. That's being worked out right now. But we'll leave that for the officials to decide. And thanking Matteo Lazzeri once again from Jolly Ski School and also the Water Ski Podcast. Tell them about that again.
Yeah, so the Water Ski Podcast is something I started about 3 years ago, and I took a little break this summer just to focus on work at Jolly and on my own skiing. But I have a few episodes that I want to release in the short time, interview-based. I'm nearing the 100th episode, which will be video, hopefully by the end of the year, but I will leave that to a surprise.
All right, then. We look forward to that, and you can find it on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever your favorite podcast platform happens to be. My name is Tony Lightfoot. It's a pleasure to be here at the European Championships here in Recetto, the 2022 Open European Championships. So on the behalf of everyone here, including our entire team at TWBC, it is ciao for now.